The wind howled along the ramparts of Winterfell, biting cold that even the stoutest walls could not wholly deny. It carried with it a strange scent, a sharp, ancient tinge, the memory of old winters and things much older than men. Beneath the gray sky, Ned Stark lingered at the edge of the godswood, half shrouded in mist and memory. The heart tree's red eyes stared through the whitened air, impassive as ever. But Ned sensed something unsettled deep in the earth, a quiver beneath his boots that did not belong to root or frost. He ran a gloved hand over the coarse bark, feeling the ancient roughness as he whispered the names of the lost. Lyanna. Brandon. C. His father. The old words came as naturally as breathing, but today they failed to steady him. He thought of the crypts below, how he would sometimes descend with a lantern when sleep evaded him, wandering between the tombs as if the dead might offer counsel. His son Jon, lately taller and silent with the burden of 16 years, stood a short distance away. Jon was watching the pond, where the surface had grown thick with ice, save for a dark oval kept open by the godswood springs. Ghost was at his heel, ears pricked, fur bristling despite the calm. "Father!" Jon called, his voice a low rasp. "Ghost hear something." Ned's heart quickened, though he knew not why. A hare, perhaps, or a fox seeking warmth. But Ghost's agitation was not that of a dog on a scent. More the edge of a hound scenting a thing unnatural. Jon crouched, running his hand through the direwolf's thick fur. He won't go near the heart tree. Not today. He keeps looking at the ground. Never whiskey. Ned's eyes followed. Snow clung to the moss and brown bracken, and the old stones that ringed the heart tree stood half buried in frost. Ghost whined, pacing along a line where the roots had bulged the earth. The direwolf's hackles stood up. Jon glanced up, uncertainty clouding his pale features. "Last night I dreamt there were tunnels beneath the heart tree. I heard wings down there. Ice wings, beating slow and heavy." Ned stilled. The old tales spoke of tunnels, catacombs running under Winterfell, burrows deeper than the crypts, so old that even the first men had forgotten who'd carved them. His own dreams had lately been troubled, haunted by cold breath and the sound of scales rasping in darkness. He tried to shake the chill from his bones. "It's only a dream," he said, but the words rang hollow. Jon straightened, not quite meeting his father's eyes. "Maybe we should look, not just in the crypts, below them. Bran says the rats find their way out from holes behind the statues." "Dumristy." Ned felt a flicker of alarm, recalling Maester Luwin's warnings about old, crumbling passages. Yet something in Jon's gaze compelled him. A quiet urgency, an echo of something Ned himself had felt as a boy. Exploring the hidden places of the castle. "I'll come with you. Tonight after supper," Ned said. "Bring a lantern, and do not speak of this to your sisters." Jon nodded. Ghost gave a low, mournful howl that set the crows to flight. They waited for the castle to quiet, for the last servants to bank the fires and the wind to rise up, covering their footsteps. Jon met Ned outside the great hall, carrying 2 lanterns and a length of rope. His cheeks were ruddy with excitement. Though he tried to keep his voice steady, they descended into the crypts together, torches hissing against the stone walls. The old air was thick with the smell of earth and long-dead kings, muffled by centuries of dust and silence. They passed the rows of stone lords, each with their direwolf at their feet, each face carved in the likeness of a Stark gone to dust. Jon paused beside Lyanna's tomb. Ned's hand lingered on his shoulder, but neither spoke. The lantern light flickered, throwing twisted shadows behind the statues. Farther back, the air grew colder. So cold that the lantern glass frosted over, and their breath hung heavy, trailing in the stillness. "Here," Jon whispered, stopping before the last row of tombs, where the crypt ended in a wall of rough stone and loose earth. He knelt, brushing aside dead leaves and bone-white roots. "There's a gap, see?" Ned set his lantern down and knelt beside him. There, behind the stone base of some forgotten ancestor, the earth had sagged, revealing a space barely wide enough for a man to squeeze through. The air that breathed from it was colder still, with a sharp metallic tang. like ice on an old sword or the taste of blood in winter. Jon wriggled forward, testing the gap. It widens beyond. There's stone steps. His voice echoed strange and hollow. Ned hesitated, weighing fear against curiosity, the warnings of his father against the tug of something deeper. A feeling that whatever waited below had been calling to the blood of Starks for longer than any could remember. He passed Jon the rope and tied the end to a stone wolf's paw. If the earth shifts, we follow the rope back. Stay close. They slid through together, boots scraping ancient stone. Beyond the wall, the passage bent sharply downward, hewn roughly, as if by claws or chisels too large for human hands. The darkness was nearly absolute, broken only by their lantern's feeble glow. The air pressed in, thick and close, until the chill seemed to crawl inside their bones. The tunnel twisted, dipping lower than the lowest crypt. The sound of their breaths, of boots scuffing grit, echoed endlessly. After 100 paces, the walls began to change, no longer earth and brick, but strange black ice, slick and pitted, swirling with colors that shifted when the light hit them. Jon ran his hand along the wall. Ice. But it's warm to the touch. Ned's pulse hammered in his ears. He thought of old Nan's tales, of the White Shadow and the last winter that nearly ended the world. He forced himself to keep walking. After another turn, the tunnel widened abruptly. Their lanterns flared, casting light into a vast cavern. The ceiling arched so high it vanished into darkness, glittering with frost. And in the center, half encased in crystal and ice, lay shapes too large and too perfect to be chance. Spines ridged, wings furled, mouths filled with teeth like broken moonlight. Ned could not speak, could not move. Jon stepped forward, lantern trembling in his grip. "They're dragons," he whispered. "Ice dragons. Father, they're real." Ned's heart pounded. He counted 3, perhaps 4. The largest was as long as a galley, with scales of smoky blue and veins of purest white running along its side. Its eyes, closed, as if dreaming, were the color of glacier melt. Frost ringed its nostrils. Beside it, a smaller one lay curled, wings folded over a cluster of eggs the size of shields. The cavern was utterly silent, save for the faint drip of water from above and the ragged sound of their own breathing. Jon knelt beside the nearest dragon, his hand hovering just above its snout. "Do you think they're dead?" he asked, voice trembling with awe. Ned shook his head, unable to look away from the wonder before him. "No, they're sleeping, waiting." He did not know how he knew, only that he did. Some memory older than words, woven into the bones of Winterfell, stirred inside him. He knelt beside Jon, their lanterns pooled on the stone. Ghost slipped forward, hackles down, as if the direwolf too felt the pull of something ancient and true. For a long while, neither spoke. The light flickered across the scales, revealing runes carved deep into the cavern floor. Spirals and circles, shapes that echoed the old gods, and at the heart of each, a dire wolf's head. The eggs glimmered softly, colors shifting beneath their icy shells. Jon reached out, fingertips grazing the eyes. A spark leapt between him and the smallest dragon, cold and bright as a winter star. He gasped, pulling his hand back, but the dragon did not stir. "I felt something," Jon said, "like a voice. Not words, but a call. It wants to wake up." Ned's hand found Jon's, steadying him. "We mustn't rush. The old tales warned. Ice dragons bring a winter that never ends. If we wake them, we must be certain it's the right time." "Nan?" Jon's eyes shone, pale and wild in the half-light. "We can't tell anyone. Not yet. Maester Luwin would lock the crypt, burn the tunnel." "No," Ned agreed. "This is for Starks alone, blood of the North. We guard them, as we guard all the secrets of our house." Jon nodded, pressing his palm to the icy snout. The dragon shivered, a great ripple running along its spine, and frost bloomed along the floor in patterns that matched Jon's breath. Ghost sat beside him, yellow eyes unblinking. Above, the castle slept on, unaware of what stirred far below its heart. But Ned Stark felt the change. Something old and powerful waking in the darkness, called by the blood of his line. He wrapped his arm around Jon, holding lantern and sun alike, feeling the weight of 1,000 winters settle across his shoulders. "We'll come back tomorrow," Ned whispered. "There's much to learn, and much to fear." Jon nodded, eyes wide. He traced the spirals in the frost with a trembling finger, then followed his father back up the winding tunnel. Behind them, the dragons slept on, dreaming cold dreams of endless night, while a living world above turned quietly, unaware of what waited in the dark. That night, Ned did not sleep. He paced the length of his solar, pausing often to stare out at the moonlit snow, listening for sounds only he could hear. The memory of the dragons pressed upon him, colder than any wind, sharper than any sword. He thought of winter, the long, lean years, the leaner ones yet to come. He thought of the words that had bound the Starks for 1,000 years. He roused Maester Luwin before dawn with a pretense of concern for the state of the foundations. Luwin came with his books and charts, talking of ancient builders and faults in the bedrock. Ned listened, mind far below. When Luwin was gone, he summoned Jon to the library. Jon came in quietly, closing the door behind him. He still carried the awe of last night, his eyes shadowed, shoulders squared with a new weight. "Do you think they'll wake on their own?" Jon asked, voice low. "What if they're waiting for something? A sign, or a command?" Ned did not answer at once. He opened a leather-bound tome, turning pages until he found a map of the north, older than the conquest, marked with runes and wolf's heads. "In the days before the Andals," he said, "the old king spoke of the deep ice, a power beneath Winterfell that would keep the north safe when all other strength failed. Maybe this is what they meant." Jon traced the lines of the map. "The White Walkers rode ice dragons, old Nan says, but she always makes them monsters." Ned managed to smile. Perhaps not all monsters are meant to be feared. Sometimes they're only waiting for the right hand to guide them. Demurrer. He watched his son, seeing the hope and doubt at war in Jon's face. Ned remembered another boy. Himself, climbing the walls of Winterfell, wondering what might lie below, what secrets waited in the earth. "We'll go back tonight," Ned said at last. "We'll study the runes, see if there are words to wake them, or bind them. But Jon, this must remain between us. Not Robb, not Sansa, not even Bran." Jon nodded solemnly. "I won't tell, I promise." Ned clapped a hand to his shoulder, pride and fear mingling in his chest. "You are a Stark of Winterfell, Jon. No matter what else the world may say, this secret is ours, and so is whatever fate it brings." They spent the day in uneasy anticipation, eyes drawn again and again to the snow-draped godswood, the old stone well, the cracks in the yard where warm air curled from the unseen places below. Jon trained with Robb, wooden swords clacking in the yard, but his mind was elsewhere. Ned presided over council, hearing news of bandits in the woods and wildlings raiding beyond the wall, but every message seemed pale beside the knowledge of what lay beneath his feet. As dusk settled, they returned to the crypts. The passage was easier this time, the way marked by memory and the faint trail of frost that lingered where the dragon's breath had touched stone. The cavern was unchanged, still vast and silent, the dragons unmoved, though Jon thought the frost patterns had shifted, spirals grown deeper, runes more defined. They knelt before the largest dragon, studying the runes. Jon traced the sigils with careful fingers, feeling the cold sink into his skin. "Some of these match the old god's marks," he murmured. "I saw them on the weirwood roots." Ned nodded, examining a spiral where wolf and dragon were entwined. "Maybe it's a binding. Stark blood and dragon fire. Ice together, not at war." Jon hesitated, then pressed his palm to the ice again, closing his eyes. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a whisper, cold and ancient, seemed to wind around his thoughts. Not words but images. Wolves running across a frozen lake, dragons soaring through storm clouds, Winterfell standing eternal, shielded by ice and fire alike. He shivered, drawing back. "They know me," he said. "They know you too." They want to protect Winterfell. Tim. Ned's eyes widened. He knelt, pressing his own hand to the runes. The cold shot up his arm, burning and soothing at once. He saw, in the flicker of a heartbeat, the shape of winters yet to come. Storms and darkness, armies marching, shadows with blue eyes. But behind it all, the dragons waited, guardians as much as weapons. "We must be careful," Ned said. "If we wake them too soon, we could bring ruin. But if winter truly comes, if the old enemy rises, then perhaps the world will need dragons again." Jon nodded, his face grave. "We'll be ready, Father, when the time comes." Above them, unseen, the wind howled and the snow fell, blanketing Winterfell in white. Below, in the darkness, the dragons slept on. A new line of hope, a new secret for House Stark. And as father and son climbed back toward the light, the old stones of Winterfell seemed to whisper in approval, holding their secret close, guarding the promise of a power reborn when the world would need it most. A.K. Ned Stark lay awake, troubled by dreams that clung to his mind like the cold to the window panes. He wandered shadowed corridors beneath the earth, ice groaning and shifting above, dragons stirring in the blue-black dark. He saw his own shadow cast long against the crypt walls, and Jon's too, two figures walking deeper and deeper, lanterns flickering, until the light failed, and all that remained was a low, echoing rumble like the sound of distant thunder. A pair of eyes, blue as old glacial ice, opened in the darkness and regarded him with ancient patience. Ned woke before the meaning could settle, heart thumping, the memory of cold breath still on his cheek. The day that followed was restless. Maester Luwin pressed him for decisions about the spring planting, and a steward brought word of wolves ranging too close to the village. Ned listened, answered, yet half his mind remained fixed on what lay beneath, as if he could feel the faint pulse of sleeping dragons through the soles of his boots. At meals, he watched his children, marking Jon's furtive glances, the way his son's hands toyed with his cup, the careful silence he maintained around Robb and Sansadat. In the Godswood, the heart tree's red eyes seemed to follow Ned, its carved mouth forever twisted in a secret smile. The snows had melted slightly, leaving patches of black earth between roots, glistening with old frost. Ned found himself drawn to the tree again and again, searching the patterns in the bark for guidance, finding none. That evening, as the castle slipped once more into hush, Ned and Jon returned to the crypts. This time, Jon brought Ghost with him, the direwolf padding close, eyes bright in the dark. The passage behind the last tomb seemed easier, the earth pressed smoother, as if the tunnel itself remembered their feet. The vast cavern was waiting, unchanged but not untouched. Ned swore the frost along the walls shimmered differently, coiling in thicker spirals, reflecting their lantern light like pale blue fire. The largest dragon still lay half buried in ice, but the shell of frost along its snout was thinner, as if something inside pressed out, melting a path to the world. They set their lanterns down and studied the runes. Jon knelt, tracing the spirals with his finger. The runes glimmered as he touched them, the cold stinging but no longer painful. Jon's brow furrowed in concentration. "I saw them again last night," Jon said, his voice soft and distant. "In my dreams, there were 4, 2 large, 2 small. They circled the castle, flying through a storm. When they landed, the snow stopped falling." Ned glanced at his son, reading the seriousness in Jon's features. "You dreamed true before, about Bran's fall, about the dead rising in the wood. I've learned not to ignore your dreams." Jon looked up, hope and fear mingling in his eyes. "Do you think we're meant to wake them? Or are we only meant to keep them safe, hidden until the right time?" Ned took a long breath. If these dragons were left for the Starks to find, it was not by chance. There is power beneath this castle older than the stones. My father spoke of it, his father before him, secrets kept for winter's darkest hour. We will keep vigil, Jon. We will not act in haste." He paused, letting the echoes of his words drift through the cavern. Somewhere, High above, a faint thumping could be heard. The slow, muffled sound of someone walking across the great hall. Or perhaps only the wind. Ned shook his head, trying to rid himself of the notion that Winterfell itself was listening. Jon studied the smallest dragon, the one curled around a clutch of eggs. He pressed his palm to the frost, eyes half closed, and let his thoughts drift. Images flickered behind his eyes. A forest shrouded in snow, a wolf howling beneath the moon, a dragon's wing unfurling in slow, majestic arcs. He felt again the brush of a mind not his own, ancient and immense, curious and calm. Ghost padded forward, nose twitching. The direwolf sniffed at the eggs, then lay down beside them, as if to guard the unborn hatchlings from the cold. "They're not afraid of us," Jon said quietly. "They know we're Starks." Ned nodded. "Blood calls to blood," the old wives say. "I begin to believe them." He knelt beside Jon, examining the eggs more closely. Their shells were marbled with blue and white, veined like frozen rivers. But there was warmth in them, a steady, pulsing heat that had nothing to do with the air. Ned reached out, resting his hand beside Jon's, and together they watched the frost recede from the nearest egg. A single crack appeared, thin as a hair, running from top to bottom. Ned drew back, startled. Jon's eyes widened in wonder. "It's hatching," Jon whispered. "Father." Ned placed a steadying hand on Jon's shoulder. "Wait." The crack widened. For a moment, the cavern was utterly silent. Then the shell split, and from within emerged a creature no bigger than a hawk, slick with frost. Its wings folded tight against its body. It blinked up at them with pale blue eyes, its scales gleaming like shards of ice. The hatchling regarded Jon, then Ned, and let out a soft musical trill that echoed around the cavern. Its breath frosted the air, filling the cavern with glittering motes. Jon reached out a trembling hand. The hatchling nudged his palm, its scales cool and smooth. Ghost whined, nudging Jon's other hand. The direwolf seemed unafraid, even protective, as if the hatchling belonged to the pack. Ned's heart pounded. He knelt beside Jon, awed by the impossible sight. The old tales came rushing back. The king who rode an ice dragon to the wall, the lord who called snowstorms to shield Winterfell from southern invaders, the pact between wolf and dragon that bound the north to the old gods. "This is a sign," Ned murmured. "The blood of the first men still runs strong in our veins." Jon smiled, wonder shining in his eyes. "What should we call her?" Ned hesitated. In the old tongue, they called the great ice river Iriduron, the shining flow. "Let that be her name." Jon nodded solemnly. "Iriduron." The hatchling trilled, as if approving, then stretched her wings. Frost patterns bloomed across the stone floor, and the air shimmered with strange light. Jon cradled the dragon gently, feeling her weight settle against his chest. Ghost pressed closer, and for a moment Ned saw the three of them, boy, wolf, and dragon, joined by an invisible thread of fate. They sat in silence, watching the other eggs. Ned felt the pulse of life in them, slow and patient, waiting for the right hour. He wondered if the others would hatch in time, or if Iriduron was meant to be the first, a herald of things to come. "We must keep her secret," Ned said at last. "If word spreads, there will be those who come seeking power. Maester Leuven would be afraid. The king would want her for his own. Even the old gods may not protect us if we are careless." Jon nodded. "I'll hide her in the crypts. I'll come down at night, feed her, keep her warm." Ned smiled, pride and anxiety mingling. "You're a Stark. You know how to keep secrets." "Not for me." As they left the cavern, Jon held Iriduron close, her small body hidden beneath his cloak. Ghost padded at his side, silent and watchful. Ned led the way, the rope their guide, the memory of frost and dragonfire burning in his mind. That night, Jon did not sleep. He sat beside the hatchling in the crypts, feeding her scraps of raw meat stolen from the kitchens. She ate eagerly, her teeth sharp, her eyes never leaving his. When she was done, she curled up against Ghost, the two creatures forming a knot of warmth and pale fur. Jon stroked her back, marveling at the delicate pattern of scales, the faint blue glow that pulsed beneath her skin. He whispered stories to her, of the old kings, of direwolves, of winter nights by the fire. Iriduron listened, her breath frosting the air in tiny clouds. As dawn broke, Jon slipped back to his chamber, leaving Iriduron and Ghost in the darkness. He moved quietly through the halls, careful not to wake Robb or the girls. When he lay down at last, sleep claimed him instantly, filled with dreams of flying over endless snows, the wind in his hair, a dragon's song in his ears. The days that followed were a blur of anxious routine. Jon trained with Robb, dined with his siblings, sat in the great hall as Lord Stark heard petitions. Yet his thoughts were always half below, with Iriduron in the secret dark. Each night, he crept down with food and fresh straw, watching as she grew stronger, wings stretching, eyes sharper, breath colder. Ghost watched over her faithfully. Sometimes, Jon found them curled together, Wolf's head resting atop Dragon's neck. The bond between them deepened, as if Iriduron had become another sibling, neither beast nor pet, but something altogether new. Ned, for his part, studied the runes in every spare moment. He pored over old books in the library, cross-referencing what little remained of the First Men's language. He sought patterns, meanings, warnings. The more he learned, the more uneasy he became. The tales were clear. Ice dragons were both blessing and curse. They brought winter, yes, but also guarded against darkness. They obeyed only those who bore the blood of the wolf. On the third night, as Ned prepared for bed, a knock sounded at his door. He opened it to find Jon, pale and drawn. "She's restless," Jon whispered. "Something's changed. I think another is going to hatch." Ned pulled on his cloak and followed Jon through the sleeping castle. They slipped into the crypts, lanterns dimmed, hearts pounding. The air below was colder than before, crackling with tension. In the cavern, Iriduron paced anxiously, frost steaming from her nostrils. Ghost stood guard by the eggs, hackles raised. The largest egg trembled, cracks appearing along its shell. Jon knelt beside it, whispering soft words. The egg split open, spilling a rush of cold air and light. The creature that emerged was twice the size of Iriduron, its scales a deeper blue, its eyes fierce and bright. It stretched its wings, beating them once, twice, sending shards of ice swirling. Jon stared in awe. "He's different. Stronger. Do you think he'll fight with Iriduron?" Iriduron approached her sibling cautiously. For a moment, the two dragons stared at each other, breath mingling in twin clouds. Then, as if in silent agreement, they pressed their snouts together, and the tension melted. The new hatchling settled beside Iriduron, curling his tail around hers. Ned watched, relief and apprehension in equal measure. "You must name him," Jon thought for a moment. "Vaegrin, old tongue for storm surge. He feels like a storm." Ned nodded. Vaegrin. The bond between Jon and the dragons deepened with each day. He learned to feed them, to calm them when they grew restless, to soothe their squabbles with a word or a touch. He kept their existence hidden, trusting only Ghost. And in time, Ned. The others suspected nothing. Robb was too busy with swordplay, Arya with her mischief, Sansa with her dreams of court. Yet outside Winterfell, the world was changing. Word reached them of wildlings moving in the far north, of strange lights beyond the wall, of a cold deeper than any in living memory. Old Nan muttered that the long night was returning, and the Maester counseled patience and prayer. Ned listened, and he worried. He and Jon spent hours in the cavern, deciphering the runes. They found a warning. If the dragons were woken by greed, by anger, by anything less than love and duty, they would bring ruin, not salvation. Only the blood of wolf and the heart of ice could bind them. The runes promised that when the dead walked, the dragons would shield the living. As the days grew shorter and the winds colder, Jon's dreams grew wilder. He flew on dragonback above endless snows, saw blue-eyed shadows marching south, heard the heart tree's song in the rush of wings. Ned dreamed, too, of darkness gathering, of fire and frost locked in battle. of a boy with a dragon's heart and a wolf's courage leading the north to safety. They knew the hour was not yet come, but the time would not wait forever. Jon tended Iridoron and Vaegrin as they grew, teaching them to trust, to obey, to hide when danger threatened. Ned prepared as best he could, stockpiling food, training the guard, reinforcing the walls. One night, as Jon watched his dragon slumber, ghost at his side, he heard a sound, soft, uncertain. Footsteps in the crypt, hesitant, growing closer. He tensed, reaching for Iridoron. A small figure appeared. Bran, his eyes wide with curiosity and fear. "Jon, what are you doing here?" Bran whispered, peering into the gloom. Jon hesitated. He could lie, send Bran away, but the bond between brothers was strong. He beckoned Bran closer. "Come quietly," Jon whispered. "I want to show you something. But you must promise and never speak of it to anyone." Bran nodded, solemn as a grown man. Jon led him to the dragons, heart pounding. Bran stared in wonder. Are they real?" Jon nodded. "As real as you and me, but you must never tell." "Bran." Bran's eyes shone with awe and terror. He knelt beside Iridoron, who sniffed him cautiously, then accepted his touch. "I dreamed of them," Bran whispered. "Last night, I dreamed they flew above the wall and melted the ice, and the dead ran from their shadows." Jon's breath caught. He glanced at Ned, who had entered silently, watching the boys from the shadows. "It's starting, isn't it?" Jon said quietly. Ned nodded, his face grave. "The signs are there. The wildlings flee something they will not name. The ravens bring strange tales. When the time comes, you must be ready." "Jon?" Jon squeezed Bran's hand. "You'll help me, won't you?" Bran nodded fiercely. "We Starks, this is our home. We'll fight for it." Ned stepped forward, resting a hand on both boys' shoulders. The three of them stood together. Dragons and direwolf gathered around them. The ancient stone of Winterfell, humming with the promise of things to come. In the deep places of the world, ice shifted and groaned. The hour of secrets was ending. The age of dragons and wolves was about to begin. Winter was coming, but so was hope, cold and bright, born in darkness, waiting for the moment when the blood of the North would rise to meet it. Gay. Indeed. The days that followed became an exercise in vigilance and wonder, as Jon and Bran returned again and again to the caverns beneath Winterfell, the ancient stones sealing them from the world above. Bran's presence changed the delicate balance. He was younger, more impulsive, yet his connection to the old gods was deeper than even Jon had guessed. Sometimes, as they knelt by the dragons and traced the icy runes, Bran would go strangely quiet, his eyes gone distant and glassy, his breathing slow and measured. Jon would watch over him, uncertain whether to wake him or wait, but always, when Bran returned to himself, he would have new insights, new warnings, new dreams. The dragons grew rapidly, each day bringing new inches, new confidence. Iridoron's scales gained a glassy sheen that caught the lantern light and flung it in blue-white fire across the chamber. Vaegrin's wings stretched wider than a banner now, and when he spread them, Jon felt the wind rise in the cavern, a memory of distant storms. There were nights when Jon thought he heard the stone itself groaning under their weight, the keep above shifting to accommodate the secret life stirring beneath its heart. They had almost forgotten the other eggs, those that slumbered in the shadow of their siblings, cold and still and unbroken. But one morning, Bran awoke breathless, shivering with excitement. "The third is coming," he told Jon. "I saw it in my dream. There were 3 dragons circling the tower. I heard its song. It's lonely. Nawa." Jon brought food and fresh water, and spent the night in the crypt, sitting cross-legged with Iridoron and Vaegrin curled close. Bran sat beside him, clutching his knees to his chest, the fur of his cloak wrapped tight. Ghost lingered on the edge of the lantern light, his ears flicking back and forth, alert for any hint of danger. The crypt air felt tense, charged, every stone humming with silent anticipation. When the egg cracked, it was with a sound like splitting ice. The shell fractured and fell away in glittering shards, and from within spilled a coil of pure white, slick and delicate, its scales shimmering faintly green in the shadows. This dragon was smaller than the others, its head narrower, its movements quick and darting. Bran named her Winterfell, snow song in the tongue of the old gods. She was shy at first, hiding beneath Iriduron's wing, but when Jon and Bran stroked her back and spoke softly, she emerged, blinking large eyes the color of frost-bitten moss. Ghost nosed her gently, and she nuzzled against his muzzle, their breaths mingling in icy mist. Word of new trouble reached Winterfell that week. Wildlings spotted at the edge of the gift, burning an abandoned holdfast and leaving strange marks behind. The small folk whispered of blue-eyed shadows seen in the woods, of animals slaughtered and left in the snow. Ned received the news in grim silence, sharing only the barest details with Jon, but Jon saw the worry darken his father's eyes. The Stark household felt the change too, though they could not name its cause. Robb's training grew fiercer, his temper shorter. Arya was restless, slipping from lessons to vanish for hours in the corridors or along the battlements, always returning with snow in her hair and bruises on her shins. Sansa complained of chills and nightmares. Even Rickon seemed affected, waking in the night and howling until Maester Luwin calmed him. Jon watched his siblings and felt the burden of knowledge press heavier. He wanted to share the secret, to draw Robb into their confidence, to let Arya meet the dragons and teach her how to move unseen in the darkness below. But Ned was adamant. Not yet, he warned. Secrets multiply, and each mouth that knows is another risk. The dragons are hope, but hope can turn to fear in the wrong hands. Wait, trust me, Jon, trust the old gods. Jon trusted, but the waiting gnawed at him. He spent his nights beneath the castle, training the dragons to obey simple commands, feeding them from his own hands, speaking to them in soft, urgent tones. Bran watched and learned, his connection to the dragons growing deeper each day. Sometimes, Jon would find Bran with his eyes closed, hand pressed to Iriduron's flank, lost in some silent communion. When Bran returned to himself, he would be changed, older, wiser, marked by things seen only in dream. One morning, Bran woke Jon with a start. "It's close," he said, voice low. "I saw the wall in my dreams. I saw men dying in the snow, fighting shadows. The dragons were there, but not enough, not awake, not strong. We have to help them." Jon's breath caught. "The wall? Are you certain?" Bran nodded. "There was a man with black hair. He was calling for help. I think he was a Stark. Not you. Not Robb. Someone else. Many." Ned listened to Bran's dream and fell silent, staring into the flames. At last he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "Benjen," he said. "My brother. He took the black, long before you were born. If Bran saw him in his dreams, the danger must be near." He laid a hand on Jon's shoulder. "We must prepare. The dragons are not ready to face the world. But if the wall falls..." He let the words hang. Jon thought of Benjen, whom he barely remembered, and felt a knot of dread tighten inside him. The secret beneath Winterfell was theirs, but if the wall truly was threatened, what then? What use were hidden dragons against an enemy that did not fear cold or steel? That night, Jon and Bran brought Winterfell to the upper tunnels, where the air was fresher, the stone less cold. The little dragon darted from shadow to shadow, her scales blending into the frost, her movements quick as a mouse. Ghost guarded her, wary of every sound. As dawn broke, Jon heard the soft scrape of footsteps in the corridor. He spun, ready to shield Winterfell with his body. But it was only Arya, barefoot and shivering, her hair tangled, eyes wide with suspicion. "You're hiding something," she whispered. "You and Bran. I saw you sneaking out. What is it? Tell me." Jon wavered. Arya's stubbornness was legendary, her loyalty absolute. He glanced at Bran, who only nodded. "Come," Jon said quietly. "But you must swear. On the heart tree, on your wolf's blood, You must never tell." Arya's eyes widened, but she nodded, fierce and certain. "I swear it." They led her to the caverns. Arya gasped when she saw the dragons. All three gathered around Jon and Bran, their scales glimmering in the dimness, their breaths curling in pale blue fog. Iridoran cocked her head, examining Arya with ancient, curious eyes. Vaegrin spread his wings, stirring a breeze that lifted Arya's hair and made her laugh in disbelief. "They're real," Arya breathed. "Gods, Jon. What are they?" Jon knelt, beckoning her closer. "Ice dragons. They hatched for us Starks, I think. Bran says they're tied to our blood." Arya grinned. "Fearless. Can I touch them?" Winterfell approached, nosing Arya's hand with delicate caution. Arya stroked her gently, her face alight with awe and wonder. That day marked a change. Arya became part of their secret world, helping Jon feed and clean the dragons, learning the runes from Bran, inventing games that involved chasing Winterfell through the winding tunnels. She named the passageways, mapped the safest routes to the surface, discovered hidden nooks where the dragons could rest undisturbed. In those days, Jon felt hope kindle within him. The bond between them was strong. 3 siblings, 3 dragons, united by a secret as old as Winterfell itself. Yet the world above grew darker. Ned received more troubling messages. Refugees from the gift-seeking shelter. Brothers of the Night's Watch sending ravens warning of things that could not be named. The villagers whispered that winter had come early. Old Nan muttered of dead things in the woods. Jon found Ned one night, standing by the heart tree, looking older and more careworn than ever. "They are ready," Jon said quietly. "If you give the word, we'll fly north. We'll find Benjen. We'll help the Watch." Ned shook his head, his voice thick with sorrow. "Not yet. A secret weapon must remain hidden until the last moment. If the South learns of our dragons, the North will burn. The time will come, Jon. When it does, you will know." Jon returned to the caverns, uneasy. That night, his sleep was filled with dreams of snow and darkness, of great wings beating above a frozen forest, of a pale face watching him through the ice. He woke shivering, certain that time was slipping away. Bran was already awake, staring into the dark. "I dreamed of the last egg," Bran said. "It's going to hatch soon. But not for us. For Rickon." Jon frowned. "Rickon's a child." Bran shook his head, his expression distant and strange. "The dragons choose. The old gods choose. Blood and fate. You'll see." He was right. 2 nights later, Jon awoke to the sound of footsteps in the passage. He crept out, sword in hand, and found Rickon standing in the cold, his hair wild, eyes wide with fright and excitement. Shaggy Dog slunk at his heels, fur bristling. "I heard them singing," Rickon said. "They called me." Jon knelt, gathering Rickon in his arms. "You must be quiet. The dragons are shy." "Bower." They brought Rickon to the cavern, and as soon as he entered, the last egg cracked. The dragon that emerged was small and fierce, scales as dark as storm clouds, eyes bright as embers. Rickon laughed, fearless, and the dragon answered with a burst of icy breath. Bran smiled, tears on his cheeks. "His name is Hranar. Night Wind, he's Rickon's." Rickon cradled Hranar, oblivious to the cold, his laughter echoing through the stone. Jon watched and felt a strange comfort. The circle was complete. 4 dragons, 4 wolves, 4 Stark children, bound together by blood and secret purpose. The dragons grew swiftly, their strength and intelligence unmistakable. Jon trained them relentlessly, teaching them to respond to whistle and word, to come when called, to hide when strangers approached. He fashioned harnesses from old leather, taught Iridoran and Vaegrin to bear his weight, then Arya's and Bran's, until flying became as natural as riding a horse. Winterfell preferred Bran, gliding silently at his command, vanishing into the mists like a wraith. Hranar grew wild and willful, loyal only to Rickon, who alone could calm his rages. As winter deepened, the need for secrecy became ever more urgent. Ned posted extra guards at the crypts, claimed the passageways were unsafe, forbidden to all but the most trusted. Luwin questioned, Sansa grew suspicious, Robb brooded. But none could pierce the circle of trust. The secret held. Yet the outside world pressed closer. Ravens from the wall spoke of death and terror. Patrols vanished, shadows moving in the night. The wildlings driven south by horrors, even they would not name. Old Nan whispered of white shadows. And the long night returned. One evening, Jon found Ned by the fire, hands trembling. "It's time," Ned said softly. "The wall cannot stand alone. You must go, Jon. Take the dragons. Find Benjen. Save what you can. If you fail, Winterfell will be our last hope." Jon bowed his head, feeling the weight of centuries settle on his shoulders. "We'll go tonight." He gathered Bran, Arya, and Rickon, told them all that their journey had come. They dressed in furs, saddled their dragons in the dark. Ghost, Shaggy Dog, and Nymeria padded at their heels. Jon hugged Ned tight, feeling the tremor in his father's arms. "Keep Winterfell safe," Jon whispered. Ned nodded, tears glinting in his eyes. "Remember who you are. Remember why we keep secrets." They slipped out under cover of snow and darkness. 4 children and 4 dragons, rising silently above the battlements. The cold wind bit their cheeks, but the warmth of the dragons' bodies shielded them from the worst of it. They flew north, over the dark woods, over white fields, toward the wall and the gathering storm. Beneath them, Winterfell slumbered, its stones guarding a secret that was no longer hidden. In the darkness below, the heart tree whispered its blessings. The old gods watching, silent and eternal. As the children of Stark rose to meet their fate, the wall loomed ahead, a ribbon of white fire against the black sky, torches burning on its ramparts, figures moving like ants far below. As they approached, Jon felt the dragons' excitement, fear and anticipation mingling, a song rising in their throats. Ghost howled, and his cry was echoed by wolves below, as if all the north answered. They circled once, twice, then descended in a rush of cold air and blue fire. Brothers of the Night's Watch scattered, shouting in alarm, but Jon and Bran called out, voices steady, names carried on the wind. Benjen was there, his face pale with disbelief, arms wide to receive them. Jon landed first, Iridorn crouching low, wings shielding him from the wind. He ran to Benjen, embraced him, felt the relief and wonder in his uncle's arms. "You've come," Benjen said, voice choked with gratitude. "Gods, Jon. What have you brought?" "Hope," Jon answered, "and Winterfell's last secret." As dawn broke, the dragons spread their wings above the wall, their song rising to meet the sun. Jon looked north, into the darkness, and knew that the battle was only beginning. But for the first time he did not fear. The blood of the wolf and the fire of the dragon ran together in his veins, and as long as that bond endured, the north would stand. Winter was coming, but so were the dragons. And with them, hope, the cold, bright promise of a new beginning, born from the oldest magic the world had ever known. Oh, Ka. Jon stood with Benjen atop the wall, the first rays of the rising sun blazing across a frozen world. Iridorn crouched behind him, great head raised to scan the endless expanse of white and blue, her crystalline eyes blinking slow in the cold dawn. The wind was a ceaseless roar, but Jon hardly noticed it now. Every part of him, skin, bone, blood, thrummed with a strange sense of purpose, the old god's will stirring at last in the marrow of a Stark. Benjen's face was drawn and weather-beaten, blue eyes sunk deep in shadow. But there was pride there too, and disbelief not yet fully faded. He turned from the vista to Jon, voice tight with awe. "I thought I'd seen every wonder the north could offer. Then you came riding dragons." Jon managed a thin, weary smile. "They're more than dragons, Uncle. They're part of us. Old magic. Older than even Winterfell. We brought them because the wall is in danger, because you called, or someone did, in our dreams. Nan." He glanced behind to where Bran stood with Arya and Rickon, their faces white in the shadow of Winterfell and Rhaenyra. Ghost and Shaggy Dog paced the parapet, hackles high, teeth bared at the wind. The Watch brothers kept their distance, crossing themselves, muttering prayers, but a few, braver or more desperate than the rest, watched with hope glinting in their eyes. Benjen shook his head, gaze fixed now on the horizon. You came not a moment too soon. The dead are moving. Wildlings fled before them, and we lost 3 patrols in the last fortnight. And last night, his voice faltered. Last night, one came to the gate. A brother. We buried 2 days past. Dan Himwal. John swallowed, remembering old Nan's tales. Remembering Sam's letter that Maester Aemon read in a trembling voice in the solar. Did you burn him? Benjen nodded. We had no choice, but there are more. Too many for fire alone. He looked to the dragons, snow swirling around them, breath steaming in the cold. Are they ready, John? John looked at Iriduran, feeling her presence in his mind like a distant thunderstorm. Immense, wild, barely tamed. Vagrant paced, tail lashing, eager for action. Winterfell hovered protectively near Bran, her eyes never still. Hranar, Rickon's wild companion, snapped at snowflakes and whined for flight. They are ready, John said, but his voice carried all the uncertainty and fear he felt. Or they must be. We have no other choice. Benjen placed a hand on John's shoulder, squeezing hard. Whatever comes, you are a Stark. Whatever happens, remember, this is your home. Namni Dasor. Band. John nodded. We'll do what we must. We'll fight. He gathered his siblings on the southern side of the wall. Out of the worst of the wind, the dragons gathered around like an honor guard. Benjen joined them, and a few of the Black Brothers, grizzled veterans, silent as the grave, stood by, eyes never leaving the beasts. John saw Sam among them, round and pale, clutching a book to his chest, awe and terror mingling in his gaze. Bran spoke first, his voice thin but unwavering. We must scout. The dreams say the dead gather in the haunted forest, not far from the lake. They are led by one stronger than the rest. A Night's King, maybe, or something older. Demterud. John nodded, considering. We should go on Dragonback. Arya, you and Vagrant with me. Bran Winterfell can take you. Rickon, wide-eyed and shivering but fierce as ever, grinned. I'll fly with Hranar. He's fast. Benjen started to protest, but John raised a hand. If they want Rickon, they'll have to go through his dragon first. Besides, the dragons will not be parted from us. It's their way. Dendaber. Arya grinned, pulling her hood tight against the wind. Let's go then. If death is coming, let it see the Starks in the sky. John laughed. The sound strange and wild in the wind. Mount up. He swung onto Iriduran's back, hands buried in the dragon's icy mane. Arya vaulted up behind him on Vagrant, her laughter carrying on the air. Bran climbed onto Winterfell, the smallest but the most cunning of the brood, and Rickon wrestled with Hranar, whose wild spirit matched his own. Ghost and Shaggy Dog howled, their voices echoing across the wall. Benjen watched, hand raised in farewell, pride shining through his sorrow. The dragons leaped into the sky as one, wings beating with the sound of thunder. They soared above the wall, the world falling away beneath them, the frozen land stretching out in all directions, empty, endless, full of menace and wonder. John looked down, heart pounding, as the shadow of Iriduran passed over the ruined watchtowers and the black line of the King's Road. The wind stung his eyes, but he could see for miles. Ice-blue lakes, snow-choked valleys, the faint trace of a fire in the distance, and far to the north, a line of dark figures moving through the woods. The dead. More than 100, maybe 2. Their shapes blurred by snow and shadow, but unmistakable. Slow, relentless, marching ever south. John guided Iriduran lore, Arya clutching his waist, Vagrant circling close. Bran and Rickon flanked him, the dragons moving with uncanny coordination, silent as ghosts. They landed on a rise overlooking the lake, the dragons settling with a crunch of ice and a ripple of frost through the air. John dismounted, Arya at his side, both scanning the woods for movement. Bran climbed down, face pale but resolute, and Rickon slid off Hranar's back, teeth chattering in excitement. The silence was heavy, oppressive, broken only by the dragon's slow breaths and the distant creak of frozen trees. "They're close," Bran whispered. "I can feel them, like a shadow at the edge of my mind." Jon nodded, unsheathing his sword. Arya did the same, her blade catching the weak sun. Rickon crouched, ready, Hranar snarling quietly. A shape appeared at the edge of the trees. A man, or what had been a man. Blue eyes burning in a face white as bone. More followed, a procession of the dead, weapons clutched in frozen hands, silent, relentless, unstoppable. Jon raised his sword. "Bran, now!" Bran knelt, pressing his palm to the ground. Winterfell bent her head, eyes burning, and a wave of cold swept out from her. A shock of blue fire and frost that rolled over the first rank of the dead, freezing them solid, shattering them to dust. The rest hesitated, as if confused by this magic. But then a new figure appeared, taller than the rest, crowned in ice, a sword of black glass in his hand. His eyes fixed on Jon, cold intelligence burning there. Jon felt Irildur tense behind him, her scales bristling. The Night's King, if that's what he was, raised his sword, and the dead surged forward. "Now!" Jon shouted. The dragons leaped into action, Irildur unleashing a torrent of blue flame, Vaegrin beating his wings to send a gale of ice shards into the enemy. Winterfell danced through the trees, her breath freezing the ground, while Hranar leaped at the whites, teeth flashing, claws tearing through ice and bone. Arya fought at Jon's side, swift and deadly, her blade singing in the cold air. Rickon rode Hranar through the ranks of the dead, fearless, laughing as his dragons scattered corpses like toys. Bran stood with Winterfell, eyes rolled back, lost in the power of the old gods. For a moment, Jon felt hope. The dead could not stand before the dragons, their magic too strong, their bond unbreakable. The Night's King faltered, his sword raised, uncertain. But then the sky darkened, clouds racing overhead, and a wind colder than death swept down from the north. The Night's King spoke, his voice a crack of thunder, and new shapes emerged from the shadows. Direwolves made of ice, white bears with blue eyes, things from nightmares given flesh. The dragons hesitated, uncertain. Jon called to Irildur, willing her to trust, to fight. She roared, unleashing her fury, and the battle was joined in earnest. The world became a blur of snow and blood and flame. Jon fought, Arya at his side, Irildur and Vaegrin unleashing torrents of ice and fire, the dead falling and rising again. Bran's voice rose in song, an old language, calling the power of the heart tree, the old gods themselves. Rickon rode Hranar into the thick of the battle, the wild dragon tearing whites apart, shaggy dogs snapping at their heels. Ghost fought too, silent and deadly, never leaving Jon's side. Bran staggered, blood running from his nose, his eyes wild. "Jon," he cried, "we must bind them. The Night's King. He's tied to the magic. Break him and the rest will fall." Jon nodded, pushing through the melee, Arya clearing a path. Irildur leaped forward, wings beating, jaws snapping. Jon raised his sword, calling on every memory, every lesson, every ounce of stark courage. The Night's King met him, sword against sword, the clash echoing in the stillness. Ice met steel, and for a moment, time stopped. Jon felt the old god surge in his veins, the power of Winterfell, the bond of wolf and dragon. He shouted, driving his blade through the Night's King's chest. Irildur's blue fire roaring around them. The Night's King screamed, a sound of agony and fury, and shattered into 1,000 shards of ice. The dead faltered, collapsed, fell into dust. The direwolves and bears melted away. The sky cleared, and silence returned. Jon dropped to his knees, spent. Irildur curled around him, Arya at his side, Bran and Rickon running to embrace him. The dragons gathered close, their breath mingling in the cold air. Benjen arrived, wide-eyed, brothers of the watch behind him. He stared at the dragons, at the shattered corpses, at Jon and his siblings. "You did it," he whispered. "Gods, Jon, you did it." Jon looked at his siblings, at the dragons, at the endless sky. We did it. All of us. Stark blood. Dragon fire, the North endures. They returned to the wall in triumph, the dragons soaring above, their song echoing across the land. The Watch hailed them as heroes, the word spreading swiftly. Winterfell's children had saved the North, riding dragons of ice and fire, wielding a magic older than memory. But Jon knew it was not over. The world had changed. The South would come, seeking power, seeking dragons. Winterfell's secret was a secret no longer. That night, as the dragon slept beside the wall, Jon stood with his siblings atop the battlements. Bran stared into the dark, Arya held his hand. Rickon leaned against Rhaenyra. "What now?" Arya asked softly. Jon looked north, where the aurora danced on the horizon, and south, where the first glimmers of torchlight betrayed a world awakening to new hope and new danger. "Now," Jon said, "we protect the North. We keep faith with our blood and our gods. We remember who we are. Young dust. And in the cold, wild wind, with dragons at their backs and wolves at their side, the Starks prepared to face whatever storms the future might bring." Algway. The words spread like wildfire along the wall, and through the snowbound valleys of the North, dragons had come. Not of fire, but of ice, and the dead had been swept away in a night of fury and ancient song. At first the rumors seemed too wild to be believed, dismissed as mead dreams, or the ramblings of men too long in the cold. But then, the Black brothers themselves spoke of what they'd seen. They told of the Stark children riding upon beasts of winter, of blue fire that shattered wights and iceborne monsters, of the Night's King undone by a wolf-blooded youth who wielded not just a sword, but something older, deeper, a magic drawn up from the bones of the land. The North listened, and the North remembered. At Winterfell, the old halls rang with the news. Ravens arrived daily, some from the wall with terse ink-blotted accounts, some from lords of distant keeps who demanded answers. Sansa read the letters by candlelight, brow furrowed, her world upended yet again. Maester Luwin paced his chamber, consulting old scrolls and whispering of prophecy. Robb's anger melted into wonder and pride, and the small folk whispered that House Stark was touched by the old gods and that Winterfell would endure whatever came. But the world outside Winterfell did not pause in awe. Power and fear moved in tandem, and south of the Neck, there were those who saw only opportunity. Jon and his siblings rested a single night at the wall. The dragons curled in the snow like living mounds of crystal and frost, their breath pluming upward in spectral banners. The Black brothers kept their distance, save for Benjen, who watched over the children, as if he could shield them from the weight of what they had become. Ghost and Shaggy Dog patrolled the perimeter, while Nymeria, having tracked Arya sent across half the North, had joined them, yellow eyes gleaming in the moonlight. In the cold blue dawn, Jon stood with Benjen atop the wall, looking south. The relief of victory was already fading beneath the fresh weight of leadership. Bran sat cross-legged in the lee of a merlon. Winnefar's long neck curled protectively around him. Arya, never one to sit still, practiced sword forms with Rickon and Robb's battered wooden blade, while Vaegrin and Rhaenyra played at mock combat, swirling up snow with each wing beat. Benjen clapped Jon on the shoulder. "You've done what no man could. But you know what comes next, don't you?" Jon nodded, lips pressed tight. The dead were not the only danger. The dragons, their return changes everything. Benjen's eyes were grave. "You must return to Winterfell. The king will hear of this. The lords of the south will come. Power always calls to power, and not all will come as friends." "Nay." Jon looked at his family. "We'll protect our own. We'll teach the dragons to trust, to hide when needed, and when the world demands proof, let them see that the North remembers its oaths." Benjen smiled faintly. "You sound like your father." That night, they rode the dragons home. Jon astride Iriduron, Bran behind Winifred, Arya riding with Rickon on Vaegrin's broad back, Rhaenyra soaring restless and wild above them all. The journey southward was swift and silent. The land changed beneath them. rivers locked in ice, forests heavy with snow. The villages clustered in torchlit silence as the great shadows swept overhead. At Winterfell, the old gates opened before them. Robb waited in the yard, eyes wide, sword at his side. Sansa stood beside him, wrapped in her mother's furs, her face pale but determined. Maester Luwin hurried to meet them. And behind him the castle folk gathered, mouths open in awe and terror. The dragons landed with thunderous grace, their claws biting into the stone. Snow spun upward in sparkling clouds, and the direwolves howled their greeting. Jon slid from Iridoran's back, boots crunching on the packed earth, and strode to his brother. Robb pulled him into a rough embrace. "I thought I'd never see you again." Jon hugged him back, eyes stinging. "You'll never lose me, Robb. Not now." Sansa approached, hesitant. Bran moved to her side, Winifred's head dipping low, and Sansa reached out, hand trembling, to stroke the dragon's brow. "They're beautiful," she whispered, voice filled with wonder and dread. Maester Luwin knelt, lips moving in silent prayer. Arya swept past them all, face alight. "Wait till you see what Hranar can do." For days, Winterfell was transformed. The dragons made their lair in the ancient godswood, curling around the heart tree, their scales blending with the frost-laden branches. The wolves guarded them fiercely, and soon the children of the keep began to leave small offerings. Scraps of food, carved trinkets, blue flowers plucked from beneath the snow. Jon and Bran watched over the dragons, teaching them to trust the people of Winterfell, but warning them against strangers. But peace was short-lived. Word reached Winterfell that riders had been seen on the King's Road. Banners snapping in the wind, gold lions, red roses, and the crowned stag of Baratheon. The king himself was coming north, and with him, half the might of the south. In the great hall, Ned Stark convened his council. Jon sat at his right, Robb at his left, Sansa beside Maester Luwin, Arya glowering in the shadows. Bran sat quietly, Winifred's pale tail curled around his chair. Rickon fidgeted. Too young to understand, but not too young to sense the tension that knotted the air. Ned's voice was low and steady. "Robert comes not as a friend, but as a king who fears what he cannot control. He'll want the dragons, or worse, he'll want to destroy them, claim them in the name of the realm." Robb's jaw clenched. "Let him try. The North is strong." Ned shook his head. "We cannot stand alone, not yet. We must bide our time. The dragons must remain hidden until the moment demands it." Jon spoke, voice clear. "We can hide them in the crypts again. There are passages even the oldest maps do not show." Arya grinned. "I'll keep watch. No one gets past me." Sansa's face was troubled. "What if they search the castle? What if the queen brings her own sorcerers?" Maester Luwin coughed. "The old magic is stronger here than in the south. The heart tree will protect what is sacred." Bran nodded, eyes shining with a light beyond his years. "The old gods are with us." The plan was set. As the banners of the south drew nearer, Jon and Bran led the dragons through secret doors, down winding stairs, lit only by memory and the pale blue glow of dragon eyes. Iridoran went first, her head bowed, followed by Vaegrin and Hranar. Winifred came last, pausing at each turn to brush her nose against the rough stone, as if she too remembered the ancient blood that had carved these halls. Robb, Arya, and Ghost took up positions as guards, using the old signals from their childhood games to pass messages from the gates to the crypts. Sansa watched from the windows, counting the banners as they appeared on the horizon. Baratheon, Lannister, Tyrell, and others she did not know. The king arrived in a storm of gold and velvet, his retinue filling Winterfell's courtyards with laughter, suspicion, and the cold stink of southern ambition. Robert Baratheon embraced Ned with tears in his eyes, but his gaze wandered, restless and searching. Cersei Lannister surveyed the hall like a hawk, her children trailing after her, Joffrey's eyes narrow and cruel. For 3 days, the South ruled Winterfell. Feasts, councils, tournaments, a show of unity, a test of loyalty. Robert pressed Ned for answers. "Is it true, old friend? Have your children tamed the last of the dragons?" "Then it cannot have. Grand." Ned's eyes were steady. "You know the North, Robert. We have always kept our secrets." The Queen's men searched the grounds, questioned the small folk, but found nothing. Arya led them in circles. Bran clouded their minds with half-remembered dreams, and the wolves prowled the periphery, unseen but ever present. On the fourth night, as the hall echoed with song and the wind howled around the towers, Jon crept into the crypts. He found Bran there, kneeling before the tomb of their father's father, Winifred's eyes glowing in the dark. "They're restless," Bran whispered. "They feel the south drawing near." Jon knelt beside him. "We must be ready. If the king demands proof, we give him only what he must see. The rest remains hidden." Bran nodded. "The dragons know. The old gods know. We'll hold fast." Above them, Winterfell slept uneasy. In the morning, the king called for a hunt, and Jon rode beside him, listening as Robert reminisced about dragons and rebellion, about the dreams of youth that had faded in the long years of rule. At the feast that night, Cersei cornered Sansa in the gallery, her voice soft and full of venom. "You're a clever girl, Sansa. Tell me, where are the dragon?" Sansa curtsied, her face a mask. "In the songs, your grace. In the stories we tell to frighten children. The North is full of tales." Cersei's eyes narrowed. "The North is full of secrets." The days passed. The South grew restless, the king's men muttering of shadows and strange cries in the night. Jaime Lannister lingered by the godswood, his hand on the pommel of his sword, his golden hair shining in the gray light. Jon met him once, by the old well. Jaime smiled thinly. "You look like a Stark, but you ride like a dragon lord." Jon said nothing. Jaime's eyes lingered a moment longer, then he walked away, laughter echoing in the cold. The final day came. The king announced his departure, the lords of the South gathering their banners, their faces tight with frustration and fear. Only Robert lingered, his hand on Ned's arm. "If there are dragons, Ned, use them well. The realm will need them, if the darkness returns." Ned embraced his friend. Sorrow and understanding between them. "The North remembers Robert. We always will." The South departed. Winterfell exhaled, the tension easing, but the knowledge remained. The secret was safe, for now, but the world was watching. Jon and his siblings returned to the crypts, the dragons greeting them with low trills and clouds of cold breath. Bran smiled, Winifred curling around his shoulders. "They know we are ready," Bran whispered. Jon knelt beside Iriduran, stroking her icy scales. He looked at his brothers and sisters, the wolves and dragons, the ancient stones of Winterfell. "We are Starks," he said quietly. "This is our home. Whatever comes, we will face it together." And in the darkness, beneath the heart tree's silent gaze, the dragons stirred, dreaming of skies yet unclaimed, and of the day when their song would rise, cold and clear, to meet whatever storm the world would send. Nadamayaro. Deep winter pressed hard against the walls of Winterfell, snow climbing in thick drifts along the battlements, ice webbing the ancient stones. The sky remained sullen and low, hiding the sun for days at a stretch, but the hearths inside burned warm. In the silence after the southern banners had departed, Ned Stark called his children to the solar, closing the heavy door behind them. The firelight flickered over faces marked by secrets and resolve. Jon sat nearest, Iriduran's blue eyes gleaming in the shadows behind him. The dragons bulked just outside the window, camouflaged in the snow. Arya leaned on the mantel, sword belt loose around her hips, a flush of cold on her cheeks. Bran had brought Winifred up from the crypts, the pale dragon slithering along the stones like a wisp of morning fog. Rickon fidgeted beside Rhaenyra, the black dragon watching with an untamed stare. Robb stood with arms folded. Robb's wolf, Grey Wind, curled at his feet, and Sansa watched from the settle, her expression a mix of worry and awe. Ned's gaze swept over them, heavy with pride and fear. "What happened at the wall will not be the last test," he said. "There are eyes upon us now. Robert's warning was not for nothing. The realm will hunger for these dragons, and for the power they promise." Jon looked up, voice steady. We'll keep them safe, Father. We'll train them to hide in the snow or beneath the earth until the time is right. Namsi. Robb nodded. The North will not betray its own. Bran's voice was quiet, but clear. The old gods watch us. I see it in my dreams. They gave us the dragons for a reason, and we must use them wisely. Sansa pressed her hands together. What if the Queen sends spies? What if the South comes with steel and fire? We cannot fight the realm alone. Ned regarded her. We will not. Not yet. But we must prepare. Jon, Bran, you will teach the dragons to answer only to Starks. Arya, you will watch the grounds and the woods for strangers. Robb, train the men. Make sure their loyalty is sure. Sansa, you will listen to the halls. Secrets move as easily as shadows. Lenderton. He paused, heavy with meaning. There may come a day when we must call our banners, but until then, the fewer who know, the safer we are. Outside, the wind keened along the parapets. The dragons shifted uneasily. Winterfell pressed her nose to Bran's hand, shivering as if with a premonition. Jon placed a steadying hand on Iriduran's neck. They feel it too, Jon said. Something is changing. That night, as Winterfell slept, Bran's dreams grew troubled. He walked the dark beneath the roots of the heart tree. Snow falling in endless silence. 1,000 eyes watched. Word eyes, blue gold, wolves, crows, and men whose faces melted into mist. He saw the wall, the Black Brothers standing watchless in the cold. He saw fire flickering in the far south, a woman with hair like sunlight standing amid a circle of flames. Above all, he heard wings, drums in the darkness, thunder over endless snow, as if the world itself were waiting to wait. Bran woke, sweat freezing on his brow. Winterfell lay beside him, trembling. He drew her close, listening to her breath, feeling her heartbeat match his own. The old gods whispered through the stone, a language older than words, and Bran understood. There was more at play than Starks and dragons. The world itself was turning, and soon all would be swept into the storm. In the weeks that followed, the children fell into a rhythm of vigilance. Arya ranged the grounds with Ghost and Nymeria, slipping through snow-choked hedges, listening for the sound of hoofbeats that did not belong. She discovered a bent southern archer hiding among the trees, one of Cersei's spies, and drove him off with a threat and a well-aimed stone. Sansa wove herself among the servants, listening to gossip in the kitchens, slipping a coin to a stable boy who had seen strange men by the east gate. Robb drilled the guards until even Grey Wind grew weary, his standards high, his praise rare. In the crypts, Jon and Bran worked with the dragons, teaching them old words carved in the runes, gestures that meant fly, hide, hunt, return. The dragons learned swiftly, eyes bright with understanding. Iriduran could cloak herself in falling snow, becoming invisible even to those who stood within arm's reach. Winterfell learned to slither up the walls and hang from the beams in the darkness. Hranar and Vaegrin hunted in tandem, driving wolves and deer into the woods, returning at a silent whistle. Bran's dreams became a guide. Sometimes he saw armies marching, knights in golden armor, ships sailing up the White Knife, torches flickering against the trees. Sometimes he saw dragons wheeling over burning fields and heard a woman's voice, distant but urgent, calling out for help. Bran told Jon and Ned, and they kept watch, reading every raven, tracking the weather, marking the movement of the wind. One morning, a raven arrived from White Harbor. Lord Wyman Manderley wrote of southern ships, seen on the horizon. Banners flying Lannister red and gold, Tyrell green and white. They come with parley, or so they claim, but they bring too many swords for my liking. I send warning, prepare the north. Winter may not be the only thing coming. Ned read the letter twice, then summoned his children to the hall. The news was met with grim determination. We must ready Winterfell, Ned said, and we must send word to the other lords. The dragons will remain hidden, but if the South means war, we will not face it alone. Jon asked, will you trust the Manderleys, the Umbers, the Karstarks? Ned nodded. They have always stood by the Starks. I will trust them, until they give me reason not to. Jon, take Iridoron and fly to White Harbor. Speak with Lord Manderley in secret. Show him only what you must. The rest will stay here, ready for flight at a moment's warning." Arya grinned. "Can I go with Jon?" Ned shook his head. "You stay here and protect your brothers and sister. Winterfell must not be left without its wolf." Jon left at dawn, riding Iridoron out over the walls, the dragon's wings scattering the morning snow in gleaming arcs. The journey was swift, faster than any horse, swifter than any raven. Iridoron's blue shadow swept over the white fields and frozen rivers, startling deer and foxes into flight, sending the small folk stumbling from their homes to gape at the legend come to life. At White Harbor, Lord Manderley received Jon in secret, deep in the cellars beneath the great stone wolf. Manderley was a vast man, his beard streaked with white, his eyes shrewd and kind. He listened to Jon's tale in silence, only nodding, never once expressing disbelief. "You have the North's oldest magic, Jon Snow," he said at last. "You have my loyalty, as my fathers gave to yours. But be careful. Loyalty is rare when dragons fly. I will send word to the other lords, but some may choose gold over honor." Jon bowed. "Thank you, my lord. We are not alone." As Jon returned to Winterfell, he saw southern banners moving up the King's Road. Lannister, Tyrell, and a dozen lesser houses, gold and green flashing among the snow-laden pines. The host was smaller than a true army, but large enough to threaten. Jon landed outside the walls, reporting all he'd seen. Ned called his banners, and the North responded. Umber and Karstark, Glover and Hornwood, lords and sworn swords gathering beneath the direwolf banner, their loyalty stitched in furs and iron. They filled the halls and yards, their oaths echoing in the ancient stones. The Southerners arrived at the gates with courtesy and cold smiles. At their head rode Sir Jaime Lannister, gold and white armor shining in the pale light, his twin swords at his side. Beside him, Sir Loras Tyrell, his cloak a sweep of green, his eyes wary. They came to the great hall, offered peace, and demanded to see the dragons. "We hear tales from the wall," Sir Jaime said, voice smooth. "Of Stark children riding ice-born beasts. The Queen and the small council demand assurances, proof that the North harbors no threat to the realm." Ned replied with iron in his voice. "The North harbors only what it has always harbored: winter, honor, and the blood of the first men. The realm has nothing to fear from Winterfell, so long as it brings no war." Sir Loras bowed, but his words were edged. "The Queen will not accept tales. She will have proof, or she will come herself." The negotiations dragged on for days. Spies prowled the woods, the guards stood double, and the tension in the hall grew thick. Sansa caught whispers of plots. Southern knights seeking bribes, a Tyrell squire offering gold to a kitchen girl for secrets. Arya tracked one of the spies to the old well, catching him with a message meant for King's Landing. She held a dagger to his throat until Grey Wind dragged him to the kennels, and there he stayed, bruised and silent. At last, Sir Jaime lost patience. "If you will not show us the dragons, Lord Stark, we must assume you have something to hide." Ned's voice was cold. "Winterfell hides many things. Most of them would do a Lannister no good." That night, Jon and Bran met by the heart tree. The dragons coiled beneath the snow-draped branches, their scales gleaming in the moonlight. Bran touched the roots, eyes gone far away. "They'll try something soon," Bran whispered. "I saw it in the dark between the trees. Men with gold and green in their cloaks. They come to the crypts." Jon nodded. "Then we must be ready." They moved quickly, sealing the lower passages, setting guards of wolves and men alike. Winifred and Hrannar curled together in the deepest vault, camouflaged in shadows. Arya led the southern knights into a false tunnel, doubling back to trap them between Robb's men and the direwolves. At midnight, the attack came, swift and silent, a handful of southern men slipping through the snow, torches muffled in heavy cloth. Jon was waiting for them, Iriduron at his back, eyes blazing. The first man to see the dragon dropped his sword and ran, screaming for his mother. The second fell beneath Ghost's jaws. Arya took the third with a blow to the temple, and Robb's men dragged the rest away in chains. By dawn, the Southerners were gone, escorted to the border beneath a flag of truce. Ser Jaime offered a mocking bow as he rode out, but his eyes lingered on the keep, calculating and cold. Ned gathered his children in the Godswood. The dragons stretched and yawned in the morning light, their breath glimmering above the heart tree. "We held our secret," Ned said, "but the world will not forget. There are greater dangers coming. Enemies we cannot yet see. We must be ready." Jon looked at his siblings. Robb's strength, Arya's cunning, Sansa's wisdom, Bran's sight, Rickon's wildness. He touched Iriduron's flank, feeling the ancient power pulse beneath the scales. "The North is strong," Jon said, "and we are stronger still. When the storm comes, we will meet it as Starks, together." The dragons lifted their heads, singing a low, haunting note that echoed through the Godswood, rising over the towers and ramparts, out into the white world. It was a promise and a warning, a song of winter and of hope, carried on the wind to the farthest reaches of the realm. In the days that followed, Winterfell stood ready, iron, fire, ice, and blood. The children of Stark moved among their people, teaching, guarding, waiting. The dragons grew stronger, their magic knitting with that of the old gods, until Winterfell itself seemed to pulse with living power. South and north, east and west, the world turned its eyes to the north. But in Winterfell, under the watchful boughs of the heart tree, the Starks prepared, not just to survive the coming storm, but to shape it. For the blood of wolf and dragon ran now in their veins, and their song would not be silenced. When the snows deepened, heavy and relentless, and Winterfell became a fortress at the heart of a white wilderness. The forest closed in, wolves ran bold beneath the trees, and the old gods seemed closer than ever, their silent presence woven through the stones and shadows. Each day dawned with a sky the color of steel, and each night, the wind howled with the memory of secrets and old wars. In the halls, Ned Stark moved like a man carrying a great weight. His children had grown different since the dragon's awakening. Jon's quiet confidence, Arya's watchful boldness, Bran's gaze that seemed to slip past the walls of the world. Sansa too changed. The careful, courtly manner she wore in the south had given way to a stillness and strength that made even the older retainers take notice. Robb grew into his role as his father's heir, standing taller, his voice steadier, his decisions crisp and clear. Rickon, youngest and wildest, carried a strange gravity now, a fierceness that mirrored Hronor's wild eyes. The dragons grew restless with each passing week. Iriduron circled the castle by night, a blue shadow gliding over the ramparts, silent as moonlight. Vaegrin and Hronor tested their wings against the wind, wrestling in the upper yard, their roars muffled by snow. Winterfell vanished for hours, reappearing only when Bran called her, curling around his shoulders as if to warm herself on his quiet fire. Jon spent his mornings in the Godswood, training Iriduron to respond to the softest whistle, the flick of a hand. Arya trained with him sometimes, riding Vaegrin in short, wild loops above the treetops, hair streaming behind her, laughter swallowed by the wind. Bran watched from the roots of the heart tree, Winterfell wrapped around his neck, eyes half closed, as if in a waking dream. The quiet could not last. Ravens came daily from the loyal houses of the north. Wyman Manderly sent word that the South's envoys had not returned from their failed mission. The Umbers reported Lannister men gathering at the crossing of the Green Fork, not openly, but in numbers too large for trade. The Karstarks wrote of wildlings fleeing south in greater numbers, their stories full of terrors in the far north. Things that could not be named, things that froze the blood and made even old warriors tremble. Ned called his council, the hall thick with breath and tension. Lords and captains filled the benches, their voices low and urgent. Jon stood at Ned's side, Robb opposite. The Stark banner hung overhead. Ghost lay under the table, eyes fixed on the shadows near the door. "We are watched from without and within," Ned said, voice low but firm. "The South will come again. The dead may march again too." We cannot trust the old lines of loyalty. Gold and fear make new friends every winter. Now, Lord Manderley's envoy, a grizzled knight named Sir Donal, bowed low. You have our swords, my lord. My master prepares the harbor for siege if need be. But there are rumors, the dragons, the children riding them. They have reached the ears of the south. Robb's jaw tightened. Let them come. The dragons will make short work of any Lannister host. Ned's eyes were grave. They may come with dragons of their own, or with fire and tricks. Magic answers magic. We must be wise. I know. Bran stirred in his seat, voice soft but certain. The old gods will show us what to do. They send dreams of burning ships and black banners, of crows circling the wall, of fire meeting frost. I saw a great battle by the lake, but I do not know who won. Arya grinned, sharp and fierce. Come, let them see what the North can do. Sansa shook her head, face pale in the firelight. It is not only battle we must worry about. The South has spies, and poison and silver tongues. We must be careful. Ned nodded, pride and sorrow mingled in his face. We will hold as we always have. But the time may come to ride south, to show them what true winter is. When the council broke, Jon and Bran walked the snowy path to the Godswood. Iridoron followed, wings folded tight. Winterfell darted ahead, ghostly in the failing light. Are the dreams always true? Jon asked, voice low. Bran shook his head. Not always. Some are warnings, some are memories, some are things that might be. But the dragons believe in us. They choose us, not because we are strong, but because we remember. None. Jon touched the heart tree, feeling its rough bark, its endless patience. We must be ready. I think winter is about to break. That night, the snows paused. The moon shone pale through a gap in the clouds. Jon stood watch atop the tallest tower, Iridoron coiled at his feet. Far to the south, a strange flicker caught his eye. A line of torches, wavering against the darkness. Robb joined him, his face tense. They come at last. At dawn, the Lannister banners unfurled on the road. A river of red and gold, armored knights and banners bright against the snow. At their head rode Sir Jaime, his hair a beacon in the morning light. Beside him a woman cloaked in crimson, Cersei herself, come to see the North with her own eyes. Behind them, the green and gold of the Tyrells, the black and gold of Baratheon. A small host, but one of power and ambition. Winterfell's gates remained closed. Ned met them at the walls, Jon and Robb beside him, Arya on the parapet with bow in hand. Ghost and gray wind paced the stones, low growls warning any who might think to climb. Cersei called up, her voice clear and mocking. Lord Stark, we come in peace. The king demands audience and fealty, and wishes to see the wonders whispered on every tongue. Ned's reply was cold as the snow. The North kneels to no queen who comes with spies and steel. Turn back or face winter's welcome. Sir Jaime laughed, spurring his horse to the front. You forget yourself, Stark. The king's peace holds sway from Dorne to the wall. Arya loosed an arrow. It struck the snow at Jaime's feet, quivering with promise. The standoff dragged through the day. Lannister envoys rode to the gate, offered gold, promises, threats. Winterfell stood firm. Bran watched from the heart tree, Winterfell coiled around his shoulders, his mind drifting far beyond the walls. He saw, as if in a waking dream, a host moving behind the Lannisters. Men cloaked in shadows, fire gleaming in their hands, sorcerers and sellswords from the free cities, the old enemies of House Stark. He ran to Ned, breathless. They will attack tonight, under cover of darkness. The sorcerers bring wildfire. They mean to burn the Godswood and seize the dragons. Nandrol. Jon met Bran's eyes. We'll be ready. As night fell, Ned gathered his children and the most trusted guards in the deepest vaults. The dragons clustered close, Iridoron's eyes burning with silent rage. Vaegrin and Rhaenyra pacing. Winterfell pressed tight to Bran. Above, the attack came as Bran foresaw. Lannister men in blackened mail, sorcerers cloaked in green, crept through the snow, carrying casks of wildfire and sharp steel. The gates were battered, fire arrows raining against the walls. Spells fizzled at the stones, magic clashing with the North's old power, the gods' wood whispering in a tongue none living knew. Jon and Arya led the charge from the crypts. Iridoran burst through a hidden door, blue flame exploding into the night, scattering the attackers in terror. Vaegrin and Hranar followed, sweeping the yard with icy fire, the very snow rising to shield the castle. Winterfell slid along the battlements, her cry echoing with the voice of the heart tree. Bran called the wolves, and Ghost and Grey Wind led the pack, teeth flashing in the firelight. The battle was chaos. Fire and frost, steel and claw. Sorcerers shrieked as the magic of the North swallowed their spells, the old gods refusing entry to any but their own. Jaime Lannister fought with desperate skill, cutting down 3 men who fled too close to the dragons. Cersei watched from a distance, her face pale, mouth twisted in a sneer. Ned fought at the main gate, sword red with blood. Robb rode with him, Grey Wind harrying the flanks. Sansa tended the wounded, her calm voice cutting through pain and panic. Rickon loosed Hranar on a group of knights who dared the rear wall, the black dragon scattering them with a roar. In the end, the Lannisters broke. Fire ran wild in the yard, but could not reach the heart tree. Every green flame that leapt toward it withered, snuffed out by frost and wind. The survivors fled, leaving their dead and wounded behind. Cersei vanished in the night, her banners trampled, her army scattered. Winterfell was battered, but still standing. The North had witnessed its own miracle. A defense not just of stone and steel, but of blood, bond, and the oldest magic. The dragons circled the towers at dawn, their song rising over the walls, echoing through the snows to every listening heart. In the aftermath, the North rallied. Word spread that the South had been broken, that Winterfell could not fall. New oaths were sworn, by house and clan, by lord and free man alike. The dragons became symbols, not of fear, but of hope. Lords brought gifts, silver, grain, even ancient swords, asking only for the promise that Winterfell would protect the North, come what may. Ned called his children together once more. His eyes lingered on each in turn, resting at last on Jon. "You save the North," he said quietly, "not with fire and fear, but with courage and unity. The South will not soon return, but if they do, we will be ready." Bran touched the heart tree, Winterfell's breath mingling with the steam of his own. "The old gods are at peace. They give their blessing." Robb clasped Jon's shoulder, pride and relief on his face. "We are stronger together. Let them come again." Arya smiled, fierce and unbroken. "Next time we'll meet them at the border." Sansa brushed hair from Rickon's brow, her eyes gentle. "We have learned to fight as a pack." Jon knelt beside Iridoran, who curled around him, blue eyes filled with quiet wisdom. He felt the weight of all the North in his bones, the song of the old gods, the bond of wolf and dragon. "We are the shield that guards the realms of men," Jon whispered, ancient words echoing through the snow. "We are the watchers on the walls. Winter may come, but so will we." Nayarumha. And as the sun rose over Winterfell, shining through storm-washed clouds, the dragons lifted their heads and sang, their voices blending with the howls of the direwolves and the whispers of the wind, a song of hope and power that would not be silenced, not now, not ever, so long as the blood of the wolf and the breath of the dragon endured in the heart of the North. Oh, Enigia. Spring thaw came slow to Winterfell, the first hints of green struggling through sodden snow, the air scented with water and the promise of renewal. Yet beneath the hope that hung on the warming wind, Ned Stark moved with a new kind of vigilance. The South had been turned back, but every raven brought new tidings, some hopeful, some threatening, all colored by the shadow of the dragon's song and the North's strange, sudden strength. The castle worked to repair its scars. Masons chipped away, scorched stones and patched cracks left by wildfire. Stable boys swept up splinters of broken wagons, and the dark frozen bones of invaders lost to Iriduran's icy fire. Life pulsed in the bailey. The clangor of Robb's training yard, the murmur of Sansa's council with old Lady Hornwood. Arya slipping unseen between the barrels and towers, with Nymeria at her heels. Rickon and Hrannar chased each other through puddles beneath the budding trees, the dragon flicking icy spray that startled the crows. Jon found solace in the godswood. He stood each dawn before the heart tree, Iriduran resting nearby, and breathed the silence of the old gods into himself until it became a kind of armor. He had not dreamed so deeply since the battle. Now in waking hours he sometimes glimpsed memories that were not his, cold moons above the wall, firelight flickering on old stones, a dire wolf's slow heartbeat beneath a dragon's wing. Bran walked among the roots, Winterfell twined about his shoulders. He spoke little, but when he did, it was with a certainty that stilled arguments and banished fear. He spent hours teaching Rickon, whose wild spirit had grown steadier beneath his brother's patient gaze. Sansa visited the godswood more often, her hands full of parchment, and her voice quiet as she rehearsed the words she would send to every corner of the north. Ned called council in the great hall, where the fire always burned high and the banners of the northern houses ringed the walls. The lords had come at his call. Manderley, Karstark, Glover, even the grim men of House Flint. None looked south now. All eyes turned to Ned, and beyond him, to the children and their dragons. "We have peace for now," Ned said. "But every man here knows it will not last. Lannister gold will tempt the weak. Tyrell smiles hide sharp knives. The dragons have made us strong, but they have also made us a prize the South cannot ignore." "No!" Lord Manderley spoke first, his voice booming across the hall. "Let them come, my lord. We will break them again. The North stands with Winterfell." A murmur of assent ran through the hall, but Ned lifted a hand for silence. "Strength alone will not shield us. We must be wise as well as fierce. Every man here will tighten his hold on his people. Every house will teach its children the old words, the old loyalty. If spies come, they must vanish. If armies march, we must know before their banners cross the neck. Sansa, you will see to the ravenry and the flow of news." Men know into her. Sansa dipped her head. "I have begun, father. Every hearth has a watcher, every inn a friend. The South will find no secrets here." Jon shifted in his seat. "The dragons can do more than fight. They can see far and ride farther. I can reach White Harbor in half a day. I can look down on the King's Road, see if any army gathers." Ned considered, then nodded. "So you shall. But always with care, Jon. The dragons are our strength, but also our greatest secret. Do not be seen unless you must." "Manatam and MT." Robb grinned. "Let them whisper. Fear is a shield as strong as any wall." Bran's eyes flickered. "The old gods say the true danger is not banners, but what moves beneath them. Shadows that walk in sunlight, hearts frozen in gold and silk." A hush fell, and even the oldest lords felt the chill. After the council, the siblings gathered in Arya's hidden corner of the godswood, where the branches bent low to the earth. Rickon sprawled in the grass, Hrannar curled beside him, small and black as a coal. Arya whittled at a stick with her knife, Nymeria dozing at her feet. Bran fed Winterfell pieces of fresh fish, the dragon's breath shimmering like rain. Sansa plucked the first violets from the moss and wound them into her hair. Robb arrived last, gray wind slinking in his wake. "Father's right," he said. "The South will not forget. They will come again, with bigger armies and stranger weapons." Jon stared into the dark spaces between the trees. "We are ready. We will not run or hide." Arya flicked her knife into a stump. "If they come for us, we'll make them pay." Bran smiled softly. "It will not always be battle. We will need allies as well as swords." Sansa looked at Jon, her blue eyes thoughtful. "There are those in the South who do not love the Lannisters or the Tyrells. The Blackfish commands River Run now. Dorne stands apart. There is rumor of a Targaryen girl across the sea, a queen with dragons of her own." Bran's face grew distant, Winterfell's tail tightening around his wrist. "She is real. I have seen her in my dreams. Her dragons are fire, not ice. She will come north when the time is right. Robb's brow furrowed. A Targaryen alliance. Sansa shrugged, plucking another violet. If it keeps the south at bay, we should consider it. Jon's heart hammered with the strangeness of it. 2 lines of dragons, one from winter's heart, the other from fire's fury. Their destinies winding closer like circling hawks. Ned's plans became the rhythm of the days. The dragons flew the north by moonlight, watching for enemies. Sowing legend. Arya scouted every road to Winterfell, finding the caches of hidden food and arms that Robb and Jon had arranged in secret. Bran learned the runes etched into the stones of the oldest crypts, teaching Winterfell to hide in shadow, to speak in dreams. Sansa's letters went forth, north and south, their words careful, layered, full of quiet warning. The lords of the north trained their men in new ways, against wildfire, against arrows that could pierce dragonhide, against wargs and sorcerers both. The old stories were retold around every hearth. Of the long night, of the children of the forest, of the pact that made Winterfell not just a keep, but a shield for the living world. Then, in the uncertain dawn of a cold, clear morning, a raven came from the wall. Its message was brief, the words written in a trembling hand. The dead stir beyond the woods. Blue eyes in the dark. Send help. Benjen's name was signed below. Jon found Ned in the yard, overseeing a wagon of fresh-hewn beams for the gate. He pressed the message into his father's hand. Ned's face closed, his voice grave. We have no choice now. Jon, take Robb, Bran, and Arya. Fly to the wall with the dragons. Find Benjen. Find out what moves in the woods. Jon nodded. Sansa, you stay and rule in our stead. Rickon, you are her sword. Robb, gather what swords you trust. Arya, you'll ride with me. Namtiman. Robb grinned fiercely, but his eyes were worried. We'll bring the wall what it needs. Bran mounted Winterfell. Arya scrambled onto Vaegran's back. Robb rode Hranar, and Jon swung onto Iriduran, his heart pounding with the wild thrill of flight and fear. The dragons leapt as one, their wings hurling snow from the bailey, the people of Winterfell spilling from the halls to watch their lords vanish into the morning sky. They crossed the north in hours, rivers of ice and stone sliding beneath them, the wind sharp and bracing. Jon saw wolves running beneath the trees, wild and free, and villages looking up in awe. They soared over the last river, over frost-fanged valleys, to the towering wall, which shone like a blade in the rising sun. Benjen met them at the gate, face pale, black cloak stiff with frost. You came, he breathed, wonder warring with fear as he looked on the dragons. Gods help us, you really came. Jon swung down, Iriduran bowing low. What did you see? Benjen shook his head. Scouts gone missing. Wildlings butchered in their camps. We found them with eyes like sapphires, bodies cold as the wall. Last night we lost a patrol. Riders, brothers vanished without trace. Something stirs out there, Jon. Something worse than any southern lord. Robb's hand drifted to his sword. Show us where. They rode hard along the wall. Dragons running silent in the snow, wings folded. At a stand of ancient pine, Benjen halted. It was here. Bran slid from Winterfell's back, touching the frozen earth. His eyes rolled back, and for a moment, the world stilled. Arya drew her sword, every muscle tense, as Vaegran growled low. Bran gasped. They're close, beneath the ground hidden from the sun. They move only at night, but they are many, so many, and not all are dead. Some are shadows, some are worse. Jon looked at Benjen. We'll wait for dusk, then we hunt. That night, they camped by the wall. The brothers of the Watch gathered close to the dragon's heat. The men shivered in awe and fear. But when Jon spoke, they listened. Bran walked among them, calm as the moon, Winterfell's tail flicking in the firelight. Robb sharpened his sword, Hranar curled beside him. Arya never left Vaegran's side, her eyes fixed on the tree line. Dusk fell. The shadows grew deep. The first whites came silent, blue eyes flickering. Iriduran rose, breath steaming, and Jon mounted with a whisper. The dragons moved as one, icy fire lighting the night. wild wings sweeping the woods. Bran called the wolves, and they answered from the black forest. The battle was quick, desperate, fierce. The dead fell before the dragon's breath. Shattered and smoking, shadows slipped through the snow, but Bran saw them, and Winterfell's cry turned them to mist. Robb fought at Benjen's side. Arya swept her blade in tight arcs, and Jon called Irildur to unleash a wall of blue fire that seared the night clean. At dawn, nothing moved but the wind. The woods were silent, the last of the dead reduced to ash. Benjen knelt, exhausted, awe in his eyes. "You've saved us all. The wall stands because of you." Jon nodded, the weight of the north upon him. "This is just the beginning. The true enemy will come again. But when it does, the dragons of Winterfell will fly. Then, Abaumita." They returned as heroes. The tale of the ice dragons and the children who rode them raced down the King's Road, over mountains and sea, past court and council and into legend. In Winterfell, Sansa and Rickon received them in the Godswood, the sun shining through new leaves, the promise of spring real at last. But Jon knew the peace would not last. The old gods whispered in his bones. The south would come with fire, the north must answer with ice, and the world would tremble in the clash. Yet so long as the Starks kept faith, with each other, with the dragons, with the land that bore them, no power, living or dead, could break the heart of winter. And so, as the seasons turned, the dragons of Winterfell watched the world with ancient eyes, waiting for the day their full song would be heard, when all of Westeros would know that in the end, it was not fire alone that could save them, but the harmony of wolf and dragon, the bond of blood and hope, and the memory of a time when magic, once more, belonged to the North. The air above the wall was different than the north below, thinner, colder, scoured by winds that screamed down from the haunted lands beyond. For 3 days, Jon and his siblings, with Benjen and a hand-picked band of black brothers, hunted the far woods, dragon wings folding and unfurling beneath the northern aurora. Sometimes the sky blazed with strange lights, curtains of green and violet that flickered behind drifting veils of snow, and sometimes it was so black even Irilduran's pale scales vanished from sight. But always there was the hush of menace in the dark, a sense of something stirring, just out of reach, just beyond the trees. It was Rickon who saw it first. Rhaenyra, restless as his master, had gone stalking at dusk along the line where the ice met the old pines, his body weaving silent and black through the deepening blue. Jon, Robb, and Arya circled above, watching the shadows, while Bran waited with Winterfell, his hands pressed into the snow, his eyes gone white as frost. Rickon crept forward through brittle branches, feeling the dragon's heat at his back, and then the ground gave way to a sudden, sickening emptiness. A hole in the earth, blacker than night, rimed with frost. A moan drifted up, soft and unending. He almost turned away, but Rhaenyra growled, and Rickon steeled himself, peering down. A face stared back, blue-eyed, slack-mouthed, impossibly old. Not a white, but something stranger. Flesh fused with ice, hands curled like the claws of a bird. It hissed, and the snow began to pulse with an unnatural light. Jon landed in a rush, Irilduran's claws biting into the permafrost. Arya and Robb dropped down on Vaegran's swords bared. Bran came last, Winterfell slithering through the air to coil protectively at his side. "Stay back," Rickon called. "It's not dead, but it's not alive either." Benjen and his men crowded round, torches flaring. Bran knelt, touching the ice rim, his voice dropping into the hollow, echoing space. "Who are you?" The answer was a whisper, a sound as old as winter itself. Memory. Shadow. The first to fall. Bran's breath came in white clouds. "What do you want?" The thing's eyes flickered, deep as ancient wells. "To warn, to remember. You must not wake what sleeps below." Jon stepped forward, hand on his sword. "What sleeps below?" The old thing in the ice shuddered. "Not just death. The cold that ends all things. You have woken dragons of winter. Good. But below, Beneath the roots of the world, another power stirs. If it wakes, none will stand. The words crawled up Jon's spine. Bran's face was blank, caught between fear and knowing. "We must seal the hollow," Benjen said. "No one should look too long into that darkness." They worked through the night, piling rocks, pouring water that froze instantly, letting the dragons breathe blue flame until the snow melted and hardened into a crust thick as steel. Bran set a rune at the center, Winterfell's talon tracing a spiral. When dawn came, the hollow was gone, the only trace a black, glassy mark where no snow would settle. Rickon shivered, but did not look back. They returned to the wall, each sibling weighed down by new knowledge and unspoken fears. Benjen said little, but he watched the horizon for days, as if expecting something to crawl from the woods. News reached them at the wall. A raven from Sansa, ink hurried, hand steady. A fleet in the Bight. Banners unknown, no southern house. Sail is black and red. Old songs stir in the yard. Some say the Targaryen girl has come. Jon read it 3 times before passing it to Robb. Bran turned to the window. Winterfell pressed close, his mind flying far over the cold waters of White Harbor. He spoke softly, voice changed by vision. "She is coming. I see 3 dragons, fire, not ice. She seeks allies, not conquest. She is alone. The realm will tremble when she lands." Nater Bolgal. Arya's eyes shone, a wild grin blooming on her lips. "Another dragon rider. We must meet her." Benjen nodded. "Go, but go in strength. If this is truly a Targaryen, she may be our only hope against what stirs beyond the wall. Or she may be a new enemy. Jon, you speak for the North." The journey to White Harbor was swift. 4 dragons soared over fields of green and thaw, men and beasts below pausing in awe and terror as the shadow passed overhead. They reached the city at sunset, the domed towers shining gold, and the masts of 100 ships tossing in the swell. A crowd awaited them at the docks. Lord Manderley in white and blue, his banners snapping, and beside him, a woman draped in the red and black of House Targaryen, her silver hair loose about her shoulders. 3 small dragons perched on her arms and shoulders, scarlet gold and deep emerald. Jon landed first, Iriduran's head bowed low. Robb and Arya slid from Vagrant's back, Rickon stroking Hrannar. Bran floating to the ground on Winterfell, his face pale, eyes shining. The Targaryen girl stepped forward, every movement regal and yet hesitant, uncertain. "I am Daenerys Stormborn," she said, her voice carrying above the crowd. "I have come seeking the true North. They say here the dragons have returned. I see now it is true." Jon bowed. "I am Jon Stark. These are my brothers and sister. You are welcome in Winterfell if you come in peace." Daenerys nodded, her dragons shifting restlessly. "I come in peace, Jon Stark. The world changes. The South grows weak, torn by Lannister and Tyrell. The dead rise in the North, and I have dreamed of dragons, of ice and fire together, not at war. If you will, I ask for alliance." "Yes." Bran drew close, studying her with the eyes of the heart tree. "The old gods have seen you. You have suffered, but you are true. Your dragons are born of fire. Ours are born of snow. Together we might make something new." Manderley looked between them, wonder on his round face. "If the children of winter and the children of Valyria make common cause, the world will not stand against them." Jon regarded Daenerys, reading the fierce pride in her eyes, the weariness, the hope. "You will come to Winterfell as our guest. We will decide together what must be done." So began the Great Return. The procession to Winterfell was unlike anything seen since the Age of Heroes. Ice dragons and fire dragons flying together, banners of wolf and dragons side by side, men and women from every corner of the realm gathering along the roads, drawn by rumor and awe. When they arrived, Ned met them at the gates, Sansa at his side, the lords of the North behind. Daenerys dismounted first, her dragons perched upon her shoulders, their eyes flicking between Iriduran and Winterfell. The air shimmered, and for a long moment, the dragons regarded one another. Curiosity, challenge, recognition passing between them. Ned bowed his head to Daenerys. "You are welcome in my hall, your grace." Daenerys inclined her head. "Your house is as storied as my own. May we face what comes as kin, not rivals." "You?" They feasted that night in the great hall, fire and frost mingling, the tales of the north and the songs of the south woven together. Jon spoke with Daenerys long into the night, their words a dance, first of caution, then of trust, then of hope. Arya sat at her left, trading stories of far cities and wild escapes. Sansa and Bran watched the lords, weighing loyalties, learning who might follow a Stark, and who might turn for gold. It was Rickon who broke the hush at midnight, his voice loud and clear. "If the dead come, we must stand together. Ice and fire, one family." Baal. Daenerys' eyes shone, her hand closing over Jon's. "Let it be so. Let our houses join, not just for battle, but for peace." They sealed the pact before the heart tree, Bran speaking the words of the old gods, Daenerys answering in the tongue of Valyria. The dragons circled above, frost and flame trailing from their wings, the light of dawn painting them in gold and blue. The days that followed were full of preparation. Ned and Daenerys set council together, drawing maps, sending ravens to every house, north and south. The Targaryen fleet anchored at White Harbor, its warriors mingling with the men of the north. Manderly readied his walls, the Karstarks scouted the hills, the Umbers ranged the woods for spies. Robb trained with Grey Worm and Ser Jorah, Arya vanished for days to sniff out plots in the camps. Sansa and Missandei gathered healers, cooks, and scribes, readying for siege or flight. Jon and Daenerys learned each other's dragons, Jon teaching her the patience of the cold, Daenerys showing him the fury of fire. Iridoran and Drogon circled each other, wary at first, then playful, diving and soaring in unison. The bond between ice and fire was uneasy, but it grew with every dawn. Bran's dreams grew darker as the summer waned. He saw shadows gathering, white shadows, blue eyes gleaming in the dusk, armies of the dead sweeping south across the snow. He saw a great fire in King's Landing and Cersei Lannister's face, twisted and mad, crowned in wildfire. He saw the wall fall, and a storm of cold sweeping through the gates. He woke each morning trembling, Guinevere's breath warm at his cheek. "The wall cannot stand much longer," Bran whispered to Jon and Daenerys. "We must be ready. The dead will come, and with them, a power not seen since the world began." So they prepared, dragons drilled in flight and flame, armies trained in new tactics, scouts sent far and wide, every man and woman sworn to the pact. Messengers brought news. The Riverlands in turmoil, the Vale uncertain, the Lannisters massing gold and swords. Ships vanished from the narrow sea, tales of shadows stalking the coasts. The realm itself seemed to hold its breath. On the eve of winter's return, a horn sounded at Winterfell's gate. A lone rider, pale and shaking, staggered from the saddle. His face was white with terror. "The wall," he gasped. "The wall is broken. The dead are coming. The North must ride." Jon lifted his eyes to the night sky, where Iridoran and Drogon circled. He looked to Daenerys, to his siblings, to Ned and Sansa, to all the men and women gathered beneath the ancient stones. "Now," Jon said, his voice steady as the wind, "the North must answer. Now we ride. For all the living, for the promise of spring, for the hope that fire and ice together will be enough." And sin. As the war horn sounded and the dragons howled into the dawn, Winterfell stood as it always had, defiant, united, blood and hope woven together, ready to face the darkness once more. And in that moment, beneath the whispering boughs of the heart tree, the old gods and the new watched and waited, the fate of the world poised on the edge of a dragon's wing. And dawn came hard and gray, the kind of half-light that belongs to a world holding its breath. The warning from the wall spread through Winterfell like a shiver. No need for crier or horn, for the truth rippled through the stones, carried by the dragon's restless pacing, by the grim urgency in Jon's stride as he swept to the ramparts before most had even roused from sleep. In the yard, the dragons gathered, senses tuned to distant danger. Iriduran's tail lashed through the thin crust of old snow, each movement a silent question. Drogon prowled beside him, fire flickering beneath black scales, his great head weaving side to side. The others, Vaegrin, Winterfell, Rhaenyra, Rhaegal, Viserion, clustered together, their wings arching in anticipation, their breaths casting swirling ghosts into the icy air. Jon paused at the highest parapet, eyes fixed north. Arya appeared at his side, hair wild, face pale and fierce. Bran, born in Winterfell's coil, came next, his gaze lost somewhere the others could not see. Robb stalked the walk with gray wind at his heel. Rickon, less a child now than a wild spirit, leaned against Rhaenyra, both of them silent, bristling with animal tension. Sansa joined, cloak wound tight, her voice steady as she gave quick orders to the grooms and quartermasters below. Daenerys moved among the dragons as if born to their world, her silver hair loose, her face still and intent. She touched Drogon's side, whispered to Rhaegal, pressed her brow to Viserion's cold snout. Jon watched her, a sense of kinship and burden binding them in ways neither could speak. Ned came last, snow dusting his graying hair. He stood with his children, with Daenerys, with the council of lords that had gathered. Manderly, Karstark, Umber, Glover, the Black brothers who'd survived the walls breaking, and those southern allies who'd ridden north behind Daenerys' banners. Ned's voice was low but cut through the morning. You all know what comes. The wall has fallen. The dead march. We will not stand divided. All our strength must meet them here, or all is lost. The north is not only stone and sword, but dragon, wolf, and the old god's power. We fight as one. Jon nodded, feeling the weight of every eye. We must ride before the dead reach the last river. Every hour counts. Our dragons will harry their vanguard. Our riders will warn the villages, gather the folk, and burn what cannot be held. Bran, you'll watch the enemy's path, warn us of every move. Sansa, Winterfell is yours to command. Daenerys, will you fly with me? She met his gaze, fire and ice reflected. To the end, to the very gates of night. The days that followed became a blur of cold and movement. Scouts sped down every road, relays of riders and ravens carrying word to every hall and hamlet. Winterfell smiths hammered through the night, forging arrowheads and spears from dragon glass and Valyrian steel. The crypts became a refuge for women, children, and the old. The lords of the north gathered their strength. Tall Umber, gaunt Karstark, shrewd Manderly, dour Hornwood. Southron knights stood shoulder to shoulder with them. Grey worms unsullied, Jorah's exiled knights, Dornish archers in their silks and mail, all sharing soup and silence as they sharpened their blades. Sansa worked from dawn to dusk, her calm presence binding all in the keep. She oversaw provisions, ensured every soul had a place to sleep, pressed every hand to its work. Rickon patrolled the walls with Rhaenyra, wolf and dragon together, as if daring any threat to cross their path. Arya vanished for hours, returning with news of bandits swept from the woods, of hidden streams now set as traps, of scouts rescued from the edge of the enemy's reach. Robb rode every day, his direwolf at his flank, drilling men in the yard, drilling the fear from them with sweat and laughter and his own unbreakable will. The story spread, of Stark children who flew, of dragons that answered to a whisper, of an army that would not break. Bran, more than anyone, seemed to live in two worlds. When the council met, he would sit silent, eyes clouded, Winterfell curled around him like a living question mark. At night, he walked the woods in dream, watching the dead march south. Thousands of them, white shadows with eyes like blue stars, their leaders silent, crowned in ice, untouched by fear or time. He saw things none else could. A hidden pass through the shivering forest, a buried cairn in the snow, a riverbank where the water ran black with chill and the dead would be slowed. He saw too the south stirring, armies raising in the Vale, ships sailing the narrow sea, Cersei Lannister and her green fires, her mind full of vengeance and wild hope. He saw most keenly the heart tree, its roots deep in the earth, its eyes watching every field, every sky. The godswood pulsed with old power, a warning and a promise. As long as one Stark stood, Winterfell would stand. They rode out from the castle in the last blue light before dawn. Jon led, Iridoran's breath, turning the world crystalline. Daenerys beside him on Drogon, Robb on Vaegrin, Arya on Winterfell, Rickon on Hranar. Rhaegal and Viserion swept above, their fire a living banner. The hosts of the north thundered below. Hundreds of riders, thousands of foot, the banners of wolf and dragon streaming above them. They made for the last river, where the dead would cross if not stopped. Bran's voice, soft, steady, dream-haunted, guided them, warning of each flanking maneuver, each new horror the enemy conjured from the dark. The sky was heavy with cloud. Snow fell in slow, lazy flakes that hid the sun and seemed to swallow every sound. Jon and Daenerys led the vanguard, dragons circling high above, searching for the white tide. They found it at dusk, an endless mass, more than could be counted, crawling through the trees and snow. At their front rode the Night King, silent, sword raised, a cold so fierce it killed the very wind. The battle began in chaos and terror. Iridoran and Drogon swept the dead with fire and frost, clearing swaths, scattering whites in melting torrents and blue shards. Winterfell and Rhaegal burned the trees ahead, Arya and Bran riding between the flames, shouting orders, saving what men could be saved, harrying the enemy's flanks. Robb and Rickon led the Northmen in charge after charge, Grey Wind and Hranar crashing through the white ranks, men rallying to their fearless courage. The Black Brothers fought like men possessed, remembering what the wall had been, knowing what was lost if the North fell. But the dead did not tire, did not break. For every white burned or shattered, two seemed to take its place. Giant whites battered at the lines with tree trunks, undead bears tore through the shields. A swirling blizzard rose from the Night King's hand, cloaking the world in white, muffling all sound. The living found themselves isolated, their lines fraying, hope beginning to ebb. Bran, shivering atop Winterfell, closed his eyes and called with all his soul. To the heart tree, to the roots of Winterfell, to the old gods whose blood was his own. He became the wind in the branches, the snow in the sky. Through his mind, the world brightened. All along the lines, men and women felt a sudden clarity, a sense of being watched and guarded and judged. The dragons heard too. They rose as one, their voices a single note, a song that rang over the field, freezing the dead where they stood. Jon, his body numb, his sword arm weary, felt Iridoran surge with impossible strength. He saw Daenerys, her face alight with fire, Drogon screaming a challenge that shook the sky. And then Bran spoke, not aloud, but everywhere, his voice in the heart of every Northman, every friend and foe. You are not alone. Remember your blood. Remember the godswood. Remember Winterfell. The North rallied, the line hardening. Sansa's archers loosed volley after volley, arrows tipped with dragonglass, and for the first time, the dead truly fell back. Arya cut through to the Night King's lieutenants, moving like shadow, her blade a whisper in the white. Jon and Daenerys, side by side, drove their dragons straight for the Night King. Blue fire and black flame lashed out, clashing in a storm of light and darkness. The Night King raised his hand, and a spear of purest ice shot skyward. Drogon swerved, roaring in pain, a gash of blood running down his shoulder. But Iridoran took the blow, scales shattering but not yielding. Jon leapt from the saddle, his feet finding purchase on the frozen ground. He faced the Night King alone. Behind, Robb and Arya fought to reach him, Bran's voice guiding their path, the North holding against the surge of death. The Night King moved like a memory, sword humming with cold. Jon parried, his Valyrian blade flashing, the sound ringing through the dark. Around them, Iridoran circled, battered but unbroken, while Drogon kept the lesser whites at bay with jets of fire. It came to the final moment, Jon battered to his knees, the Night King raising his sword, ice and night ready to fall. But as the blade came down, Arya leapt from the shadows, her own dagger of dragonglass flashing in the gloom. She struck the Night King's wrist, and the sword clattered to the snow. Jon rose, sword in both hands, and Bran's voice echoed through him, wordless and deep. He swung, and the blade cut true. The Night King shattered, ice and shadow blowing apart, blue fire exploding upward, the sky itself screaming. All along the line, the dead fell. Whites collapsed, giants slumped, the blizzard lifted. The living stood in the sudden hush, not daring to breathe. The dragons landed in a ring around Jon and Arya, their breaths steaming, their bodies sheltering the battered warriors. Robb limped forward, blood streaking his face, gray wind beside him. Daenerys joined them, fire and relief in her eyes. Bran dismounted, Winterfell silent, his eyes dark and old. "It is finished," he said. "For now." They buried their dead at the base of the heart tree. Sansa reading the names as snow fell soft and silent. Benjen led the Black Brothers in their vows, the Lords of the North adding oaths of their own. The dragons kept vigil, wings folded, breath stirring the branches. Winterfell stood, scarred, battered, but unbroken. Jon found Daenerys in the Godswood, her hands tracing the runes Bran had carved. She looked up as he approached, her eyes full of questions and hope. "You fought like a Stark," Jon said, smiling faintly. "And you, Jon Snow, fought like a dragon." He took her hand, the old gods and the new watching from every leaf. "The war is not over. Cersei gathers her armies. The South will come again. But we have shown the world that fire and ice are strongest together." Daenerys squeezed his fingers, her smile fierce. "Then let the South come. Winterfell will stand. The North remembers. The dragons endure." From the battlements, Arya and Bran watched the horizon, the dawn breaking over white fields. Sansa and Robb stood together by the gate, planning for peace as much as for the wars yet to come. Rickon and Hranna ran wild in the yard, laughter rising in the thawing air. The old gods whispered through the heart tree, their song twining with the dragon's roar and the wolves' howl, a song of hope born in darkness, of families remade, of a North that would never kneel, not to death, not to fire, not to fear. Winter had come, and with it, the end of an age. But as the first green shoots pushed through the snow in the Godswood, and the dragons of Winterfell lifted their wings to the rising sun, the promise of a new world was written across the sky, born of ice and fire, guarded by wolf and dragon, kept by Starks as long as any remembered. And now, spring in the North was never gentle. But this year the thaw came with a force that seemed to answer the victory on the fields below the wall. Sunlight scattered in diamond sparks over the last crusts of ice. The rivers roared as if exultant in their freedom, and the skies above Winterfell were more alive than any could remember. Here and there, snow lingered in hollows, but wildflowers pushed through, and the wolves ran bold through greening woods. High above, the dragons soared, shapes of frost and shadow and fire, the stuff of legends already growing in every village and hall. The mood within Winterfell shifted with the season. Where before there had been tension and dread, now there was the urgency of hope. Urgent because all knew it could be lost again in a heartbeat. The threat of the dead had been ended, but not erased. The South remained, restless and wary, and in every wind Jon felt the old promise. There must always be a Stark in Winterfell. Jon himself moved like a man woken from long darkness. The blue-black bruises of war faded, replaced by a calm resolve. He spent his mornings in the yard, drilling with Robb and the North's young lords, or watching Rickon and Arya teach wild new games to the garrison's children. Iriduron flew low overhead, casting a shadow as deep as any cloud, his scales shedding the last hints of winter and picking up the sun's gleam. Jon would pause sometimes, hand resting on the direwolf at his side, eyes half closed, as if listening for some secret the stones might tell. In the great hall, the work of peace went on. Sansa sat at Ned's right hand, parchment spread before her, hair twisted up in the new fashion from White Harbor. She managed the daily life of Winterfell with an easy authority, her voice clear, her gaze unwavering, as she sent messengers to Dreadfort and Deepwood Motte, bartered for salt fish with the Ironborn at the stony shore, and read each new rumor from the south aloud in council. Sansa glanced up one day, catching Jon's eye as he entered with Daenerys. "There's word from Old Town. The Citadel convenes a council. Some say they will name a new High Septon. Some say they mean to call a moot of all the great lords and queens. The south is uneasy." Daenerys moved to the map table, one hand tracing the borderlands. "Uneasy is better than marching north with steel. We buy time, if nothing else." Ned watched her, his gaze full of old sadness and new trust. "We have peace, but not forever. Cersei Lannister is not idle. Her gold will find any crack in our walls if we grow careless." Jon nodded. "We are not careless. The South has learned that the North will not be broken. We have dragons, and we have each other. If they force war on us, it will be their own undoing." "Then?" Robb grinned, leaning back in his chair. "Let them come. Every house that has tasted northern snow swears they will never cross the neck again, not while we stand." But it was Bran who held their attention. Winterfell curled at his feet, his eyes shifting from green to gray as the dreams came and went. "I have seen the Citadel's fires," he said, voice distant. "Old men afraid of new magic. They fear dragons, and us. But there is hope in the south, too. The Martells watch and wait. The Blackfish holds river run for the realm. And there are others who will answer if called." Daenerys turned to him. "What about the dragons across the sea? Will the old magics threaten them too?" Bran shook his head. "No, not if we keep them close. The bond is stronger here, north of the neck, in the old blood. But beware the fires of the south. They burn with a madness the north has never known." In the months that followed, the alliance between Winterfell and Daenerys' exiles deepened. The Targaryen fleet remained at White Harbor, its warriors training side by side with the Northmen, Dornish, and Riverlanders. Daenerys learned the names and tempers of the North's lesser lords, flying with Jon and Arya over the Wolflands, seeing firsthand the hard truth of northern life. Jon watched her grow in wisdom and resolve. And there were moments, when the wind was warm and the land full of song, that the shadow of old grief slipped away and something like love settled quietly between them. One evening, they walked the battlements together, watching as Isildur and Drogon circled high above, their cries echoing off the ramparts. Below, Rickon and Hranar led a wild charge through the new grass, children chasing them with shrieks and laughter, Arya not far behind. Daenerys leaned into the stone, face thoughtful. "When I was a girl, all I knew of the North were stories. Monsters in the snow, hard men with harder hearts. Now I see it's the North that keeps the realm whole. Even in peace, you never forget the world can turn dark again." Jon smiled, gaze softening. "That's what it means to be a Stark, to remember always." She nodded, her hand brushing his. "Will you ride south with me when the time comes? To King's Landing, to the Citadel, wherever we must go?" He considered, then nodded. "If you ride at my side, I'll ride anywhere. But the heart of the North will always be here." The council at Old Town proved stranger and more fraught than any expected. When the call came, Ned Stark named his daughter his voice, sending Sansa, accompanied by Arya, Maester Luwin, and a guard of Northern Knights. Daenerys too was invited, and she brought Ser Jorah, Missandei, and a dozen Unsullied. The journey south was swift, the dragons flying above, the North's banners rippling at every crossroads. Old Town received them with awe and suspicion. The Citadel's graybeards shuffled in their silks, wary of the young, wary of dragons, wary most of all of the two women who strode the hall with heads unbowed. The South's great houses sent envoys, Tyrells and Tarleys, Redwynes and Hightowers, all eager to glimpse the new balance of power. The moot was tense, the lords divided, some calling for peace, others demanding the dragons be leashed or sent away. Sansa listened with patience, her words few but precise. She reminded the lords of the threat of the dead, of the unity that had saved the realm, of the folly in trying to rule the North from afar. Daenerys spoke of justice and mercy, her voice strong. "The world has changed. The North stands unbroken, but it stands not as a conqueror. I am here not to demand fealty, but to remind you that the last war was against death itself, and only together did we win. Winterfell. Arya's eyes never left the Tarly envoy. Samwell, the gentle knight who had saved Joan's life at the wall. He spoke with unexpected courage, recalling the truth of the living and the dead, and warning that any who stirred new conflict now would bring only ruin. The moot broke with no clear winner, but no call to arms either. Sansa and Daenerys returned north with new alliances and old suspicions in their wake. Arya brought news of plots, and Samwell's friendship, which would prove more valuable than any coin. Back in Winterfell, the green spread swiftly, the world brightening. Bran saw farther each night, his dreams filling with wings. Sometimes his own, sometimes his siblings, sometimes shadows in the east or south. He dreamed of an ironborn fleet driven by a mad captain, of Cersei's red cloak circling in the Reach, of a single candle burning in a black tower on Dragonstone. He dreamed too of laughter in the Godswood, and of the dragons, old and new, sunning together as if they had always belonged. The Starks welcomed their returning kin. Lady Brienne from the Sapphire Isle, Gendry with his hammer, the Lady of Bear Island, fierce and unbowed. The children of Winterfell grew tall and strong, riding out beneath banners of wolf and dragon, their voices bright in every hall. Then one day, as the summer reached its height, and the sky shone like new steel, Bran woke from a long, deep dream. Winterfell circled overhead, her pale scales gleaming in the dawn. He found Jon and Daenerys by the heart tree. The south stirs. Cersei moves at last. She means to break the realm with fire. Ships gather at Blackwater Bay. She has called the Golden Company, and there are shadows in her court. Sorcerers, sellswords, the worst the world can muster. Ned stood, sword in hand. If she means war, she will find it, but the North will not march alone. Daenerys nodded, her eyes shining with purpose. We ride together. Dragon and wolf, fire and ice, all the realm beside us. Jon looked north, then south, then into the eyes of his kin. Winterfell stands. We ride not to conquer, but to save the realm again, from its own madness, from the last ghost of the long night. Arya was first to saddle her dragon, her laugh wild. Let's see if the South can stand a northern summer. Sansa kissed her brothers and father, then clasped Daenerys' hand, their strength joined. And so the host gathered, banners rising above the greening plain. Stark, Targaryen, Manderly, Martell, and more. The dragons took to the sky, frost and flame together, the armies marching below. The North rode south, not in darkness, but in dawn. The memory of winter in every heart, the promise of spring shining from every blade. As they left, the people of Winterfell watched from the walls. Rickon promised to guard the keep. Bran blessed the journey with the heart tree's own words, Ned's eyes shining with hope and warning alike. The last song of winter rose behind them. Wolf and dragon, ice and fire, bound now not just by fear but by love, ready to remake the realm once more. Not for glory, but for the children who would one day remember that for a season, the North had led the world into the light. The host of the North was a living river, wolves and dragons in the sky, a tide of steel and banners on the roads, the promise of vengeance and hope alike, moving with every hoofbeat and every wingstroke southward. For a week, Winterfell emptied. Men and women in every color and badge, young and old, maimed and hale, riding for a cause greater than banners, carrying with them the memory of the long winter and the victory that followed. At the vanguard rode Jon on Iriduron, Daenerys on Drogon beside him, Arya on Winterfell, Robb on Vaegron, Rickon darting low through the clouds on Hranar. Rhaegal and Viserion soared in and out of the sun, and below, the banners of Stark and Targaryen braided together, black and white, red and silver, green from the Riverlands, blue from the Manderleys, the orange suns of Dorne, the crescent moons of the Vale, and the bear of Mormont, bold as ever. The people of the North Those who stayed behind watched the dust clouds rise, the dragon shadows sweep over their fields, and wept for pride, for loss, for the fear that comes with hope. Sansa held the gate as she had promised, the heart tree at her back. The old god's blessing whispered in her ear. Gendry and Bran commanded the castle watch, every tower manned, every raven trained for the news that would decide not just Winterfell's fate, but the fate of the world. Their march was swift, for the dragons flew ahead each day, scouting the roads, clearing paths, finding trouble before it could root. Arya, Jon, and Daenerys met nightly on lonely hills, passing messages from the skies to the ground. Enemy camps found, villages threatened, wild men on the prowl. Lannister banners burned on the wind. It was Bran, left behind with Sansa, who saw most. Each evening he slipped into the roots of the heart tree, mind ranging south on the wings of crows, on the winds that swept the neck and the twins and the empty moors of the Reach. In dreams, he watched armies gather. Gold and crimson and black. Sellswords fresh from old Volantis, Cersei's red cloaks drilling beneath the ruined sept, men driven by fear more than loyalty. He saw Euron Greyjoy's fleet, black sails mast at Dragonstone, the Kraken banner fluttering over decks lined with cell sails, and prisoners chained in iron. He saw the Golden Company encamped on the Blackwater's banks, elephants restless in the summer heat, their captains squabbling in a dozen tongues. He saw Qyburn in the shadows, wild eyes alight, working spells over casks of wildfire and the twisted bones of strange creatures brought from distant shores. And he saw, above them all, Cersei Lannister in her black coronation gown, her crown set with emeralds and rubies, her eyes never leaving the horizon, waiting for dragons and Starks, and the end of all things. The North's army crossed the neck without resistance, for the Freys had been driven from the Twins, their bridges guarded by men who now flew the banners of House Tully and the Blackfish. Riverrun welcomed the host with open gates. Edmure and Brynden Tully greeted Jon and Daenerys in the old Godswood, their voices full of thanks and sorrow for the blood spilled and the peace earned. The Vale joined them near Harrenhal, Lord Jon Royce's ranks fresh and well-armed, the Arryn Falcon high above his banners. The Dornish came in smaller bands, burning with pride, their banners snapping in the hot wind. By the time they reached the storm-racked fields of the Reach, the host stretched for miles. 30,000 strong, led by dragons, shielded by old magic, driven by the memory of the dead, and the knowledge that if Cersei triumphed, there would be no tomorrow for any. They camped at Ashford, the dragons lighting the night with blue and gold flame, and the lords of the realm gathered in a circle of firelight to plan. Jon spoke first, his voice graveled with command. Cersei's armies are broken but not finished. She holds King's Landing with the Golden Company, and Euron's fleet waits at Dragonstone. She has wildfire and rumor says Qyburn's machines, and worse. We must not give her the chance to burn the city or kill the innocent. Our dragons will strike the fleet and the walls. Robb, Arya, your wolves and riders will cut the road behind her. The council murmured approval, and Daenerys stepped into the light, eyes bright with resolve. We are not conquerors. We come for justice, not vengeance. The city will be spared if Cersei yields. If she burns it, she will find herself alone, and all the realm will turn against her. The plan was set. Messengers sped north and south. Ravens carried warnings to the city. Surrender and be spared. Resist, and the full fury of ice and fire would fall. The final march began at dawn, banners snapping in the fresh wind, dragons leaping skyward as the host moved east for the Blackwater. King's Landing was a city besieged by its own nightmares. Cersei ruled from the Red Keep, every gate sealed, every tower manned, the streets patrolled by gold cloaks, the people hungry and afraid. Fires burned in the alleys, the bells silent, the air thick with tension. Jon, Daenerys, and their council halted on the King's Road, the dragons circling overhead, the North's banners streaming on the hills. The lords of Westeros joined them. Blackfish and Tully, Royce and Arryn, Martell and Manderley, Glover, Umber, and Mormont. The city, for the first time in 100 years, saw its own doom reflected not in foreign banners, but in the unity of all it had scorned. On the first day, Daenerys and Jon sent envoys. Tyrion Lannister, returned from exile, walked beneath the city's gates, his voice ringing through the dust and silence. "Surrender. Open the gates. Save your city and your lives." Cersei answered with arrows and fire, the sky above the gates blazing with the green fury of wildfire. On the second day, Arya slipped into the city, her face changed, her knives hidden. She found the small folk ready to riot, the gold cloaks weary, the red keep locked behind walls of steel and hate. She found Qyburn in the cellars, hands bloody, his eyes wild as he whispered of fire and death. She returned that night, bringing news of a tunnel beneath the sept, a way to the heart of the city. On the third day, the dragons flew at dawn. Drogon and Iriduron, Rhaegal and Viserion, Winterfell and Vaegrin, Hranar at their heels, their roars echoing from the battlements. Euron's fleet answered with black sails and iron bolts. Scorpions lined the decks, fire and thunder lashing from prow to stern. The dragons wheeled and struck, blue and gold flame hissing through the air. Ships exploded, men leapt into the sea, and the Kraken banners burned. Robb led the Northmen through the western gate as the dragons broke the scorpions on the walls. Arya opening the tunnel from within, her wolf at her side. The small folk rising in hope and fear. Rickon, wild and fearless, led the Manderleys and Glovers through the mud gate. Hranar clearing the path with a shriek that made even the gold cloaks flee. By dusk, the city was ringed by dragons, the Red Keep its last island of resistance. Cersei stood at her window, her eyes on the sky, her hands trembling over a jeweled goblet of poisoned wine. Jon and Daenerys entered the city side by side, the North's banners following. The crowds parted in awe and terror. No one cheered, but no one resisted. In the shadow of the shattered sept, they found Tyrion waiting, his face lined with grief. "She will not yield," he said. "Qyburn's men guard her, and she has enough wildfire to burn the city twice over. She says if she cannot rule, she will destroy all." Daenerys' eyes shone not with anger, but with the sadness of a woman who has lost too much to hate. "We go together then." They climbed the ruined stairs, Jon's sword naked in his hand, Daenerys' words burning in the air. Arya and Bran, Robb and Rickon and Sansa behind them, each bearing the weight of their house and the hope of the realm. In the throne room, Cersei waited, Qyburn cowering at her heel, the floor marked by a ring of burning green. The Iron Throne loomed behind her, jagged as memory. Jon stepped forward, voice iron. "It is over, Cersei. The city is lost. The dead have been defeated. The South stands united. Yield, and you will have justice. Defy us, and you will have nothing." Cersei laughed, the sound bitter as frost. "I am Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. You are nothing but wolves and bastards, traitors and monsters. If I burn the world with me." Daenerys met her gaze. "You have a choice. The realm has suffered enough. End it now." "Benin?" Cersei hesitated, her hand drifting to the hilt of a dagger. For a heartbeat, no one breathed. It was Arya who moved first, crossing the flames in a blur, her blade at Qyburn's throat. He squealed, and in his panic, kicked the cask of wildfire at Cersei's feet. Jon leapt. Daenerys called to Drogon. The dragon's fire met the green, a wall of flame surging but contained, Arya dragging Cersei back by her golden hair. Robb and Sansa dashed water from the shattered cisterns, Bran crying out to the godswood in a voice that shook the stones. In the chaos, Cersei screamed, slashing at Arya, but the younger Stark was faster. Her blade flashed, a single stroke, and Cersei fell, her crown rolling across the broken floor. The wildfire guttered, the flames drawn up in a chill wind that swept through the ruined hall. Bran's voice, deep and old, whispered in every mind, "It is finished. The madness is ended. Let the realm remember mercy." The days that followed were a fever dream. The dragons circled the city, their breath a warning and a promise. The lords of the realm assembled, the small folk pouring from every gate to witness what none had believed possible. The North's justice, the Targaryens' mercy, the dawn of something new. Daenerys was crowned in the sept's shattered nave, Jon at her side. The council was reformed: Stark, Tully, Martell, Tyrell, Royce, Manderly, Blackfish, and Gendry for the Stormlands. Bran took the seat at the head of the table, his words guiding the lords through peace, as they had through war. Sansa was named Warden of the North. Arya sailed west with Nymeria and a fleet of explorers. Robb rebuilt the Riverlands, and Rickon returned to Winterfell, ruling with the wild patience of his dragon. The South watched, then followed. Jon and Daenerys ruled together, not as conquerors, but as stewards, guiding the realm through the first true spring in memory. The dragons nested on the hill above the city, Iridorn and Drogon leading their brood in flights that became the stuff of song. The wolves of the north ran in the Kingswood, free and unafraid. Bran's dreams grew gentler. He saw green fields, laughing children, ships from distant shores, seeking alliance and friendship, and the old gods nodding in approval. As for the realm, they called it the Season of Hope. The memory of winter and fire, of wolf and dragon united, became legend. In Winterfell, the heart tree blossomed, red leaves shimmering in the sun, and Sansa would say, when children gathered round, "There must always be a Stark in Winterfell, and there will always be dragons in the sky." And so it was, a new peace, a new promise, written in the songs of men and the silent blessings of gods, north and south alike, until the world itself remembered what was possible, when hope and courage, wolf and dragon, fire and ice stood side by side and called the dawn. Okay. Unusual activity has been detected from your device. Try again later. 94,190 Onakiti 6,781 Bayain. MD. Summer ripened the land from Winterfell to the sea. Heat lingering in fields once shrouded in eternal snow. Rivers ran deep and fast, their banks rich with grass and wildflowers. Crops flourished where old battlefields slept beneath the green, and the long shadows cast by dragons on their morning flights were met with awe rather than dread. No tales from the Age of Heroes could match what the small folk now saw. Starks and Targaryens walking side by side beneath the banners of wolf and dragon, ruling a realm at peace. And the dragons themselves, both iceborn and fire-forged, rising together on warm currents as if the world had never known winter. Yet peace, like spring, is never certain or without cost. The wounds of war did not heal overnight. King's Landing labored to rebuild what fire and madness had broken. The Red Keep stood but bore scars. The charred stones of the old throne room, the melted bells, the twisted bones of Qyburn's alchemy. The city's heart was tender and proud, and its people learned to watch the sky for dragons, not with fear, but with a wary gratitude. The North's banners flew from the gates, and the River Lords kept a vigilant watch, ensuring the city remembered who had brought its deliverance. Jon and Daenerys ruled from the capital through that first summer. Their council a mirror of the new realm: Stark, Targaryen, Tyrell, Martell, Arryn, Tully, Royce, Manderly, and Gendry Baratheon for the Stormlands. Sansa, radiant as the northern sun, presided over Winterfell, now the seat of the North's power and the symbol of hope to the realm. Arya sailed west, sending word from distant isles and unknown coasts, Nymeria's direwolf banner a legend among explorers. Robb guarded the trident, Riverlands strong and peaceful under his steady hand. Rickon, young but already wise, ruled the Green North, and was said to speak to dragons and wolves as easily as he did to his bannermen. The council governed with care, for there was much to rebuild. The shattered granaries of the Reach were filled again. Gold flowed from Casterly Rock to restore what Lannister pride had destroyed, and the red wines ferried food and seed up and down the Blackwater. Daenerys held her court with open doors, hearing the voices of the small folk, listening to the maesters, sending her dragons to settle disputes where old lords still harbored dreams of rebellion. Jon spent long days in the city, but his heart remained ever fixed on the north. He made time each moon's turn to fly Iridorn over the neck, along the wild fells and rivers, to the White Knife and up to the wall's broken stones, now watched over by the Night's Watch, restored in number by sons of every house and wildlings who chose the black freely, not as punishment. The wall was no longer a prison, but a monument to what had been endured and overcome. Bran, whose eyes were now older than his years, split his time between the God's Wood at Winterfell and the Council in King's Landing. He was the realm's living memory, his counsel trusted and mysterious, his presence a comfort to Jon, Sansa, and Daenerys alike. Sometimes he dreamed of darkness, stirring beyond the sea, of green lands waiting to be explored, or of children born with dragon eyes and wolf's grace. Dreams of a realm not merely surviving, but thriving. The story of the new peace found its way into every song and fireside tale. Midsummer brought the realm's first true festival of unity. The fields below King's Landing became a tent city. Knights, merchants, wildlings, ironborn, maesters, and minstrels, all mingling in a riot of color and dialects. Food and drink flowed from the north and south alike. Dornish wine and honey cakes from the arbor, northern beer and venison roasted over applewood fires. Contests of arms filled the days, and at night the sky blazed with the fire of dragons, Daenerys and Jon leading the dance, Arya's name chanted by sailors at the farthest docks, Robb's victories recounted by the campfires, Rickon riding Rhaenyra down the tourney grounds, to cheers of both highborn and smolf. Sansa arrived in white and gray, her retinue the pride of the north, and was greeted with a thunder of applause as she knelt beside the heart tree, planted in the God's Wood of the capital, a living link to the North's ancient ways, now rooted in the South. Gendry, no longer merely the blacksmith's son, but Lord of Storm's End, led her to the festival's high table. There, beneath a sky alive with fire and ice, she toasted the peace her family had forged. "Let it be said," Sansa declared, "that winter and summer, wolf and dragon, all the realm stands together now, not in fear, but in hope." For Jon, the festival was bittersweet. He moved through the throngs with the sense of a man who has survived storms only to find the calm stranger than the chaos. He laughed with Tormund Giantsbane, toasted with Tyrion, heard tales from Samwell Tarly, now Archmaester of the Night's Watch, and danced one night in the river mist with Daenerys, her laughter like music, her hair braided with northern holly and southern roses. But every night, he stood with Iridoran on the city's highest hill, looking north. The dragon, larger than ever, watched the darkness beyond the torchlight, sometimes crooning as if remembering the old threats, the shadows that had gathered in the world's forgotten corners. Jon knew peace was a prize to be kept, not a gift to be taken for granted. He found Sansa at the heart tree before dawn, her hands folded, her eyes closed. "You look tired, sister," Jon said, soft. She smiled, opening her eyes. "There is always another worry, another petition, but I am glad. I remember the years we only hoped to survive. Now we can plan and dream." "Do you trust it?" he asked. She met his gaze, true as ever. "I trust us. So long as there is a Stark in Winterfell and a dragon in the sky, the realm has a chance." Then, as summer waned, the council gathered one last time before returning north. Daenerys called it a council of renewal, and the lords, wary at first, then warming, found themselves speaking of roads and markets, of schools and shipyards, not of war. Even Glover and the old Arryn lords, ever suspicious of southern power, agreed to the new laws written by Sansa and the Maesters. Jon and Daenerys swore to rule with the consent of the realm. The old feudal ways were reformed, a new peace sealed by ancient oaths and dragon's flame. Bran's dreams grew brighter, filled now with visions of ships westward bound, of new trees planted where forests had burned, of the children of the next generation, laughter echoing from White Harbor to Sunspear, the Wall a place of pilgrimage and learning, not exile. Even the Citadel, once a nest of doubt, opened its gates to wildlings and women, new acolytes studying side by side with maesters of old blood. When Jon and Daenerys finally turned northward, the city came out to watch. Their dragons wheeled overhead, Drogon, Iridorn, Rhaegal, Viserion, and the younger brood born since the long night. The people knelt, not in fear, but in awe and thanks. The journey home was slow and joyful. They paused at every great castle, breaking bread in the halls that had once braced for invasion. In River Run, Edmure and the Blackfish greeted them as kin. At Moat Cailin, they found Robb waiting with Grey Wind, ready to ride north as one pack, one house. Rickon met them at the last river, wild with youth and pride, his bond with Hraunar the talk of every child. When they reached Winterfell at last, the old castle glowed with lantern light. The Godswood was alive with the memory of all who had come before. The old gods, the new, the laughter and the tears. The dragons settled on the towers, their breath mingling with the evening mist, and the wolves of the north sang beneath the stars. That night, Jon walked alone to the heart tree, Irilduran pacing behind. The faces in the bark seemed to smile, red leaves drifting in the breeze. Bran was there, eyes open, hand on the trunk. "It is only the beginning," Bran whispered. Jon nodded. "But it is a good beginning." Behind them, the castle thrummed with life, laughter and music. The quiet voices of those telling stories by firelight, the rustle of banners and the promise of a future, made new. The dragons sang above the walls, a song of frost and flame, of wolf and dragon, hope and memory. In the heart of the north, the world's story turned once more, and the peace they had won shone out across the land, as lasting and bright as the stars above Winterfell. Autumn settled with amber gentleness across the north, the forests aflame with color, the air sweet and sharp as cider. Winterfell wore a different kind of splendor now. Not the icy grandeur of legend, but a living, bustling warmth. Every hall echoed with the voices of children born in peace, their laughter chasing the ghosts of old sorrows out into the gold-streaked dusk. The promise Jon and Daenerys had made to the realm, to build, not just rule, took on life in every corner. New gardens in the courtyards, crystal greenhouses warmed by dragonfire, schools where both noble and small-folk children learned their letters beneath banners of wolf and dragon. Jon spent most days outside, sleeves rolled, boots muddy, working side by side with builders and farmers, or training squires in the yard. He was never quite at ease with ceremony. The lords and ladies who visited from the south might expect courtly words or silvered banquets, but they found a king in simple wool and leather, his voice patient and quiet as he listened to complaints or set his hand to a plow. They found a queen who wandered the grounds with children at her skirts, the mother of dragons coaxing green shoots from northern soil, her laughter trailing behind her like sunshine on stone. Daenerys made the glass gardens her own. She kept her promise to remember both the broken and the lost. Each week she invited the city's orphans and the wildlings youngest to her table, telling them tales of Valyria, of Korth, of the days when she was alone and the world seemed nothing but winter. Under her care, the gardens blossomed with fruits and flowers from across the sea, pomegranates, lemons, strange vines heavy with gold-red blossoms. Her dragons basked in the warmth, docile as cats, letting the bravest children climb onto their backs and shriek with delight. Sansa presided over Winterfell's courts, her red hair a living banner, her judgments wise and sometimes stern. No lord in the north questioned her word. Gendry Baratheon often rode north from Storm's End, a constant companion at her side. His laughter, as bright as hers, was subtle. Together, they rebuilt the forges and founded a new trade, Stormland steel and northern timber, making Winterfell richer and stronger than it had been in 100 years. Robb returned with Grey Wind to the Riverlands each season, keeping the peace with the Blackfish, his name now a byword for honor among both old houses and the small folk. Arya wrote from the far west, her letters full of storms and wonders, describing islands of green stone, mountains that glowed with fire, tribes who worshipped the stars, and 1,000 strange animals never seen in Westeros. Some called her the Sea Wolf. Some called her the Queen of Sails, and children along every coast told stories of Nymeria's ghost ship and the girl with the many faces. Rickon, a shadow and a laugh in the wild woods, remained fiercely loyal to Winterfell. He rarely slept indoors, hunting with Hraunar and the wild wolves. But he was seen often in the villages, sitting with the lonely guiding lost travelers, teaching every child he met how to whistle up a wolf or coax a bird to hand. He was a legend in his own right, half boy, half wolf, as much a part of the north as the wind or the snows. Bran, stillest of all, spent hours by the heart tree, his visions gentle, woven now with hope as much as warning. The realm sought his wisdom in times of trouble. Lords and maesters, even distant kings, sent letters sealed with their crests, asking what might come next, or how best to remember what had passed. He answered always with stories, never prophecy, but truth wrapped in old song and myth, and his words helped the realm mend itself. The first frost brought the harvest feast. The great hall swelled with music, the tables set with roasted boar, candied walnuts, stewed apples, and breads as thick as a man's fist. Sansa's bakers made pies in the shape of direwolves and dragons, and the children paraded in masks of snow and fire. Banners hung from every rafter, Manderley blue, Glover green, Bear Island gold, Martell sun, and the Targaryen three-headed dragon. Even Gendry's new stag with hammer standard flew beside the direwolf on the gate. Jon raised his cup in the lamplight, his voice clear and strong. This peace is not the end, but the beginning. Let each of us remember, no matter our blood or name, we are of the same earth. If the South sends for help, we will answer. If the wildlings need shelter, we will open our gates. If darkness rises again, we will stand as one, wolf and dragon, north and south, free folk and lord alike. Daenerys, face radiant, stood beside him. Long ago I believed only fire could set me free. Here I have learned that peace is forged in many hearts, not by a single hand. The dragons will fly, but so will hope. Let this feast be the first of many. A cheer rose that shook the banners and startled even the dragons on the roof. Winterfell and Vaegrin soared above the yard, their shadows gliding over torchlit crowds. Rickon whistled and a chorus of wolves howled in answer, their song threading through the stone and into the night beyond. That winter, the realm prepared for the cold, but none feared it as they once had. The walls were strong, the stores full, the roads watched by scouts and ravens. Daenerys' glasshouses kept fruit and herbs green, even when the world outside was silver with frost. Rickon's wolves roamed the wood, warning of every stranger. Sansa's laws, written with Jon, Bran, and Gendry, gave rights to small folk and wildling alike. No one would hunger or freeze while Winterfell stood. Trouble, when it came, arrived not from war or rebellion, but from the natural tempests of a realm in rebirth. A fever swept White Harbor, and healers from the Reach and Dorne traveled north, bringing medicines and knowledge. Maester Samwell came himself, plumper and wiser than ever, and it was said his laughter cured as many as his potions. Floods struck the Trident, and Robb sent boats built by Gendry's smiths, while dragons dried the sodden earth with blasts of gentle flame. The Ironborn raided once, old habits dying hard, but were driven off by Rickon's wolves and Arya's ships returning home, bearing news of a peaceable sea. As years passed, the children of peace grew. New voices sang the song of the North. Jon and Daenerys' daughter, Rhaella, her silver hair tangled always with direwolf fur. Rickon's son, Bran, as wild and gentle as the father whose eyes he bore. Robb's twin daughters, red-haired as their aunt Sansa. Bold as summer wind, Sansa's own children. Learning both to read and to fight, their laughter ringing in the halls of Winterfell and Storm's End. The old stories faded, reshaped by the new Jow. Minstrels sang not of the long night's fear, but of the night's end, of the dawn that came when wolf and dragon stood together. No longer did mothers frighten children with tales of the others, but told them instead of the day, the dead marched, and the living answered as one. When winter was harshest, the people remembered the warmth that peace could bring. In King's Landing, Daenerys and Jon's court became a place of learning. Songs from Valyria and Dorne, legends from the west, stories of far islands brought home by Arya and her kin. Gendry's new order of smiths invented machines that drew water up to the highest gardens. And Samwell's maesters wrote histories that celebrated not just kings and lords, but women, wildlings, and the brave of heart. Jon grew older, and at times the old longing for the wild north stirred within him. Sometimes, as snow fell soft on the battlements, he would slip away with Ghost and Irilduron to ride the sky above the snow-swept fells, his heart filled not with sorrow, but with a joy as old as the world. He would find Daenerys in the glass gardens on his return, her hands dark with earth, her voice singing lullabies in a dozen tongues. "What do you see up there, my love?" she'd ask. He would smile, drawing her close, their children chasing each other between lemon trees and pomegranate vines. "I see everything. I see hope." Bran, ancient as the heart tree, watched over all with a quiet peace. Sansa, her beauty and wisdom growing with every year, grew more beloved in the north than any queen who'd come before. Arya's sails were last seen heading west with the new fleet, her daughter at the prow beside her. Rickon's laughter was said to summon spring, and no tale in the realm was more beloved than that of the wild boy and his dragon. The world was changed, and would change again. Summer would fade, storms would come, children would grow and leave, peace would need to be kept, and the old songs would always whisper of darkness. But the north stood, Winterfell stood, the dragons flew, and beneath the heart tree the laughter of a new age rose as sure as dawn. So the story was told, and lived, and told again, of peace forged not by fear, but by trust and courage, of wolf and dragon, of hope that would outlast every winter and burn bright through every night. And in the heart of the world, beneath banners of frost and flame, the people learned at last what it meant to truly live. Neika. Years rolled gentle and golden through the north, each autumn outshining the last. The harvests were rich, the wild woods tamed just enough to yield their bounty, and the wolf songs that once haunted Winterfell stones now mingled with the laughter of children and the hush of dragon wings. Under the boughs of the heart tree, peace was not a fragile guest, but a steadfast presence, hard-won and fiercely protected by all who remembered what it cost. Jon's hair was more salt than coal now, but his eyes had lost none of their quiet fire. Each day he walked the ramparts with Ghost, watching the fields and rivers, never once forgetting the long shadows the world could cast. Irilduron, oldest and grandest of the dragons, remained at his side. When Jon spoke to him, it was often in the silent language of old friends, a hand at the great beast's jaw, a wordless promise that neither would leave while the other breathed. Daenerys aged slower, her Targaryen blood bright in her eyes and in the silver streaking her hair. She had become as beloved in the north as any Stark, her gardens a miracle of warmth even in the deepest snows. The glass houses grew lemons and wild roses all year, while the last fire dragon hatchlings, children of Drogon and Rhaegal, basked in sunlit alcoves, gentle under her command. When the South sent embassies or the Citadel arrived with new science or old grievances, it was Daenerys who answered with a smile, a feast, or, when needed, a quiet steel beneath her courtesy. Sansa, the North's rose, reigned as Lady of Winterfell and Queen in the North for a people that had never needed to call her so. Her authority was bone-deep, unquestioned. She welcomed all with a measured grace, listened more than she spoke, and ruled with the memory of old wrongs and the hope of new days. Gendry was her shadow and her anchor, never more content than in her company, and the forges of Winterfell produced blades and plowshares in equal number, making the North the best armed and best fed land in the realm. Robb's legend, like his father's before him, stretched from the neck to the trident, where he rebuilt the riverlands, not as a battlefield, but a breadbasket. Grey Wind's kin ran the green banks, and Robb's sons rode to every moot and festival, forging alliances with laughter and honest strength. Edmure Tully, old and content, doted on Robb's children and presided over a new age of peace for River Run and its tributaries. Arya's stories circled the world. From distant ports, ships bearing the wolf's head and the sea star returned with tales of strange lands, new spices, and peoples who spoke of their own dragons, their own ancient gods. Sometimes, Arya herself returned, hair streaked by sun and salt, her eyes still sharp and her laughter wild. She would stay a season, teach the young women of Winterfell the bow and the knife, share a silent cup with Bran, and slip away again, restless as the wind. Rickon's fame grew quiet and deep as the roots of the north. He spent little time at court, but was seen everywhere the land was wildest. Beside grieving mothers among the free folk at Hardhome, with wildlings now kin to the north, or alone on the moors with his son Bran and a pack of wolves. His dragon, Hranar, was the swiftest and most unpredictable of the brood. But Rickon was the only rider he allowed. It was said that wherever Rickon went, the woods themselves grew tamer, the game more plentiful, and the children healthier for miles around. Bran's eyes had gone white with age, his hair as pale as the first frost, but his mind spanned the land as surely as the wind. He never left the heart tree for long, but every lord, every ship's captain, every child who dreamed of old secrets, came to him for a tale or a word of blessing. Bran's visions were now less prophecy and more poetry, guidance given in parable, hope spun from the roots of history. The land was safe while Bran's dreams guarded it. The realm beyond Winterfell was transformed by this peace. King's Landing glittered, the city's wounds healed by years of wise counsel and fair trade. The Red Keep was no longer a nest of intrigue, but a school of statecraft, and the commoners could walk freely in the Dragon Pit Gardens, where even fire-born beasts seemed content. The Reach and Stormlands were thick with crops and learning. The Vale sent more scholars than knights to court. The Dorne of Queen Arya was a land of new marriages and old patient cunning. The Iron Islands, under Lady Yara's steady rule, became a haven for shipwrights and fisherfolk, not reavers. Samuel Tarley, Grier and rounder but unbowed, was archmaster at the Wall. His pupils a mix of wildlings, bastards, women, and even a few ironborn, all trained in healing and history, not just the ways of war. The Wall was a beacon, not a border, its black brothers welcomed by all, their vows made in hope, not fear. No wars marred this peace. There were scuffles and tempests, of course, border disputes, prideful lords. A harvest failed by too much rain or too little. Once, a summer fever swept from Old Town to the north, but the dragons and maesters together kept it at bay. When bandits or pirates struck, Arya's fleet or Robb's riders soon answered, never with cruelty, but always with swiftness and unyielding justice. The children born to this era were unlike any Westeros had ever known. Jon and Daenerys's daughter Rhaella, strong-willed and gentle, loved the sky and the wild. Her dragon, Alarion, as devoted to her as Ghost was to Jon. Sansa and Gendry's eldest, Lady Lyanna, became a champion of the harvest and the forge, leading her people in both peace and play. Robb's children formed the core of a new knighthood, a circle of wolf and dragon sworn, their training mixing the songs of the south with the harsh truths of the north. Rickon's son Bran grew up with the wildlings, feared nothing, and one day vanished beyond the Wall with a host of direwolves and tales of a city of glass hidden in the snow. Even the dragons, bred and raised in peace, changed. They flew farther and lived longer, their breath gentler unless roused to defend. They nested in the towers and in the wilds both, and when a dragonling was born, the children of Winterfell all gathered to watch, cheering the little beast as it found its wings. One crisp autumn evening, the family gathered at the Heart Tree for the Festival of Memory, a tradition Daenerys had made her own. Candles floated in the glassy pools, each flame a prayer for the lost or a hope for the future. Bran's voice, soft as the breeze, began the tale. Remember when the night was long and cold, when fear ruled the land, and hope was just a candle's flicker in the dark. Remember the dead who marched, and the fire that burned, and how wolf and dragon, child and elder stood together. We remember not to mourn, but to give thanks. For every sorrow has become a story, every wound a lesson. And so long as we gather here, beneath these boughs, peace will hold, as we gather here, beneath. Jon spoke next, his voice rough with feeling. I once believed I was no one, a shadow at the edge of my own life. But the North taught me, even the least of us can change the world when we choose to stand together. My brothers and sisters, by blood, by bond, by choice, are the heart of that change. Let us promise never to forget what we won, nor the price we paid. Bran. Daenerys took his hand. We are the dream of those who came before us. We are their hope made real. We will build a world worthy of their memory, and of the children who will come after. Sansa's voice was last, steady and sure. Let the South remember. Let the East and West remember. Peace is not made by victory, but by the courage to forgive, the strength to begin anew. So long as a Stark and a dragon sit together beneath these leaves, the world is safe. Candles floated, laughter rising like song. The youngest children danced, Rhaella and Lyanna leading them in a ring, the dragons spiraling above, their shadows dappling the grass. The night deepened, but no one left. The stories flowed, old adventures, new jokes, riddles and songs, oaths spoken and kept. Bran, smiling beneath the heart tree, saw all the threads of the world, pain and hope, loss and renewal, woven together. Seasons would come and go. Drought or storm might strike. Old wounds might ache anew. But as the days shortened and the wind turned sharp, the light from Winterfell's windows and from the flames beneath the heart tree would shine all the brighter, a promise to the world that peace was more than an end. It was a beginning. So they lived and remembered and laughed and hoped. And if in some distant winter a darkness tried to rise again, it would find wolf and dragon side by side beneath the ancient boughs, ready to face the night together, their hearts as strong as the land that made them. In the end, that was the story the world remembered. Not only of battles won or monsters slain, but of peace kept, generation after generation. A song written in autumn gold, in the laughter of children, in the flight of dragons, and the ever-present love of family beneath the heart tree, at the heart of the North. Bay. Snow returned softly one evening, just as the last leaves clung to the willows along the white knife, and the wild geese wheeled across a leaden sky. It was not the hard, wolfish snow of an endless winter, but the kind that came in gentle veils, kissing the rooftops of Winterfell, dusting the ramparts and barns, filling the air with a hush like the world pausing to take a breath. No horn of warning was sounded. The people of the North greeted the first snow with gladness, stepping out to feel the flakes melt on their faces, children laughing as they tried to catch them on outstretched tongues. Within Winterfell, light and warmth reigned. In the yard, Jon watched Rhaella, his daughter, race the Stark and Baratheon children along the snowy walks. Her cheeks bright, her hair a silver banner, Alarion the young dragon swooping low over her head. Ghost paced the edges, nose to the wind, tail high. Daenerys stood by the great doors, wrapped in white wool, a crown of winter roses, grown in her own greenhouses, twined in her hair. She called to Jon as he approached, her voice soft and full of contentment. They say it's a lucky snow, the first before the long sleep. He drew her into his arms, the two of them watching as Irildur circled above, wings stretched wide. For a time, they said nothing, simply listening. The distant cries of children, the stamp of horses, the sound of axes on wood, the easy rhythm of a castle alive and unafraid. Bran wheeled into the yard from the godswood, his hair grown long and white, his eyes still holding the green and gold of vision. He was thinner now, his voice slower, but his mind had never been sharper. He greeted them with a smile, resting a hand on Jon's shoulder, another on Daenerys' arm. "The trees are happy," he said. "They remember winters much harsher. This one will be short." Sansa emerged from the hall, Gendry at her side, their eldest children flanking them, Lyanna and little Rickard, their faces flushed with health and pride. They greeted the gathering with the ease of a family long at peace, and together led the way to the great doors, where the feast of first snow awaited. Inside the great hall shone. Banners of wolf and dragon and stag hung high, fire crackled in every hearth, and tables groaned with plenty, smoked fish and honeyed apples, wild boar, sweet root and spiced cakes, bread warm from the oven. At the center, Bran's seat stood by the heart tree's carved bough, brought in each winter for memory and blessing. All Winterfell was there. Lords from the coast, wildlings from the hills, maesters and septons, smiths and healers, fisherfolk and shepherds, the children of peace. Robb and his wife rode in from River Run with their twins, laughing as Grey Wind's grandchildren chased the smaller wolves through the hay. Rickon arrived late, hair wild, cheeks red, dragging a deer on his sled and trailed by a pack of wolf pups and his own son Bran, already as silent and gentle as the falling snow. Even Arya's presence was felt, her latest letter read aloud by Sansa, full of tales from the Summer Isles and a promise that she would bring her daughter for the next snow, or the next, if the winds were favorable. As night deepened, music filled the hall. Daenerys led a dance with Rhaella and Lyanna, her laughter rising like bells. Gendry toasted the smiths and the bakers. Samwell, thicker than ever in the belly, told a tale of a winter so fierce even the wall had creaked, and Robb's twins performed a sword dance to the cheers of the crowd. Jon sat quietly, ghost at his feet, his heart full as he watched the faces of all he loved. Afterward, Jon slipped away to the ramparts, drawn by the hush of snow and the memory of other winters. Iriduran landed beside him, folding great wings with care. For a while Jon stood in silence, breathing deep, the air as clean as ice. Daenerys joined him, slipping her arm through his. "You always look north when you're happy," she teased, resting her head on his shoulder. He smiled. "The north is in my bones. But so are you. I never believed the world could feel like this. Safe, full, ours. Knowing." She reached for his hand. "Peace is not a thing we're given. It's a thing we hold on to together every day. Even now, after all these years, I wake up grateful." Jon squeezed her hand, their fingers laced. "The worst is past, but there's always more to come. I like knowing we face it together." A beat of silence. Then Daenerys looked to the sky, where Alarion and the other young dragons played among the clouds. "They're restless. Rhaella says Alarion wants to fly south before the next snow. The dragons crave adventure, Jon." "No." He nodded, thinking of his own restless blood, of Arya, of Bran's green dreams. "Let them fly. Let the next age be one of journeys and new songs. But let them always return." Daenerys smiled, radiant. "They will. This is home." With the first snow, traditions both new and ancient blossomed. Children wove garlands for the wolves and dragons, and the animals wore them proudly. The old crones led lantern-lit processions through the godswood, thanking the old gods for plenty and peace. Rhaella and Lyanna led the race of the first flake, dragon and horse and wolf running together down the moonlit meadow, their laughter ringing for miles. Bran blessed the new glasshouses. Gendry and Sansa opened the smithy to every child who wished to learn, and Daenerys sang in the kitchens, passing on recipes from Corth and Meereen and her mother's old home in Bravos. Jon saw to the stores, walked the walls, and spent long hours teaching both his own and the wildling children the lore of the land. How to find shelter in a blizzard, how to read the winds, how to speak to a wolf, or calm a dragon with a single word. News from the south arrived as calmly as the falling snow. Gendry's ships kept the seas safe from pirates, and the Vale's knights now trained alongside wildlings in the art of mountain war. Robb's riders helped plant new orchards in the Reach, and Rickon's wisdom healed old rifts with the free folk. Samwell, content as Archmaester, wrote that the wall was being restored as a library and observatory, its old purpose fulfilled by a new generation of wanderers and dreamers. No one feared the coming winter. Each household, rich and poor, north and south, wildling and lord, had enough to eat and fuel to spare. When storms howled, dragons and wolves patrolled the roads, ensuring no traveler went lost or hungry. Old grudges faded, new friendships flowered, and the next generation grew up with the confidence that peace, once won, could be kept if guarded fiercely and shared freely. One night, Bran called his siblings and their children to the godswood, the sky thick with falling snow, and the stars shining between the clouds. The heart tree, old as any living thing, glowed in the lantern light, its face serene, red eyes kind. Bran's voice, thin but clear, rang out in the hush. Winter always returns, but so do we. Our story is not one of kings or battles, but of family, of love, and laughter, and courage. Promise me, all of you, remember what came before, and keep the flame of peace burning. Pass it to your children, and theirs, until the end of days. Dera? Each of them, Jon and Daenerys, Sansa and Gendry, Robb and his wife, Rickon and his wild son, Rhaella and Lyanna, bowed their heads, hands linked. The dragons circled above, their wings a benediction. Jon spoke for them all. We promise, Bran. We remember, and we will keep the watch, as long as there is breath in us, as long as Winterfell stands. The wolves howled, the dragons sang, and the snow fell soft and steady. A benediction and a blessing. The world hushed in awe and hope. That night, fires burned bright in every hearth, music drifted through stone and snow, and laughter and stories echoed into the dawn. The peace Jon and Daenerys had built was now older than war, deeper than any wound, woven through the very bones of the North. The next winter and the next would come and pass, but the heart of Winterfell would hold, strong as ever, wolf and dragon, together, a legacy for all the ages yet to come. A.K. Morning broke on a world draped in silver, the snow resting thick upon the ramparts and the rooftops, sparkling as if every stone and leaf had been dusted with diamonds. In Winterfell, the hush of first light was sacred. The air smelled of wood smoke and frost, and the only sound was the distant musical whinny of horses from the stables. Even the dragons moved quietly at dawn, wings folding gently, scales glimmering in the blue shade, as if the old magic of the North asked them to respect this hour of peace. Jon rose before the rest, as was his habit, and stood at the window of his chamber, looking out across the white fields. Ghost dozed on the flagstones behind him, one red eye half open, ears flicking at some dream of snow and rabbit. For a long moment, Jon simply breathed, letting the cold fill his lungs, feeling his own heart beat in rhythm with the sleeping castle. It was a morning much like 1,000 others, yet for Jon, every dawn in this age of peace was still a miracle, fragile and new. He dressed quietly and made his way down to the yard, boots crunching in the fresh snow. The sentries saluted, the younger ones hiding smiles behind their gauntlets, remembering the old tales of Lord Snow Thaw. Jon greeted them each by name as he always did, and paused to check the night's watch logs. Nothing amiss, no lost travelers, no threat from the woods or wild. The realm was quiet. From the kitchens, the first warmth of bread and honeyed oats drifted on the air. Jon ducked in for a cup of mulled cider, exchanging a word with old Nan's granddaughter, now the chief cook, who laughed to see the king of the North filching a heel of brown bread before the children arrived. "You spoil them, my lord," she teased, and Jon only grinned, knowing it was true. Out in the yard the children began to gather, Rhaella and Lyanna first, racing each other on the packed snow, their hair streaming behind them, dragon and direwolf chasing in their wake. Rickon's son Bran appeared next, leading a younger pack of wildlings' children, some on sleds, some pelting each other with snowballs, their laughter sharp and bright. Soon the yard was full of voices, the dragons keeping gentle watch, even the smallest hatchlings learning to skate on the frozen pond under Daenerys' careful eye. Daenerys herself came down the steps, wrapped in fur and silk, her cheeks touched with cold, her silver hair loose over her shoulders. She paused beside Jon, leaning against his side as they watched the morning unfold. "Is it always so beautiful?" she asked, quiet awe in her voice. Jon smiled. "Every winter, the North becomes new again. It forgives all, covers all. There's no place like it in the world." "No." She squeezed his arm, then released him with a knowing look. "Go on, before Rhaella beats you to the wall." He needed no more invitation. Jon jogged after the children who had begun their daily lesson, a race across the yard, then up the steps of the broken tower, and down again, with the wolves and young dragons threading between them. For a little while, Jon forgot the weight of rule, joining in the game, letting Rhaella tumble him into a snowbank, hearing Daenerys' laughter drift down from the battlements. After the morning's games, the lessons began. Sansa gathered the children in the old solar, teaching the histories of the North, the names of every house, the meaning of every ancient oath. Gendry and his smiths showed the older ones how to temper steel, how to mend a harness or shoe a horse, while Daenerys oversaw the reading of the new tongue, High Valyrian and the Common, so that no child would grow up unable to speak to any other, north or south. Rickon's lessons were wilder, tracking in the woods, reading the stars, calling to the wolves or dragons in a storm. He led Bran and the wildling girls through the pines, showing them how to find rabbit trails and hidden springs, how to move through the snow without leaving a trace. Sometimes, if the weather was fair, Robb would arrive from River Run with his children, and a tournament of snow sword and shield would follow, with banners made from old cloaks and the prize a horn of sweet cider in the hall. Bran joined them when he could, wheeled out to the Godswood, Winterfell's pale head resting in his lap. The youngest children listened wide-eyed to his tales, of the children of the forest, of the first dragons, of the peace that now stretched from the wall to the sea. Sometimes, Bran would close his eyes and sing an old song, his voice rising like the wind through the branches, and the wolves would lift their heads and join in, their chorus echoing through the trees. As the sun reached its height, Daenerys walked the greenhouses, inspecting the lemons, the winter roses, the blood oranges glowing warm in the filtered light. She harvested the first violets for the feast, her hands stained with earth, her heart full of quiet joy. Jon met her there, the two of them taking their midday meal among the growing things, speaking in low voices about the business of the realm. There was always business, petitions from distant lords, news from King's Landing, letters from Arya in the west or Sam at the wall. Daenerys had learned to weigh 100 voices, to judge when to send a raven and when to send a dragon. Jon listened carefully, offering counsel, trusting her instincts and wisdom as he trusted the North itself. This afternoon, the news was good. Sam wrote of a new order at the wall. Scholars and healers, builders and storytellers, wildlings and southerners learning side by side. Arya had sent word of a lost city in the mists, its people welcoming her ship and pledging trade and friendship. Sansa wrote of a new library in White Harbor, the first in 100 years, and Robb of a harvest so rich the riverlands might feed half the realm. Daenerys smiled as she read, her eyes shining. It's working, Jon. The peace holds. Our children will grow up knowing not just safety, but wonder. And Jon touched her hand, gently. We made a world we never had. It's more than I ever dreamed. That evening, as dusk gathered purple over the white world, the feast began. Lanterns swung from every post, their light flickering over the banners in the glass windows, casting patterns of color across the snow. The great hall filled with voices. Lords, wildlings, small folk, every seat taken, every table piled with roasted game and winter greens, casks of berry wine and trays of honeyed cakes. Rhaella and Lyanna danced at the center, Alarion and the hatchling swirling in their wake, the wolves lying at the edge, their eyes half closed, content to be near their people. Bran presided with quiet joy. Winterfell curled at his side, his hands folded in his lap as the stories began. One by one, the children stood to tell their tales. Of the first wolf, of the flight of the dragons, of the winter that never came. Rickon's son Bran sang a song in the old tongue, and even the wildlings in the rafters grew silent, listening to the ancient music. Robb's twins performed a sword dance to rival the best of the Southron knights, and Sansa's youngest recited a new poem about the peace of the North, her voice trembling but clear. When the fire burned low and the stars glimmered bright above the snow, Jon stood, cup in hand, his eyes shining with pride and love. Years ago, I could not have imagined this hall, these voices, this peace. I thought my place was always in the shadow. But the world is made new every day, by every hand and every heart. You are my family. You are my home. Let this winter, and every winter, remind us to cherish what we have, and to build something even greater for those who come after. Nantur. Daenerys took his hand, and together they led the toast. To the North, to peace, to all our tomorrows. The cheer that followed rang out over the walls, echoing through the silent woods, and up into the sky where dragons wheeled, bright against the moon. Much later, when the guests had gone and the children were asleep, Jon and Daenerys sat together in the godswood, beneath the heart tree, wrapped in a single cloak, their breath clouding in the cold. The red leaves rustled above them, the face in the bark serene. Bran sat nearby, his head bowed in thought. Winterfell curled around his chair. Ghost pressed close to Jon's knee, and Alaryon, too young for sleep, huddled between them, his scales warm as embers. Bran looked up, his eyes soft and ancient. I have seen far, and I have seen near. There is always another dawn, another winter, another story. But this is a good world, Jon. You have made it so. Jon smiled at his brother. We made it so. All of us. Na Narwakadal. Daenerys rested her head on Jon's shoulder, her eyes reflecting the fire and the snow. Let this night last, she whispered, and Jon pressed a kiss to her hair. The wolves howled, the dragons sang, and the snow fell, soft and endless, on a world finally at peace, at least for this night, at least for this age. And in Winterfell, under the heart tree, hope endured, evergreen, unbroken, as long as stories were told and love remembered. In the months that followed, snow fell and melted and fell again, painting Winterfell in shifting patterns of white and gray, ice and slush, and sudden brilliant sunlight. This was the North's true beauty, Jon thought as he strode the ramparts at dawn. The land never fixed, always changing, always demanding a careful eye and a steady hand. He felt the years now, lines at his eyes, a heaviness in his knees. But he also felt a sense of accomplishment that ran deeper than pride. He had seen a world nearly lost to darkness and lived to see it blooming, filled with children's laughter and dragon song. Rhaella was grown now, nearly a woman, her hair a waterfall of silver and pale brown, her eyes clear and determined. She walked the walls with her father sometimes, her dragon Alaryon circling above, and spoke of dreams and hopes, of seeing the Summer Isles, of building a new school for healers and singers, of learning the old tongues from Bran and the wildling wise women. Jon encouraged her, feeling in her a future unburdened by the sorrow that had marked his own youth. He took her to the forges to learn from Gendry, to the Godswood for Sansa stories, and often to the mews where Arya's ravens came and went, bringing news from the far corners of the world. Daenerys, ageless as the heart tree, kept the peace with a deft hand. She moved between the castle and the villages, listening to complaints and dreams, laughing with the bakers, teaching the youngest children how to coax pomegranates from winter soil. The greenhouses she tended bloomed in all seasons now, red and gold peppers, sweet blueberries, flowers the color of sun and storm. She rode her dragon at least once a week, sometimes alone, sometimes with Rhaella or one of Robb's children, teaching them the language of the sky. Winterfell itself grew richer with each passing year. The rebuilt outer walls, stronger, higher, bristling with banners, protected a city alive with noise and trade. The great market bustled with goods from every part of Westeros and beyond. The wildlings brought ivory and furs, the Reach sent wines and apples, and from the west came silk and clever gadgets, even a clockwork dragon that Rhaella found enchanting. The castle schools were full. Children of lords and smallfolk, wildling and southern knight alike, learned at the same benches. They studied law, healing, music, swordplay, and the stories of every house and every age. The oldest lessons, though, were always given under the heart tree. Bran's tales of magic and memory, Sansa's histories, Rickon's wild craft. When Arya visited, sometimes for a season, sometimes only a moon, she taught lessons none forgot, how to vanish, how to listen, how to trust your own courage. The peace held, not because the world had grown soft, but because the North had grown wise. When rumors came from Old Town, of a sickness on the wind or a strange red star in the sky, the healers and maesters met in Winterfell, sharing knowledge without pride. When a southern lord grumbled about the dragon's flights, Jon sent Rhaella as his envoy, and she returned with new alliances and letters praising her courtesy and wit. When a bear and her cubs wandered too close to the barley fields, Rickon went himself, singing to the mother bear until she shambled back into the woods, watched by a half-dozen village children who had never feared the wild. In King's Landing, Daenerys' old council continued to guide the realm. Sansa and Gendry rode south every spring, meeting with the Tyrells and Martells, the Vale and the Iron Islands, to reaffirm the old pacts and judge the new disputes. The king's road was safe, the bridges repaired, the inns full of music and talk. In the west, Lady Arya was a legend. Some said she had found a city of glass across the sea, others that she had sailed to the end of the world, and returned with the first snow of a far green land braided in her hair. It was on a night of deep midwinter that Bran called his siblings, their children, and the closest friends to the godswood. The snow was high that year, every branch of the weirwood traced in silver, the red leaves luminous in the lantern glow. Winterfell, now so old and wise she rarely left Bran's side, curled around the tree's roots, eyes closed, breath steaming in the cold. Bran's voice was softer than ever, but it carried through the hush. The world is always turning. I have seen it spin through shadow and sunlight, through fire and frost. It will turn again. But tonight, I wish only to say thank you, to each of you and to all who came before us. We have built a peace that will last, not because we are perfect, but because we have never stopped loving or hoping or forgiving. He beckoned the children forward. Rhaella, Lyanna, Bran, Robb's twins, all of the fosterlings of Winterfell. Each of them bore the mark of the North, some the eyes of a wolf, some the laughter of a dragon, some the memory of old magic. Bran pressed a hand to each brow, blessing them in the old tongue, and Winterfell opened one eye to watch, her approval silent and absolute. Daenerys spoke next. I have walked a long road, and I am grateful for every step. I have lost and gained, and in this place, this family, I have found what my ancestors only dreamed of, a world where dragon and wolf are one, where peace is not a prize, but a promise. May you all live to see it kept. Jon looked out at his family, his voice thick with pride. I was born in shadow, and spent too many years thinking myself alone. But love pulled me back to the light, again and again. That is the North's true magic, not power or prophecy, but family, chosen, forged, remembered. As long as we hold to each other, the darkness cannot win. Sansa smiled, her face radiant in the snowlight. Let us raise our voices for the world we have made. For the harvests, the songs, the friendships, the hard-won trust. Let the South remember. Let the East and West remember. Peace is a garden that must be tended, every day. I vow here, beneath the heart tree, to keep the watch for all who come after. I vow here beneath the heart tree, to keep the watch for... As the family linked hands, the children sang the old song, the one Bran taught them, the words half forgotten from the age of heroes, the melody simple and strong. The dragons added their voices, a chorus that rose into the winter sky, ringing from tower to wood, mingling with the howls of the wolves and the hush of the falling snow. The years passed, and the pattern held. Each season brought its own challenges. A spring flood that threatened the lower fields, a summer of strange storms driven by winds from the sunset sea, an autumn when an old enemy's grandchild, grown bitter in exile, tried to stir the South to rebellion. Each time, the family of Winterfell met it together, never unafraid, but always unbroken. The dragons grew larger and wiser, the wolves multiplied, and the children of peace took their place in the story. It became custom, each year, for the North to host the Gathering of Banners, a festival for all the realm, where old grievances could be settled, new friendships made, and the memory of the long night kept alive not with dread, but with gratitude. The songs grew longer, the tales richer, and every child born in that age grew up, knowing both the cost of peace and the sweetness of its gifts. Rhaella one day, set off to sail with Arya, seeking the lost islands and green lands of legend, while Lyanna opened a school for healers and bards. Bran became Lord of the Wild North, as gentle as the snow but as fierce as the oldest wolf. Robb's twins served as envoys and peacemakers, traveling the world and returning with wonders. And always, always the heart of Winterfell beat strong, a place where any found welcome, where the song of dragon and wolf echoed under the snow, and the future was written not in blood, but in hope. On the eve of another winter, Jon and Daenerys stood together in the Godswood, arms around each other, watching the snow fall in thick, quiet veils. Ghost dozed nearby, and Alarion, now grown, circled above the highest tower, his cry echoing in the dusk. Daenerys leaned her head on Jon's shoulder. "We have built something good," she murmured. Jon nodded, pressing a kiss to her hair. "It will last. We made sure of it." And as the lanterns flickered on in every window, and laughter and music spilled from the hall into the soft dark, the old gods looked down in silent blessing. Peace endured, kept not by fear, but by the love that bound family, friends and realm as one. Beneath the heart tree, winter came and passed and came again, but the song of wolf and dragon outlasted every storm, and hope, carved into the very stones of Winterfell, would never fade. The first true blizzard of the season roared in from the shivering sea one night, flaying the forests with sheets of snow, burying the outer fields so deep that the sheep vanished in white mounds and the herdsmen had to dig their way from house to barn. Winterfell's walls, thick as a giant's arms and warm as an old embrace, withstood the storm with ease. Inside, the great hall was bright and thrumming, every hearth stoked high, candles gleaming from pillar to pillar, children racing in and out of the kitchens with arms full of sweet cakes, dogs and wolves, and even the youngest dragons tumbling together across the rushes. Jon watched the storm from his favorite window, the glass thick with frost, his reflection older, grayer, and more content than he'd ever dared hope. He could hear Rhaella's laughter from the entry hall, the clatter of boots as Sansa's youngest, Rickard, tried to sneak out with the sleds. Daenerys stood beside him, her hair crowned with snowflakes, her face thoughtful. "When I was a girl, I feared every storm," she said softly. "Now I see them as blessings. Every blizzard is a test, and every dawn after is a gift." He slid his arm around her, drawing her close. "We've weathered worse than this. The walls hold, and so do we." He pressed a kiss to her brow, warmth chasing away the cold that crept through the stones. In the corner, Ghost watched them, eyes luminous. The direwolf was old, his muzzle grizzled, but he carried himself with the same silent vigilance as always. Iriduran slumbered on the roof, wings curled tight to his sides, his deep rumble vibrating down through the stones whenever thunder boomed. Sometimes, Jon felt the castle itself was alive, kept awake by dragons and wolves, by memory and the laughter of the young. That night, as the storm screamed over the towers, Winterfell feasted. The high tables were laden with roasted duck, creamy turnips, and pies studded with dried cherries and apples. Gendry led the toasts, his hair silvering at the temples, his voice booming with joy, while Robb and his twins told stories of rivers frozen so thick that carts could ride them. Rhaella recited a poem in High Valyrian, her voice clear and proud. Lyanna, Sansa's daughter, sang a wildling song, her words taught to her by Rickon in the dark of a last snow. Bran and the other wildlings showed the southern children how to play fox and hare with carved bones and little knots of colored wool. At the heart table, Bran sat swaddled in furs, Guinevere's head resting gently on his lap. His eyes were distant, his smile serene. He spoke little, but every now and then he murmured to a child or a guest, telling them some secret about the wind or the woods, always just enough to light their eyes with wonder. As the night wore on, the storm grew fiercer, yet the warmth inside only deepened. Sansa called for the dance, and soon the hall was a swirl of motion, lords and small folk spinning together, dragons flapping playfully overhead, the music spilling out into the storm as if to challenge the wind itself. Daenerys laughed as Jon swung her around. her hair flying like silver fire, and when the dance ended, she pressed her forehead to his, eyes shining. "We built this together," she whispered. "Nothing will ever break it." As midnight neared, Jon slipped away to the ramparts, Daenerys at his side, the two of them watching the blizzard's fury from above. Alaryon and the other dragons swooped through the darkness, their wings scattering the snow, their eyes lantern bright. Ghost paced behind them, always a step in Jon's shadow. In that wild silence, Bran joined them, wheeled out by Rhaella, who lingered by the door with Bran and Lyanna. Bran's voice was thin, nearly lost in the wind, but it cut through the night like the heart tree's roots through earth. Winter reminds us of what matters. It strips the world bare and makes every fire, every meal, every touch more precious. Jon nodded, understanding in his bones. We don't forget anymore. That's the true peace. Nesting Mar. Daenerys traced the stones of the battlement, gazing up at Iroduran. When the old world broke, I thought nothing could be built again, but I was wrong. It was waiting to be remade. You showed me that, Jon, this land, this home. He squeezed her hand. You made it bloom. Snow whirled around them, thick as down, the dragon's roars rolling out across the white world. Below, the wolves answered, and for a moment, Winterfell was the heart of a universe knit together by love and memory, storm and song. When the blizzard finally eased, the world was new again. Winterfell's rooftops wore mountains of snow, icicles dripped like crystal from every arch, and the fields beyond glittered untouched in the morning light. The people of the castle emerged, blinking and smiling, shovels in hand, children tumbling out to build forts and chase the boldest dragons. Rhaella led the first charge, her boots flying, Alaryon swooping low to sweep up mounds of snow and dump them atop a startled Bran, who responded by summoning every wolf pup to his aid. Lyanna organized a sled race from the gate to the river, and soon the castle green was a wild blur of sleds, wolves, dragons, and shrieking laughter. Jon and Daenerys strolled among their people, offering warm words, sharing hot cider, helping lift fallen sleds, and offering advice for building the tallest snowkeep. No one was left out. Wildling and Southron, highborn and kitchen girl, maester and shepherd all worked together, and when the sun was at its height, the castle erupted in cheers as Rhaella and Alaryon were crowned champions of the day. That evening, as the sunset painted the snow in gold and violet, Sansa called the household to the godswood for the Feast of the Dawn, a tradition new to this age, meant to celebrate the end of every storm and the strength it brought. The heart tree was hung with lanterns, and the youngest children were allowed to light candles at its roots, each one making a wish for the coming year. Bran presided, his voice gentle, telling the children, "Winter comes, but spring follows. Each storm you weather makes you stronger, and every night gives way to dawn." Daenerys and Jon spoke together. "Let us remember, every peace we hold was once only a dream, fought for and won again and again. We are one pack, one family, one realm, bound by love and trust." The candles flickered, the wolves howled, and the dragons circled overhead, casting shifting shadows on the snow. Laughter and music swelled again, as bright as any fire, and Winterfell glowed against the deepening night. The years passed, and each winter tested the realm, but never broke it. Jon grew old, his hair gone to white, his steps slower, but his gaze steady and kind. Daenerys' eyes lost none of their fire. Her gardens fed the city through every famine, her wisdom guided every ruler after. Rhaella sailed to distant isles and returned with new tales. Lyanna kept the schools full. Bran led hunts into the deep woods, but always brought the lost home. Bran's sight faded in time, his voice growing softer still, but his stories lived on in every heart. When he passed at last, the realm mourned for a year, and remembered him for 100 more, planting heart trees wherever people gathered, so no one would ever be far from home. As Jon's last winter approached, he stood with Daenerys, ghost at their feet, Iroduran perched atop the great tower, looking out over the snows that had once spelled doom, and now spoke only of hope and memory. He watched Rhaella's children race through the yard, dragons and wolves and humans all together, and he smiled, content. "We kept our promise," he whispered. Daenerys pressed her cheek to his. And so will they, for as long as the world turns. The wind whistled through the heart tree's boughs, and in that song were the voices of every friend and child and ancestor who had made peace possible, their love and memory burning brighter than any storm. So passed the years, each new winter gentler than the last. And in the heart of the north, the flame of hope endured, untouched by snow, unbroken by time, woven into every stone, every branch, every dragon's flight, and every wolf's song. And so it would be, forever. K. The snows lingered well into the new year, stubbornly clinging to the groves beyond the godswood, and weighing the branches until even the heart trees' red leaves drooped. But the cold, once a threat that pressed hard against the walls of Winterfell, now felt almost companionable, reminding all within the castle that warmth was sweeter, laughter sharper, and bonds of kinship stronger for having been tested by the long dark. Jon rose later these mornings, his hair white as the snow outside, and his steps measured and deliberate. He welcomed the aches in his knees, and the crinkles at the edges of his eyes. Each twinge, each line, was proof of a life not just endured, but lived and shared. Ghost had grown slow as well, but the great direwolf still followed his master faithfully, patting at Jon's side as they made their rounds. Children would come running to stroke Ghost's fur, or bring him scraps from the kitchens, and he accepted it all with the same stoic dignity he had always shown. On this morning Jon found Daenerys in the glass house, her silver hair tied back, her hands deep in the soil around a tangle of lemon trees. The winter sun spilled through the roof, gilding the green leaves and warming the air. She looked up at his approach, smiling in that way she had, half mischief, half welcome. "You'll get dirt on your cloak, your grace," she teased, voice rich with memory. Jon grinned, kneeling beside her. "I wore worse years ago." He helped her replant a sapling, both of them working in companionable silence. From the far side of the glass, they watched Rhaella and Lyanna walk the snow-muffled paths, each trailed by a younger cousin, and Illyrian circling overhead, the young dragon's scales flashing bright against the white. Sometimes Daenerys would stop, look at Jon, and the whole weight of time seemed to vanish, leaving only the two of them, hands dirty, hearts full, sharing in the miracle of peace. As noon approached, Sansa joined them with Gendry. She brought news from the southern coast, trade thriving, Storm's End growing into a city of its own, and letters from the Citadel lauding the Winterfell schools. Robb's twins had just returned from a year in the Westerlands, where they had brokered a new treaty between the mountain clans and Lannister holdfasts. Arya, ever restless, had sent a letter by Raven, the script wild and looping. She had found a land beyond the sunset, where the grass shone silver and the trees grew in circles like ancient runes. After a simple meal in the solar, the family gathered in the hall. The children practiced their letters, while the elders reviewed petitions from the towns, requests for new bridges, a plea to expand the greenhouses, a proposal for a festival marking the end of the great winter. Jon listened, offering gentle questions and wise suggestions. Daenerys deferred to Sansa on trade and to Gendry on forges and stonework, proud of how much her family had grown and learned. The greatest business that afternoon was the planning of the Festival of Candles, now a cherished tradition. Rhaella and Lyanna led the younger ones in shaping tallow and beeswax, carving runes for luck and love, while the smiths crafted little lanterns of iron and colored glass. Each year, on the eve of the festival, the children would float their candles across the frozen pond, sending wishes out into the night. Some said the old gods answered, especially when the wishes were for others. As dusk painted the snow in rose and lavender, Jon and Daenerys climbed the tower for a view of the yard. The castle was a living tapestry, ribbons of children's laughter, the low call of the horn for the changing of the watch, the flicker of dragons' wings overhead, the smoke curling from every chimney. Ghost and Illyrian wrestled gently in the snow, much to the delight of a ring of onlookers. Sansa's eldest, Lady Lyanna, helped Bran's fosterlings with their lessons by lantern light in the corner of the yard, while Rickon's son Bran led a hunting party into the woods for the evening meal. From the battlements, Jon watched the old world and the new blend together, wildlings and Northmen alike working side by side, Dornish traders haggling in the market, a singer from the summer isles tuning her lute by the fire pit. The peace that had once seemed so fragile was now woven into every corner of Winterfell. Daenerys leaned against him, her breath a cloud in the cold. I used to dream of the warmth of the south. Sun on my skin, blue water. Now this is the only warmth I need. Jon pulled her close, resting his cheek against her hair. The south has its beauty. But the north made me. Made us. Nay. The festival night arrived crisp and clear, the sky filled with stars and the moon high above the snowy fields. Hundreds gathered by the pond, their faces glowing in the lantern light. The dragons perched along the far banks, quiet and watchful, their scales catching the moon. Wolves, old and young, lay on the banks or wandered among the crowds, accepted as kin. Bran was wheeled to the edge of the pond, his blanket thick and warm, Winterfell beside him. Sansa spoke first, her voice clear and musical, recounting the story of the first festival of candles, the night the long winter truly ended, when all the children of Winterfell, of every birth and blood, sent their wishes out across the ice. Rhaella and Lyanna led the lighting of the first candles, their voices rising in a song that all soon joined. One by one, children stepped forward, setting their little lanterns adrift, each carrying a hope or memory. Some for loved ones lost, some for dreams not yet begun, some simply for the continued peace of their home. Jon stepped forward, his own candle cupped in his palms. He knelt at the edge of the ice, whispering words only Daenerys heard, for those who kept the watch before us, and those who will after. Daenerys knelt beside him, setting her own candle afloat. For every child born in peace, may their world always know dawn. When every lantern was set free, the pond was a constellation, a mirror of the sky above. The youngest children watched in wonder. The oldest smiled, remembering every winter that had come before and how each had passed. Later, as the feast drew to a close and the candles guttered out on the ice, Jon, Daenerys, and their family gathered again beneath the heart tree. Bran's eyes shone with the last of his sight, and he raised his hand for silence. In the darkness we found light, he said. In each other, we found hope. Let that be our story, told in every season beneath every sky. Sansa led the family in a vow, to hold peace as their first duty, to cherish every day as a gift, and to remember always that love, of kin, of land, of friend, and even former foe, was the truest strength the North could ever wield. The dragons sang above, the wolves howled in harmony, and the snow fell soft and bright, sealing the promise for another year, another generation. So the years unfurled, winter by winter, festival by festival, lanterns glimmering across the ice, and stories ripening in every hall. The castle changed, and yet it did not. It remained the heart of the realm, the beating source of the world's most cherished hopes. Through storm and thaw, through the laughter of children and the quiet passing of old kings, the North endured, held by a legacy not of conquest, but of care. Jon watched it all, year upon year, his eyes taking in every sunrise and every snowfall. He knew, as all his family did, that nothing lasted forever, not even peace. But he also knew that what was built with love, renewed in hope, and guarded by memory, could never truly be lost. So long as the heart tree stood, so long as dragon and wolf called each other kin, so long as candles drifted across the winter pond and voices sang in the cold, the story of Winterfell, their story, would go on. And with it, the unbroken promise of spring. Amen. Late winter brought a hush that seemed almost holy, a pale gold sunlight lingering long in the afternoons, icicles weeping on the ramparts, smoke from the chimneys rising straight and undisturbed into the still air. The worst storms had passed, and already the North was stirring in anticipation. Gardeners turning over thawing soil, the bakers whispering of the first rhubarb, the children daring to cast off furs in the yard for wild races. There was joy in the promise of green, but an easy patience too. After so many years of peace, the realm no longer rushed the seasons. All things, Jon had learned, arrived in their own time. On the morning of the last frost, Jon found Daenerys standing on the highest balcony, the city and the wide world unfurling at her feet. Her hair, long and silver, fluttered loose behind her, and the sun caught the laughter in her eyes as she turned to greet him. "Listen," she said softly. "No wind at all, just birds. Do you remember when such quiet would have made us anxious?" Jon smiled, taking her hand in his. "Now it means another year survived, another spring earned." He glanced down to the yard where Rhaella and Bran were teaching the next clutch of dragonlings to fly. The youngest children, some dark-haired, some gold, some with the look of the wild north, cheered every ungainly leap, and the elder wolves sat watchfully in a loose ring, as if to say that, whatever new creatures learned to fly, the ground remained theirs. Below the tower, the greenhouses steamed, and already the first forsythia bloomed along the walk. Daenerys squeezed Jon's hand, her warmth seeping into his bones. "Soon you'll have to start on those new gardens Rhaella is planning. She wants fruit trees from Dorne. Planted beside the heart tree, no less." Jon chuckled. "If the old gods mind, they'll tell us, and if they don't, they'll have lemons and peaches for their trouble." They lingered a while, sharing the old habit of companionable silence, the kind that needs no filling. In the yard, Robb's twins sparred in the spring mud, their blows light but their laughter fierce. Lyanna was teaching a little wildling girl to read, and Sansa's youngest was helping Gendry polish the new bell to be hung on the outer gate. Everywhere, life pressed on, strong, unhurried, and unafraid. The weeks that followed were given to preparation. The first caravans from White Harbor arrived with barrels of pickled herring and sacks of salt, and Dornish wine soon followed, wrapped in straw and dusted with the frost of the long road. Sansa oversaw the planning for the spring convocation, a council of the realm now held at Winterfell each year, where the lords and ladies of every blood and birth came north to share news, barter goods, and renew their oaths of peace. Rhaella, now a woman full-grown, led her dragon Illyrian over the passes, escorting the high-born children of the Vale and Riverlands, teaching them the ways of the north and the rules of flight. Gendry and the smiths hammered out a new weather vane for the central tower, shaped like a rearing wolf, entwined with a dragon's tail. Bran, swaddled in furs, spent long afternoons in the Godswood, dictating the final lines of his great history to Sansa's son Rickard, who wrote a fair, steady hand. As the lords and envoys began to arrive, Manderley, Martell, even Ironborn and Summer Islanders, Winterfell was transformed. Tents bloomed on the field beyond the walls, bonfires flickered every night, and the market thrummed with new music and unfamiliar tongues. The children of the north played with children of the south as though they'd always been kin. No one remembered the old hatreds except in songs, and even those were sung with more wonder than pain. The dragons, grown and growing, wheeled in the sky at dusk, the sight of them drawing cheers rather than fear. Bran, Rickon's son, showed the bravest visitors how to approach the gentler beasts, offering a bit of dried fish, a slow hand, and a word in the old tongue. The wolves, less mysterious now but no less proud, mingled with dogs and children in the meadows, guardians and playmates both. The spring convocation began with a feast, long tables set beneath banners of every house, music ringing off the stone, food and wine from every corner of the realm. Jon presided at the center, Daenerys on his right, Sansa on his left, Robb and his twins flanking, Rhaella and Lyanna farther down, the youngest at the high table for the first time. There was little talk of politics, and less of war. Instead, the lords compared harvests, the ladies traded recipes and cuttings from their gardens, and the children boasted of feats. Who could climb the highest turret, who had swum in the coldest stream, who had learned the most songs from Arya's travels. When the meal ended, Daenerys rose, her voice steady and rich, carrying across the crowded hall. Once, each new year in Westeros was met with dread. Now we meet it with hope. Let this convocation remind us that every spring is a gift, that every peace is a promise kept by all. We are not so many banners anymore. We are one realm, and it is strong because we remember every cost, every kindness. Jon followed, speaking only a few words. Hold to each other, no storm can break you. That is the lesson of the North, and it is yours now too. The hall thundered with approval, cups raised and banners waving, the dragons roaring from their perches above. The days that followed were given to sport and story. The children competed in archery and foot races, staged plays beneath the budding willows, learned to ride and spar and sing. The older ones, lords and scholars and maesters, shared news and knowledge, forging new alliances as easily as they traded seeds and tales. Every night, the castle was a festival, music spilling into the dark, bonfires dancing, the wolves howling in time with the fiddles and pipes. Sansa organized the first great debate, a contest of riddles and wit, with prizes of rare books and clever tools, open to anyone, highborn or humble. Lyanna won the first round, besting a maester from Old Town, but lost the final to a girl from the Dornish camp who knew the names of 100 stars. Rhaella led a midnight flight, dragons and daring riders circling above the towers, the world below watching with hearts in their throats. Even Bran joined the festivities, propped up beside the heart tree, Winterfell's head resting on his lap. Each evening, children and lords gathered to hear his stories, of the children of the forest, of the making of the wall, of the long night and the day that followed. Some nights he wept, remembering those lost, but most nights he smiled, his eyes far-seeing and content. On the final night, as the convocation drew to a close, the people gathered once more in the Godswood. The heart tree blazed with lanterns, its boughs budding crimson. Bran, Sansa, Jon, and Daenerys stood together, their children and grandchildren around them, the wolves at their feet, the dragons perched above. Rhaella led the blessing. Let this peace endure. Let every house here remember that no one holds the North alone. Every gift is a trust, every joy a duty. The world is not finished, and we will build it together, storm after storm, spring after spring. Thine. Sansa's voice joined hers. We are the memory of those who stood in darkness. We are the keepers of the watch. We are the promise made true. Daenerys raised her hands to the sky. For the living, for the lost, for the children to come, may the dragons always return, may the wolves always howl, and may the sun always rise on a world made new. And Jon, last of all, spoke simply, his voice ringing through the heart of the wood. Remember us. Remember this. Then rightened. As the last lanterns flickered out and the music faded into silence, the people of Winterfell looked up to the stars, each heart steady, each spirit warmed. The story would go on. A tale told in the turning of the seasons, in the laughter of children and the firelight in every hall, in the flight of dragons and the song of wolves. Winter would return, as it always did, but so would spring, and always, always hope. And so the legacy of peace endured, quiet, radiant, woven through the years like a silver thread, renewed with every dawn, every birth, every act of courage or kindness, kept alive by all who had learned to cherish not only what was won, but all that must be guarded, together for the ages yet to come. The years had a way of folding one into the next, as if time itself wished to blanket the North in gentle memory. As spring pressed forward, the sun began its long, slow climb, dissolving the last fingers of snow from the fields, calling forth a riot of green along the banks of the White Knife and beneath the heart tree's blood-red boughs. There was an air of ceremony in the thaw this year, a feeling that the realm itself was watching, waiting to see how this generation of Starks, Targaryens, and all their kin would honor the long peace that had become the heart of Westeros. Jon felt the weight and wonder of it every morning as he walked the ramparts with Ghost at his side, boots leaving twin trails across stones damp with melting frost. Even in old age, the wind sharpened his senses, filled his lungs, and made him grateful for all he'd been given. Some days, Rhaella joined him, her laughter as bright as the dawn, her dragon Illyrian shadowing their steps with wings that glittered blue in the clear morning light. Other days he'd walk with Sansa, quiet between them, as she told him news of every village and field, her memory a ledger of all that had been rebuilt and all that must yet be done. On the first true day of spring, when the crows began to gather for their nesting and the air smelled of wet earth and wild garlic, Daenerys called a council in the solar. She had a vision, she said, for a new kind of gathering, not just lords and ladies, but wise women, healers, singers, farmers, and sailors from all corners of the realm. A festival of all voices, she said, her eyes sparkling. Let us make a celebration for everyone who has built this peace, not just those who were born to rule. It took Sansa only a heartbeat to see the sense in it, and soon the household was swept up in planning. Jon sketching a plan for feasts in the yard and markets along the river. Gendry forging new metals for games of strength and skill. Lyanna composing a play to be performed by children from both castle and village. Rhaella and Bran organizing a race for dragons and wolves together. The old contest reborn as a pageant for all. The news spread by raven and song, traveling faster than the spring wind. By the new moon, travelers poured in, old women on shaggy mountain ponies, wildling chieftains with braids full of bones, sailors with tattoos of dolphins and storms, reachmen in green sashes, Dornish girls with laughter like bells, ironborn bearing casks of salted fish and stories of the sea. Maesters from every citadel, singers from the Summer Isles, even a handful of traders from beyond the Jade Sea, all found their way north, drawn by the promise of a gathering where every voice, great and small, would be heard. The festival began on a morning so clear that even the wall, far to the north, was a thin line on the horizon. The meadows beyond Winterfell bloomed with tents and banners, food stalls, and games. On the river, boats raced in friendly competition, and in the market, Dornish wine and Bear Island honeycakes changed hands for Northern wool and Summer Island peppers. Jon wandered among the crowds with Ghost, stopping often to talk or simply listen. He found a group of shepherds from the Gift arguing cheerfully with wildling hunters over the best way to keep a flock through deep snow. He found Arya's daughter, sunburned and laughing, showing a troop of Southron boys how to throw a knife with her left hand. He watched Rhaella, Lyanna, and Bran, grown now and easy in command, mingling with children of every house and none, settling quarrels, starting races, never forgetting a name or a face. In the heart of the festival stood the open stage, built beside the godswood and wreathed in green garlands. Here, every day, there was music and story. Bran's fosterlings singing the old tongue, a Tully boy playing the harp, a Dornishman reciting poetry beneath the watching eyes of his mother. At night, the fires burned bright, and the dragons circled overhead, their wings scattering embers and drawing delighted shouts from the youngest guests. Daenerys herself presided over the first great council, not in the solar, but on a platform beneath the open sky. She wore her simplest gown, her hair braided with bits of wildflower and glass. Jon sat beside her, Sansa and Gendry close at hand, Rhaella and Lyanna flanking the family. On that morning, it was not titles but stories that mattered. A healer from the Neck described a new cure for spring fever. A blacksmith from Gulltown spoke of training girls and boys together. A wildling wise woman offered advice for calming frightened children in storms. Bran's fosterlings asked questions, and the council answered in kind. Sometimes with laughter, sometimes with grave intent, but always with the understanding that every voice was needed to keep the peace alive. As the festival days unfurled, Winterfell became the heart of a world remade. Old customs found new life. Sansa led the first bread-baking competition, the mews filled with songs as the village children vied for the title of Best New Ballad, and Rhaella flew Illyrian low over the fields in a display of trust, letting even the youngest daredevils touch the dragon's scaled foot. Each evening, the people gathered in the godswood, where Bran, his hair now white as the heart tree's roots, blessed the crowd with stories and quiet prayers. Bran told a tale of a wolf who wandered west and returned with the sun in his jaws, and Arya's daughter performed a sword dance, her blades flickering in the torchlight. Even Gendry, never one for speeches, rose and spoke of the pride he took in the work of every smith and mason, and the bonds of kinship forged in steel and sweat. One night, after the music had faded, and the dragons were asleep on the towers, Jon walked the silent castle. He found Daenerys in the glasshouse, tending a lemon tree whose blossoms scented the warm air. She looked up as he entered, her expression peaceful, her eyes shining in the moonlight. "Was it ever this easy in your dreams?" she asked, voice so soft he had to lean in to hear. Jon shook his head, brushing her hair back from her cheek. "No, but maybe it's the price we paid that makes it sweet." Daenerys cupped his face in her hands. "Then let's never forget the cost. Or each other." He kissed her, tasting salt and sun, and knew in that instant that everything, war and loss, grief and hope, had led them here to this living peace. The last day of the festival dawned cool and bright, the promise of spring thick in the air. The market wound down, the last races were run, and the great bell rang out from the new tower, its voice strong as thunder, clear as a promise. In the Godswood, Jon, Daenerys, Sansa, and the rest of their family stood before the gathered realm, the dragons perched in a row along the wall, the wolves lying at their feet. Bran gave the final blessing. "May all your children find welcome in the halls you build. May your songs outlast your sorrows. May the story we have written together guide you in every season." Sansa spoke for the North. "We are one people, many voices. So long as Winterfell stands, the promise of peace stands with it." Jon and Daenerys finished together, their voices ringing through the hush. "Let this spring be remembered, not as the end of winter, but as the beginning of all things new." The crowd erupted in cheers, and as dusk fell, lanterns drifted into the sky, each one bearing a hope, a wish, a memory for the next year. The dragons rose to meet them, wings luminous in the fading light, and below, the people of a healed realm held hands and watched, certain for once that the future was theirs to keep. So that the peace endured, not as a single perfect moment, but as a living, changing song, sometimes bright, sometimes quiet, always shaped by those who remembered the cost of its making. Each spring, the festival returned. Each year, new faces joined the feast, new stories were told, new candles floated on the rivers, and new dragons hatched above the roofs of Winterfell. And as the years turned, and Jon grew slower and Daenerys more radiant, and the family gathered and parted and gathered again, it was understood by all that so long as hope was honored and memory kept, the legacy of wolf and dragon would outlast every winter, and Westeros itself would rise again and again into the light. The warm breath of spring became a steady pulse beneath Winterfell's ancient stones. The snow receded with a sigh, retreating north and into memory, and the world grew bright again with possibility. For Jon, each dawn brought a gentle ache in the chest, a mingling of gratitude and awe. There were days in his youth when he had wondered if any of this would last. Now, the rhythm of peace was so woven into daily life that its very ordinariness felt miraculous. He woke to the call of birds in the apple orchard, the sweet hum of bees in the glasshouses Daenerys loved, the distant laughter of children tumbling through dew-wet grass. Ghost, white-faced now, almost spectral, rose at his side, and together they crossed the yard where the youngest dragons played under the watchful eyes of their elder kin. Rhaella's Illyrian, now fully grown, would sometimes stretch his wings in a great arc and cast a shadow over half the training yard. The children shrieked and ran, chasing his tail, and he would turn, nuzzling them with gentle curiosity. Daenerys was waiting in the new solar, its windows thrown open to the green world beyond. She was arranging fresh flowers, wild irises and crocus, and the first yellow daffodils. Her hands quick, her movements light as a girl's. Jon watched her from the threshold for a long moment, thinking how time had touched her, not with lines, but with a radiance that seemed to grow brighter with each year. "Daydreaming, Jon Snow?" she teased, glancing over her shoulder. He grinned and came to help her, his hands clumsy but eager. "Just watching the spring arrive." She kissed his cheek, her fingers threading through his. "Let's walk. The world is waking." Then de Moncher. They strolled the paths together, past the children's archery butts, and the new forge where Gendry and his apprentices shaped plowshares and horseshoes as often as swords. Sansa was overseeing the painting of banners for the next festival, Lyanna at her side. Rhaella was deep in council with maesters and wildling elders, planning the year's market fairs and border walks. The North, once a land where every face was marked by wariness, had become a mosaic of old and new. Everywhere laughter, everywhere work, everywhere a sense that peace was as much a labor as a gift. Jon marveled at it all. The mingled voices, the dragon banners flying beside wolf and bear and kraken, the children playing games invented that very morning, the old men who told stories in the yard, some true, most wildly embroidered, all cherished. He paused beneath the heart tree, its new leaves brilliant against the sky. Daenerys leaned against him, silent. It was in the stillness of the godswood that Jon most felt the presence of all they had lost and gained. The friends buried beneath those roots. The winters survived, the hope that now seemed, finally, unbreakable. The preparations for the summer festival grew as urgent as any campaign in Jon's memory. The convocation of the realm, now a tradition as old as any in the kingdom, brought not just lords, but inventors, healers, singers, scholars, and children from every corner. Tents sprouted like toadstools along the fields and riverbanks, dragon riders arriving in a riot of color, wildling and southern banners flying side by side. Sansa, Gendry, and Rhaella coordinated everything with ease, and even the elders found themselves swept up in the energy of it all. Arya's daughter just returned from a voyage to the Summer Isles, brought with her new stories and spices, and a troupe of dancers whose steps became the talk of the court. Bran's fosterlings devised a pageant about the founding of Winterfell, with wolves and dragons played by children in painted masks. Bran led the river games, Rickon's wild laughter echoing down the water as his son bested 3 southern knights in a friendly race. Maesters taught the art of glass-blowing and reading the stars. Wildling-wise women showed city girls how to track deer or find the first edible shoots in the woods, and every night the great hall rang with music, fiddles and drums, flutes and harps, songs old and new braided together. On the opening night, the whole realm gathered beneath the heart tree. Lanterns bobbed overhead, the dragons perched on rooftops and towers, their eyes like molten gold in the dusk. Jon stood with Daenerys, Sansa, Rhaella, Lyanna, Robb's twins, Bran, and the youngest of the family, each one bearing the mark of 2 great houses, each one proud of the world they'd made. Bran, old now but still serene, gave the invocation. Every dawn is a chance to begin again. Let this festival this year be a new story, one we tell together. 100 voices, maybe 1,000, rose in answer. The feast began. As the days of the festival unfurled, Jon marveled at the tapestry of it. There was no single thread of power or pride, just 1,000 voices, 100 crafts, the weaving together of memory and invention. He watched Rhaella judge the great archery contest, Daenerys preside over the council of healers, Sansa debate trade routes with iron-born envoys, Gendry laughing as he lost a smith's challenge to a girl from Dorne. At night, the stories flowed. Arya's daughter told of a city across the sea where dragons and wolves were only stories but where peace was the same precious thing. Bran sang with the wildlings, their deep harmonies shaking the air. Rhaella led the children in a new song, one about the old north and the new, about a winter that had once seemed endless and a spring that had lasted ever since. One evening, after the hall had quieted and the candles burned low, Jon found himself on the wall with Sansa. The air was sweet with lilac and peat smoke. The castle glowed with lanterns. He took her hand as he had when they were children, before war and exile and crowns. "We've done it," he said, voice full. "You, me, all of us. I used to wonder if I'd even see another spring." Sansa smiled, her hair bright in the moonlight. "We did it together, and we'll keep doing it, Jon. Every year, every storm, every summer." They stood in silence for a long while, hearts full, the peace below them deep as the roots of Winterfell. In the closing days of the festival, Rhaella and Lyanna led a final procession to the heart tree. Each person in the realm, from High Lord to kitchen girl, set a token at the roots. A flower, a feather, a stone, a word on a scrap of parchment. Jon set his own. a smooth river stone marked with the sigil of both wolf and dragon, beside Daenerys' offering. A twist of braided hair, gold and silver together. Bran spoke the final blessing. Let no one say this piece was born by chance. It was made. By patience, by pain, by courage, and by love. Carry it with you, wherever you go, and remember that even in the longest night, the memory of dawn endured. The crowd stood, heads bowed, 1,000 candles trembling in the breeze. As the dragons took wing, lighting the dusk with their fire, and the wolves howled in harmony, Jon felt the old ache in his chest replaced, at last, by a sense of utter rightness, a belonging that could never be undone. The years turned. The peace, though often tested, always held. Children born during the old wars grew into poets, healers, builders, singers, dragon riders. Each spring, new stories were added to the tapestry. Each winter, old ones were told again, never forgotten. Jon aged gently, surrounded by those he loved. Daenerys, radiant to the end, was his heart, his light, his home. Ghost grew white as new fallen snow, wise and watchful to the last. Bran's tales became the bones of a new history, a guide for those yet to come. Sansa grew beloved, her wisdom guiding Winterfell as surely as the stars. Arya's blood ran westward, the spirit of adventure never leaving the halls. On Jon's last festival, the whole realm gathered again beneath the heart tree. Dragons wheeled above. The children of wolf and dragon joined in song. Jon sat with Daenerys' hand in his, Rhaella and Leia kneeling at his feet, Sansa beside him, Ghost's head on his knee. He looked over the faces, the banners, the fields of green, the glowing windows of Winterfell, and knew that all he had hoped for, all he had feared, had become something beautiful and enduring. And when the final blessing was spoken, the peace of a life's work settled around him like the hush before spring dawn. The world, remade by love and memory, turned again toward light, and the legacy of wolf and dragon endured, strong as the heart tree, bright as the morning. The morning air was warm and sweet, the scent of budding willows riding the wind from the banks of the White Knife to the towers of Winterfell. Jon woke to it before the sun had quite risen, to the soft hush of Daenerys' breath at his shoulder, to Ghost's weight settled against his feet, and the far-off echo of young dragon's wings beating above the castle roof. Spring had fully returned, the kind of spring that seems to hum in the stones and the marrow, a promise so bright it feels almost impossible after so many long winters. He lay still a moment, listening. Daenerys murmured in her sleep, half-formed words of Valyria. In the yard below, the new guard captain was calling the dawn muster. From the mews, the whicker of horses joined the distant bark of the youngest wolves. Jon smiled, eased from the bed, pulled on a tunic embroidered with a wolf and dragon intertwined, and left the room to find the day already busy with purpose. He found Rhaella in the solar, her hair a shining cascade as she pored over plans for new canals along the greenbanks. Alaryon peering in through the open window, his great head nearly filling the frame. Lyanna sat with her, checking the ledgers for this year's festival, while Sansa's youngest, Rickard, darted in and out carrying messages, every bit his mother's son in his keen eye and quick tongue. "Father," Rhaella greeted, "you're just in time. We're sorting the teams for the river races and the planting festival." Jon chuckled. "I'm only here to steal the first cup of tea and see what trouble Alaryon's plotting." He stroked the dragon's snout, then leaned in to kiss Rhaella's brow, marveling at her surety, her gentle command, the steadiness that made her a living bridge between the wild north and the dreams of a new realm. Lyanna grinned. "We're making you judge the planting contest. Since last year, you let the wildlings win, and the riverlands are still protesting." He rolled his eyes, good-natured, and promised fairness, though everyone in the room knew a Stark's justice often meant a bit of luck for the underdog. The morning flowed as all spring mornings in this age did, full of purposeful, joyful work. Jon walked the walls with Gendry, checking new stones for the west ramparts. He watched Bran lead a crew of wildling and southern boys in building a new footbridge, laughing when the whole thing collapsed in the stream and all of them came up spitting water and cursing in 3 languages. In the market, Dornish traders hawked sweet wine and oranges, From the north, the old wilders brought root vegetables, woven baskets, pelts, and bare fat candles. Children from every house raced through the lanes, watched by wolves and hounds, the small dragons flying overhead in gleaming, swooping arcs. In the fields beyond the gate, the oldest members of the household, Jon, Daenerys, Sansa, Gendry, Robb, and Rickon, met in a circle beneath the budding birches, planning the opening ceremony for the festival. Sansa wanted a new song, Rickon a wild hunt, Robb a great archery contest. Daenerys proposed a day for the healers and scholars, Gendry a contest of new inventions, and Jon, ever the peacemaker, suggested they have them all, spread over 3 days, with a feast at the end to bring everyone together under the heart tree. As the sun rose, Bran was wheeled out from the godswood, Winterfell trailing, pale and serene. His presence stilled them all. "Remember," he said, his voice a whisper and a wind, "let every voice be heard. Let the children have their say. That is how peace endures." So it was that the spring festival began not with the lords, but with the children of Winterfell and their guests, gathered before the heart tree. They carried painted stones and banners, some inscribed with old runes, some with bright hopeful drawings of sun and dragon, wolf and star. Arya's daughter, a stranger to most, led the first song, a wild rolling tune she'd brought from the Summer Isles, joined quickly by the Northmen and wildlings, the Southron children and the Islanders, all their voices rising into the blue. The 3 days that followed were a living tapestry. The archery fields and riverbanks rang with cheers as every child, wildling and lord, shot at the mark or paddled boats festooned with ribbons and garlands. In the greenhouses, Daenerys and Sansa judged cakes and preserves, healing tonics and herb bundles, young singers and inventors. There were games of running and riddles, foot races and horse races, the invention contest and the wild hunt through the woods, won, as everyone predicted, by Rickon's son and a wildling girl who outran the dragons themselves. The nights belonged to music, to dancing in the yard, to feasts where every dish was shared. The wolves and the smallest dragons curled up together at the edges of the fires. Bran told stories, his voice weaving the past and the present, making legends of all who listened. Arya's daughter sang with a voice like thunder, and Lyanna wrote a poem for the opening of the new canal, reciting it as Gendry's smiths let water spill into the dry earth, greeted by shouts of joy from the farmers and boatmen alike. Daenerys walked through it all like a dream come to life, radiant, her hair braided with ribbons, her laughter lighting every gathering. She shared honey cakes with the bakers and tea with the old wildling crones, listened to healers argue over the properties of willow bark, and carried Rhaella's smallest cousin on her hip through the crowded market. Jon often found her at twilight, feet bare in the grass, hands tangled in her skirts, smiling at the way the world had grown from so much grief and hope. On the last night, the whole household and every guest, from the highest lord to the humblest child, gathered in the godswood. The heart tree was lit with lanterns, and the pond shone with the reflection of 100 floating candles. Each person made an offering, flower or feather, poem or song, a whispered hope for the next year. Bran, oldest of all, gave the blessing. Let every spring renew not just the earth, but our promise to each other. May the peace we have planted grow taller than the towers of Winterfell, deeper than the roots of this tree, stronger than any storm. Daenerys and Jon spoke together, their hands entwined. Let the memory of darkness keep us grateful. Let the light we share tonight be carried home by all. The dragons wheeled overhead, the wolves howled, and the night shimmered with laughter, song, and tears. The seasons turned, and peace endured. Each year brought new children, new dreams, new voices to the great chorus of the North and all the realm. Jon and Daenerys grew older, walking the ramparts together, hands clasped, watching their grandchildren, dragon riders, healers, singers, wise women, shape a future that was open and bright. Sansa's wisdom guided the realm through drought and flood. Baron's wildcraft saved many in lean times. Arya's blood returned with every new ship and song from distant lands. The dragons multiplied and mellowed, guardians and friends, not weapons. The wolves ran free, never feared, always honored. When at last Jon and Daenerys grew tired and took their rest, the world did not break. Their children, and all their kin and fosterlings, kept the old promises. Each spring, candles floated on the pond, and new songs were sung beneath the heart tree. The peace of Winterfell was no longer a fragile hope, but the great inheritance of the land, a peace made not by swords or fear, but by the courage to forgive, the patience to listen, and the simple, relentless miracle of choosing to love. And in every story that followed, told by firelight, in the halls of Winterfell, in the marketplaces and on ships and in the high glass houses, one truth was never forgotten. As long as wolf and dragon stood together, the heart of the North would beat strong, and the world would always find its spring again. The last frost of spring passed without drama, melted by gentle rain and the steady warmth of dragonfire. The world beyond Winterfell became a garden. Green and gold fields stretched to the horizon, apple blossoms drifted in the courtyards, and the air was heavy with the promise of planting and new beginnings. Every morning the dew steamed from the grass. Wolves stretched luxuriously in the sunlight, and the youngest dragons, their wings just big enough for gliding, tumbled awkwardly between the fruit trees, while the older ones soared in great lazy circles over the rivers. Jon stood on the ramparts before dawn, hands curled over the stone, ghost pressed to his leg. He had grown slower in recent years, hair nearly white, lines deepening around his eyes, but the work of peace, its vigilance, its care, kept him upright. He watched Rhaella lead a party of children out past the kitchen gardens, baskets on their arms, laughter already loud enough to wake the crows. Daenerys appeared beside him in a robe of soft gray hair, loose and gleaming, and for a moment the years between their first meeting and this morning felt like a single, seamless thread. "Every spring I wonder if it will last," she murmured, voice warm in the cool air. Jon smiled, pressing a kiss to her temple. "It will, so long as someone wakes early to watch over it." She leaned into him, and for a long moment they simply listened to the day beginning. Woodpeckers in the trees, the distant shriek of a young dragon, the soft thud of baskets against hips as Rhaella's band scattered into the green. Down in the yard, Sansa and Gendry worked with the blacksmiths and village elders, debating the best pattern for the year's new plows. Lyanna and Bran were inspecting the riverboats, arguing companionably about how many barrels of seed could be ferried downstream at once. The castle's youngest, Rickard, and his cousin Melis dashed past with their wolf pups nipping at their heels, vanishing into the orchard in a blur of laughter and fur. The morning's business was as much ritual as necessity. Letters arrived from White Harbor, from Storm's End, from the Dothraki Sea, and distant islands Arya had mapped. Each letter brought news of children born, harvest sown, new ships built, and old grievances healed. Sansa read the letters aloud in the solar as Daenerys poured tea, and Jon listened, offering a word or two, but more content to let his family and friends chart the course of the day. The festival that year was the largest any living soul remembered. The tents of the great lords mingled with the bright awnings of traders and singers from 100 lands. Dornish wine flowed alongside strong cider from the arbor. Wildling furs were bartered for books and glass and bolts of silk from Korth. Ships docked at the new wharves, their holds spilling out summer island fruit, ivory carvings, and children whose laughter mingled with the wolf howls that greeted each new day. No one remembered the last time so many had come north in peace. Rhaella and Lyanna took charge of the games, contests of archery, riddling, strength, and song. Bran oversaw the great hunt, making sure the old ways were honored, but that no prey was wasted. Arya's daughter taught a class in sailing knots to the children of every house and led them in building tiny boats to float on the ponds at dusk. Sansa's youngest, Rickard, presided over the bread contest, his fair judgment winning the trust of even the crustiest bakers. Every night, the godswood was filled with lanterns, the heart tree ringed with gifts and candles. Bran, pale and thin but sharp as ever, listened to the stories the youngest children told, encouraging each one to add a verse or an ending to make the old tales new. Winterfell lay at his side, snout resting among the roots, breath steaming in the lantern light. On the third day, Daenerys and Jon led the opening procession to the Heart Tree. Every house was represented, every guild and band of free folk, every circle of healers and mages and Aes and old soldiers. The dragons, 7 in number now, wheeled overhead, and the wolves, old and new, paced among the crowd, solemn and unafraid. Rhaella sang a song of spring. Lyanna recited a poem about peace, and Bran spoke quietly of the promise of every seed, every birth, every honest labor. Arya's daughter led the children in the first dance, spinning beneath lanterns as the sun went down. Then Sansa stood, her voice strong, the red of her hair like flame in the dusk. This peace was made not by one house, nor by war or by magic, but by all of us, by our patience, our forgiveness, our courage. Let every spring renew not just the land, but our hope for each other. Jon and Daenerys, hands entwined, gave the blessing. So long as wolf and dragon remember their bond, so long as the Heart Tree blooms, so long as children are welcome at every hearth, the world will not go back to darkness. Let every guest here become a keeper of the peace. Dinner. Cheers and laughter rose, lanterns floated on the ponds, and dragons sent streams of harmless flame skyward in a spectacle of light and color. In the days that followed, there were more contests, more music, more stories than even Bran could recount. Healers from the Reach taught new cures for old fevers. Smiths from Storm's End displayed clever devices, some powered by wind and water. Scholars from the Wall presented star charts and tales of the aurora, dazzling the children and winning a promise that the Old Watch would always keep a place for the curious. Arya's daughter led a midnight voyage down the river with the bravest children, returning at dawn with wild stories and baskets full of lilies and river pearls. Rickon's grandchildren put on a play, the first act of which made fun of their elders, to the delight of the entire crowd. Every night, Jon and Daenerys slipped away for a walk, through the orchard, along the ramparts, into the stillness of the godswood. Sometimes they spoke of old battles, but more often of small things. The way Sansa's smile had not changed since girlhood, how Rhaella now led with the quiet confidence of a queen, how even the wildlings now planted their own gardens and built houses of stone. On the final night, the family gathered at the Heart Tree for their own private ritual. Bran told a new story of a world healed, not by heroes, but by generations of patient love. Jon took Daenerys' hand, his other resting on Ghost's head, and looked at the faces lit by candlelight. Sansa and Gendry, Bran and Lyanna, Rhaella and her cousins, Arya's daughter, and the children who called her aunt. The youngest of the dragons curled around the roots, and the oldest, Iriduran, watched from above, his breath stirring the red leaves. Jon spoke. Once I thought peace was something you won at the end of a war. Now I know it is something you make, again and again, every day, with every word, every kindness, every act of forgiveness. I hope you will remember that, when I am gone. Daenerys' eyes shone with tears and pride. We will remember, and we will keep the promise. The lanterns rose, the children sang, the wolves howled, and above it all, the dragons circled, their wings bright against the stars. The years after were full of change, but never of fear. Each new challenge, flood, drought, strange omens, strangers arriving from distant lands, was met together. The Council of Winterfell grew larger, its seats filled with voices once thought too small to matter. The oldest wildling crones, young women from the islands, southern merchants and septons, iron-born fishermen and maesters' apprentices. The peace of the realm was renewed every spring and remembered every winter. Jon and Daenerys grew old, and when the time came, left the realm in the hands of those who loved it as fiercely as they had. Their memory, and the memory of those who had made the peace with them, became a blessing uttered at every hearth, a story told by every child who learned to listen before they learned to speak. And so, beneath the Heart Tree, in the shadow of wolf and dragon, Westeros endured, a land no longer marked by wounds, but by the slow, unbreakable weaving of family, kindness, and hope, a land where spring always returned, and the song of peace was never forgotten. High summer came, and the north wore it like a garland. Rivers glassy with light, meadows heavy with clover and buzzing with honeybees, orchards bright with cherries and the first apples. The walls of Winterfell, green by moss and years, rang daily with laughter and music. Banners of wolf and dragon rippled together from every tower, and the whole castle had the feel of a long, golden afternoon. Jon spent much of his time beneath the boughs of the ancient godswood. The air there was cool and dappled, scented with sage and green things. Bran's old chair sat beside the heart tree, now more a shrine than a seat, and the children, his grandchildren and great-grandchildren, the wildlings and the townsfolks, even southern visitors, would sometimes gather there, listening to Rhaella or Lyanna recount the stories Bran had woven over so many years. Winterfell slept curled at the roots, gray with age but still attentive, a living memory to the time when magic and danger were indistinguishable. It was a season of simple, vivid pleasures. Daenerys presided over the kitchen gardens, teaching the little ones to water by hand, to speak kindly to the basil and the beans. Sansa and Gendry managed the stores and the stewards, their calm voices a balm to all. Rhaella, beloved by all, her silver hair crowned with summer flowers, oversaw the daily council, listening to petitions about new irrigation channels, the regulation of the market fairs, or disputes over sheep trespassing on apple orchards. Even the lords from far south seemed to accept her quiet authority, finding the rules of the North fair and the mood of the land too gentle for scheming. Arya's daughter, back from the Western Isles, taught the children how to swim and dive in the clear, cold ponds. The dragons, 3 young, 2 old, took to basking on the hot slate of the roof, scattering pigeons and drawing cheers from visitors when they stretched their wings to glide down toward the rivers or to snatch a deer from the green wilds. Each evening, the courtyard filled with music and dancing. Jon and Daenerys, still graceful despite their years, would take a turn about the square, the younger couples swirling around them. Gurf now, but fiercely protective, would lie in the center of the crowd, blinking as children plaited flowers into his fur. The heart of the summer was marked by the great moot, a tradition that had grown to eclipse the old festivals. Banners filled the field beyond the walls. Martell Gold and Sun, Tully Trout, Manderley Merman, Ironborn Kraken, Baratheon Stag, Tyrell Rose and banners new, those of the Summer Islands, of wildling clans, of the Women's Guild and the Merchants' League. Jon walked among them with Daenerys at his side, old friends greeting old friends, every hand offered in peace. The moot was more than a gathering of lords. It was the assembly of a new Westeros. Every year, more voices joined, traders from the east, wildlings from the deep woods, even children from distant Essos, brought by Arya's voyages or drawn by tales of a north that had become a byword for welcome. There were contests of riddles, debates about trade, duels of wit and memory. There were lessons in languages and healing, workshops on glassmaking, on planting, on the forging of steel and alliances. Rhaella presided from a high seat, her manner as gentle as her mother's had once been fierce. Lyanna led the debates, quick and unyielding but always fair. Bran ran the games, making sure that every child who wanted to run or sing or spar had their moment in the sun. Sansa's eldest, Lady Wyn, opened the moot with a song to the godswood. Her voice so clear and sure it drew silence from the largest crowd ever gathered in Winterfell. "We do not forget the shadows," she sang, "but we stand in the sun." Tears ran down the faces of the old, smiles bloomed on the lips of the young, and as the last note faded, dragons wheeled overhead, the air thrumming with a happiness too large for words. There was an ease to the days that followed. The moot's council met beneath a pavilion hung with silks and garlands. Petitions were heard from the fisherfolk of the White Knife, from a company of sailors whose youngest had fallen in love with a Stark cousin, from a band of smiths who wished to build a new bridge across the shivering sea. Disputes over land were solved with humor and patience. Even the most hot-headed left satisfied, knowing their voices were respected. Arya's daughter led a flotilla of small boats on the river, children from a dozen lands learning to row, to cast nets, to sing songs of home. Rhaella judged the poetry contest. Lyanna awarded the best invention to a wildling girl who'd harnessed the river's current to turn a grinding stone. Bran and his wife ran the feasts, ensuring that no guest, no matter how poor, how strange, how far-flung, left without a full belly and a warm bed. Jon and Daenerys were content to be honored guests, though everyone deferred to them in matters of wisdom and tradition. Sometimes Jon would slip away at dusk, wandering the wild orchards, breathing in the scent of sun-warmed apples, Ghost loping at his side. Sometimes he'd find Sansa on a bench beneath the heart tree, the two of them sharing a companionable silence that needed no words. One evening, after the moot's great feast had ended and the fires burned low, Jon and Daenerys found themselves alone beneath the stars. They stood side by side, gazing at the castle they'd restored and the land that had grown kinder for their care. "Are you happy, Jon?" Daenerys asked quietly, her eyes searching his face. He smiled, lines deepening around his eyes, heart as full as the summer night. "I am. I never thought I'd live to see peace last so long, or children laughing without fear." "You? Nan?" She nodded, her silver hair bright in the firelight. "This is all I ever wanted. A place where no one is hunted, where love and hope endure." Jon wrapped his arms around her, and they watched as the dragons took flight, circling above the towers, their shadows cast long across the fields. The moot closed with the ceremony at the godswood. Every child and elder brought a token: a woven flower, a stone from the river, a scrap of parchment with a wish. They placed their gifts at the foot of the heart tree, as Bran had once blessed them to do. Rhaella and Lyanna led the crowd in a song of thanks, the melody simple, easy to learn, carried on 1,000 voices through the hush of the twilight. Ghost's howl rose, joined by the wolves and the laughter of the young. Dragons wheeled overhead, their fire painting the sky in gold and violet. The torches glowed, faces shone, and Jon, standing at Daenerys' side, surrounded by family and friends, watched over by a peace they had planted and grown, felt a happiness that was not triumph but completion. The days grew shorter, and the work of harvest began. The moot's visitors departed, laden with gifts and new kinship, their songs and stories braided into the memory of the land. Winterfell returned to its gentle routine, the steady rhythm of preparation for the colder months, the quiet confidence that spring would always follow. Jon and Daenerys took comfort in the constancy of each other, in their children and their children's children, in the knowledge that the legacy they had built, of wolf and dragon, of hope and healing, would outlast even the oldest heart tree. The world would change, new winters would come, new darkness would threaten. But the light in the halls, the love in the stories, the memory of Bran and Sansa and Arya and all the others who had walked those stones, these would remain. And so, through the seasons and the turning of years, the peace of Winterfell endured, a tapestry woven by many hands, its colors deepened by every joy and every sorrow. And in the center, beneath the boughs of the godswood, wolf and dragon watched together as the sun rose, and the world was made new again, and again, and again. Kah, kah. Autumn crept into the north almost shyly, just a hint of crimson along the tips of the heart tree's leaves, a coolness that slipped in at dawn and lingered long after the sun had climbed above the horizon. The nights lengthened by heartbeats, the shadows stretching deeper in the godswood, but the peace of Winterfell held fast. Every day Jon marveled at it anew, how the laughter of children echoed from stone to stone, how dragons basked on sun-warmed slate, how the old banners and the new mingled in the wind above the ramparts. Harvest was a time of joyful toil, and that year it seemed the earth itself remembered the promise of peace. The orchards were heavy with apples and pears, the wheat fields golden thick. The vineyards of the south sent up barrels and barrels of deep red wine to share in the feasting. The market bustled every morning. Wildling hunters bartered venison for Dornish dates. Bakers competed to see who could make the flakiest pies, and the glassblowers set up a kiln right in the square, drawing crowds to watch as they spun goblets and ornaments shaped like dragons, wolves, and moons. John often walked the fields at first light, Ghost loping at his side, the frost crisp underfoot. He watched Rhaella oversee the gleaning with her own children and cousins. The baskets they filled a testament to years of careful planting and patient stewardship. Daenerys, her silver hair braided back and sleeves rolled, worked side by side with the gardeners, hands stained with earth, laughter bright and ringing as she recounted the folly of kings who thought power alone could make the land fruitful. Sansa spent her afternoons at the school, reading aloud from the newest histories. Stories of old wars, yes, but also tales of treaties made, harvests shared, rivers tamed. Gendry managed the smithies and stables, his arm as strong as ever, his face creased with a pride that was quiet but unmistakable when he watched his grandchildren at work. Lyanna, Bran, and Arya's daughter organized the younger children in games and lessons, teaching them songs in half a dozen tongues, leading them in wild races through the orchard, the wolves and the youngest dragons trailing in a swirl of paws, claws, and laughter. The nights belonged to music and stories. Lanterns strung from tree to tower lit the castle in gold, and feasts in the great hall spilled out onto the green. Arya's daughter performed ballads from her latest voyage, songs of starlit islands and midnight storms, of friends found in distant harbors and of the certainty that home is not a place but a people. Rhaella led the harvest dance, spinning under the lanterns, her laughter drawing even the shyest to join. The dragons, grown mellow and wise, watched from rooftops, their eyes glowing in the firelight, their tails curled around chimney pots as if to guard the sleeping children within. The Feast of Gratitude, a new tradition, but now as cherished as any, fell on the night of the first true chill. Everyone gathered in the gods' wood, bundled in cloaks and furs, each carrying an offering, a loaf of bread, a poem, a crafted charm, a branch heavy with fruit. Rhaella, Sansa, and Daenerys stood before the heart tree, their voices weaving a prayer of thanks to the old gods and the new, to ancestors remembered, and to those present, for all the days when hope was hard to hold, and all the days since when it had bloomed with such abundance. The children were the first to speak, each stepping forward to share a wish or a promise. Arya's daughter spoke of the sea, of journeys yet to come, and of the certainty she'd always find her way home. Bran pledged to walk the woods every morning until the snows came, to ensure no wanderer or hungry beast was left behind. Lady Wyn, Sansa's eldest, promised a new song every season. As the moon climbed, Jon rose to address them, his hair silver in the lantern light, his face strong, shadowed by memory and illuminated by joy. "There were years I thought I'd never see a harvest," he said. "That we'd fight and die, and the world would break again and again. But we learned. We listened. We forgave. This peace is not only a gift, it's our greatest work. And every loaf, every song, every life here proves that we can shape the world to kindness, not just to strength." Then Daenerys stood at his side, her hand in his. "Let the land remember. Let every child who eats this bread, who sings this song, who laughs under these leaves know they are the heirs of peace. Let them guard it, cherish it, and make it new." Then thaw. The crowd echoed the vow, voices mingling, wildling and Southron, lord and lowborn, children and elders, each voice carrying the promise through the trees and into the darkening sky. Bran, too frail now to rise, was wheeled forward by Rhaella. Winterfell lay at his feet, her scales the color of old snow and smoke. Bran's eyes, still deep and clear, found Jon's. "Remember," Bran whispered, so soft only those closest could hear. "Nothing is ever truly lost, so long as it is remembered. Let your stories be lanterns, your kindness the roots, your courage the branches. The old gods are listening." "Now." Jon nodded, and the feast began in earnest. Baskets passed, toasts raised, the harvest roasted and spiced and shared. The wolves prowled the periphery, the dragons watched in peace, and laughter, true, full, and unafraid, rang out again and again. In the days that followed, the work of putting the land to sleep began. Children helped cover the last root beds with straw, Dragons burned away stubble in the fields. Bran and his cousins saw to the woodpiles and the stores. The whole castle gleamed with readiness, no longer the preparation of desperation, but the steady practiced work of people who trusted in tomorrow. Jon and Daenerys took long walks in the orchards, hands linked, recalling every year before, and marveling at how each one now felt richer than the last. Sansa's wisdom guided the council. Gendry's inventions made the harvest lighter. Arya's letters and songs brought the world's wonder to every heart. The dragons, in the peace they had helped forge, grew larger and more gentle with every passing year. Even the wildlings, once wary of southern magic, now boasted of how their children fed the youngest hatchlings and raced them through the woods. Ghost grew white as the first frost, wise and slow, content to let pups climb over him as he dozed by the fire. When, at last, the first snow fell, gentle, quiet, a single feathered promise, Jon woke in the night and looked out on the world had helped to remake. Daenerys stirred beside him, and together they watched the flakes swirl and settle, gilding the roofs and cloaking the trees, erasing the lines between earth and sky. "We kept our promise," Daenerys whispered, her voice strong, tears in her eyes. Jon nodded, heart full. And so will they. In the hush that followed, it was not fear that filled him, but the certainty that this story, this peace, would go on, as sure as the seasons, as enduring as the stones of Winterfell, as bright as the lanterns floating in the night. Winter returned, as it always did, but now it came to a world ready to greet it. A world where the lessons of darkness had been learned, where love and courage were not rare but daily, living things. Spring would come again, and with it, new voices, new dreams, new stories to tell by the fire. So long as the heart tree stood, so long as children's laughter echoed from the walls, so long as the memory of wolf and dragon endured, peace would hold, and the North and all the world would always find the way to dawn.